Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay,
I'ma go hard for the win.
win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia season ke-9 bermula dan minggu pertama mengujakan. Jom kita kaji semula. Dengan combo raksasa, tim SMG memulakan pertahanan kejuaraan mereka dengan mendominasi kemenangan menentang Orange Esports.
Kali depan ni nak tak? Kali depan ni. Nak tak?
Bicara tapi leg dia pengendara television tapi tepat dan itulah dia kill yang pertama telah didapatkan oleh Sasa sebentar saja tadi.
Tudak tenggelam 2 kali di minggu pertama MPL Malaysia ke atas tangan RSG Malaysia dan Red Esports.
Haji akan dikejar, Haji akan dikorbankan terlebih dahulu. Legendary untuk Zaid mencari kill yang seterusnya. Di manakah crossbow offset tak perlukan langsung. Mal akan terus ke hadapan. Dua yang baik. Dua telah ditangkap. Dua telah ditangkap.
Homeboys menunjukkan keunggulan mereka dan menyampaikan salam. Welcome to MPL Malaysia kepada MLBB Esports.
PPKN. Aku tak boleh telak. Aku dah kata dah. Aku dah kata.
Selanjutnya, Ling Eza membuktikan bahawa Fanny tidak patut dilepaskan dan tim Karakal menewaskan RSG Malaysia 2-1.
Mendapatkan aim tetapi aim berjaya mendapatkan TikTok daripada arah belakang. Glorious dengan withdraw. Liga terlebih dahulu untuk mendapatkan kill. Double kill diberikan.
Gameplay dan strategi apakah yang akan kita lihat pada minggu kedua MPL Malaysia season ke-9? #ini gaya kita. Let's check it out.
Salam Jumaat dan selamat sejahtera kepada anda semua. Match kita yang pertama pada hari ini di antara GEEK FAM dan juga Caracal. Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery bersama dengan telefon pintar rasmi Samsung dan diraikan bersama dengan Nescafe. Saya Abeja.
Yes, dan saya Sid. Terima kasih Abeja. Kerana tanpa sponsor kita, tak adalah show kita pada hari ini. Dan selalu tengok saya dekat stage shows ataupun dekat caster. Kali ini saya bersama-sama dengan Abeja dan kita bukan berdua je Abeja. Tak lengkap kita punya MPL show kalau tak ada dua jejaka yang kacak lagi menawan. Tak yang tak bukan, kita ada Gideon dan juga Lafel.
Yes. Hari ini saya tak sangka yang saya ni menawan.
Menawan ke hari ni?
Honestly, every week we change the descriptions, but I'm happy to be here once again. And honestly, it's great having 4 people on board this time.
Yes. Betul, selalunya kita bertiga berempat lebih baik. Betul.
Ya, betul.
Adri,
Terima kasih kerana menerima saya dalam keluarga yang kecil ini.
Alamak. Okey, Lafel, Gideon pertama sekali. Macam mana dengan hari anda? Bagus?
Oh, hari ni memang hari yang sangat bagus. Kita punya first game of the day pun Caracal dengan GEEK FAM. I nak tengok macam GEEK FAM adakah kali ni diorang akan tukar diorang punya roster, sebab itu rasanya akan jadi soalan utama hari ni.
Betul. Gideon pula macam mana?
I mean, honestly, after watching the SEA Games, I'm very excited to see how this is going to play out. And, you know, Lafel is actually right, because we did see a little bit of like a different lineup during the SEA Games.
Yeah.
And today for MPL, might be the same one, might be different. Hard to tell.
Ya, dan bercakap tentang SEA Games, satu-satunya pasukan dekat MPL yang tak bermain dalam SEA Games adalah pasukan Caracal. Jadi mereka boleh katakan rehat sedikit lama berbanding dengan pasukan-pasukan lain. Jadi adakah itu akan jadi advantage?
I rasa itu advantage lagi satu. Mungkin sebab Ling Eza tak boleh main SEA Games, sebab tu diorang tak ni. So, Abeja, apa kata kita tengok schedule hari ni?
Jom kita tengok perlawanan kita yang pertama pada hari ini, GEEK FAM dan juga Caracal. Kita nak recheck balik. Kita tengok Caracal punya performance last week. Kan, first game tak apa-apa nak menyengat, betul. The second game, third game dah nampak orang kata apa dah lagi ganas apabila Ling Eza tu pakai Fanny.
Ya, awal-awal tu just panaskan engine je. Lepas engine dah panas, memang gila. Dan kemudian kita tengok SUHAZ Esports lawan dengan MLBB, di mana MLBB diorang dah menang 1, SUHAZ diorang still cari rentak safe.
Ya, dan adakah ini menunjukkan mungkin kelama-kelamaan MLB boleh nak cari dia punya momentum, boleh mendapatkan kemenangan. Tapi untuk Gideon sendiri, game yang kedua SUHAZ antara MLB, adakah kita akan menyaksikan perlawanan yang berkesudahan dengan 2-1?
Well, honestly, I think 2-1 is most likely. MLB, I feel like they're just nervous when they're on the stage, and I think the moment they can get over those nerves, they actually play pretty well. Like, all the ingredients are there, but nobody's like making the recipe work.
Gideon, tolonglah. Saya nak 100% cakap Melayu. Awak cakap English susah tu. Saya nak cakap 100%
Okay,
Melayu.
aku boleh cuba lah.
Okey, terima kasih banyak kawan.
Tapi bercakap mengenai MLB, betul lah orang kata bila first time betul dia ada dia
Betul, betul.
Even saya pun sebab ini pertama kali kan last week. Oi, dia punya
Sekarang dah okey dah.
Sekarang dah okey kan?
Sebelum ni gini.
Sebab ada cerita dia nak cerita Zip. Sebab saya balik last week, saya tengok balik ulangan. Saya tengok macam Lafis tengok macam mana dia analyst. Macam mana dia cast. So saya cubalah cuba kan. Kalau kita tengok daripada segi game, kita tengok macam mana
Ya, betul.
cast betul. Tapi untuk match pada hari ni, okey, kalau kita tengok last week punya, okey, personally banyak tak kejutan-kejutan yang awak expect?
I sendiri, I harapkan ada kejutan. I tak nak tengok benda yang sama di mana Nelby dia punya performance untuk jadi tank okey lah, okey. Tapi Nelby cari the tank dengan Zon berbeza. So I nak tengok sama ada diorang still nak gunakan Nelby sebagai diorang punya roamer, ataupun diorang akan ganti letak saya Jin ataupun sesiapa lain lagi lah yang nak duduk kat roamer position tu, Gideon.
I suppose, but I think at the end of the day, the roamer position is still a very open-ended question for a lot of these teams. I'm just surprised that Valentina and Fanny got through the draft.
Ya, menarik. Dan kalau kita lihat sekarang ni apa yang berlaku dekat SEA Games, tapi kita akan fokus terlebih dahulu kepada team head to head untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Untuk pasukan GEEK FAM, kita dapat saksikan bagaimana mereka lebih mengungguli dari segi total damage dealt, sementara dari segi win rate yang kita dapat saksikan di mana GEEK FAM walaupun kedua-dua pasukan kalah di game yang pertama, tetapi kita dapat saksikan TEAM CARACAL yang lebih mengungguli kat sini.
Ya, dekat sini damage is not everything. Sebab kalau kita tengok perbezaan besar antara kedua-dua tim ni, di mana GEEK FAM diorang punya nombor hebat kat atas, tapi Caracal hebat kat bahagian bawah. And kita tengok kat bahagian bawah, tower rate dan juga lord rate menunjukkan Caracal dia fokus kepada objektif, di mana GEEK FAM banyak kali kalah dekat objektif situ. Dan tim Caracal diorang tak macam in terms of fight, diorang cuma fight bila perlu, and then bila dah fight tu diorang terus translate kepada objektif.
Betul. Jadi kita tengok kat sini, sebab saya pun macam tengok juga macam mana nak baca stat. Dia ada cara dia tengok, betul Zul?
Ya, dia punya cara memang kita tengok damage, apa damage tu bertukar kepada. Untuk GEEK FAM, diorang damage ada, tapi diorang objektif tak ada. Untuk Caracal damage kurang, tapi in terms of objektif sentiasa ada.
Gideon, dekat sini kita dah saksikan untuk most pick untuk kedua-dua pasukan Yuzong. Apa you punya opinion on that?
I think overall, it's good to see that Yuzong is still getting picked around most often than not. And I think at the end of the day, GEEK FAM's draft is a little bit more strange in comparison to Team CARACAL, where it's like, Team CARACAL, you have a good idea. They want to play a little bit more aggressive. They want like power picks overall. But GEEK FAM play with overall team synergy and naturally team compositions that, benefit each of the heroes with each other. They're not naturally strong by themselves, but they make things work once you kind of mix them all together.
And bila tengok dekat pada bahagian ban, kita tengok GEEK FAM bukan 100% ban kepada Fanny. So CARACAL diorang boleh menggunakan Fanny, so saya harap kali ni minggu ni lah tak payahlah lepaskan Valentina dengan Fanny tu.
Ya, itu menarik. Tapi dekat stat ni mungkin yang saya menarik adalah 100% Fer Tower Rate. Tetapi selepas ni kita akan move kepada perkara yang seterusnya. Abeja.
Itu sukses. Ini apa yang saya tahu lah bila kita belajar sikit. Dia adalah kunci kejayaan yang kita bahasa Melayu dia. Sebab orang cakap apa, kalau mereka nak menang, contoh macam GEEK FAM, kalau nak menang, diorang perlu capai ke semua key to sukses yang ada kat sini. Sebab kalau tak cukup 1-2, susah lah nak menang. Boleh ke cakap macam tu?
Ya, kalau kita tengok key to success ataupun kunci kejayaan untuk GEEK FAM, nombor 1, Selena dan juga Beatrix, mereka kena pick ataupun ban. And Beatrix dalam keadaan yang jarang kita nampak kena ban sekarang, and kita tahu Lil B suka menggunakan Beatrix, dia nampak lebih selesa. Kemudian mereka kena lebih agresif pada rotasi yang awal disebabkan kita tengok pasukan CARACAL dia ikut momentum, mereka ikut rentak mereka juga, di mana kalau awal-awal dah kurang dan tak sedap lah. Kemudian menang kat bahagian tengah dan juga menghentikan Lolias untuk dapatkan farm. Gideon, pada pendapat yang last tu yang paling susah. Macam mana nak hentikan Lolias untuk dapatkan farm dia?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. And I think, the best example would be RSG versus Team CARACAL previously last week, where the only time we saw TikTok actually beat him in lane is when he had a good overall lane matchup. Yeah, so it's important to have something like that. Think about what is he going to be playing. Is he going to be playing Clint? Do you need something more oppressive? And hopefully that's going to lock him in place.
Yep, kita sudah bercakap tentang GEEK FAM. Kali ini kita kena melihat apakah kunci kejayaan untuk pasukan CARACAL. Seperti yang anda dapat saksikan, mereka menang di minggu yang pertama. Jadi bagi pendapat awak, Gideon, based on dengan 4 poin ni, mana satu yang paling penting untuk pasukan CARACAL?
Well, honestly, it's really, really simple. You got to take advantage of Dominus because every single time we see him play, he likes to do bush tactics. You know he's looking to get a pick off very early on in the fight rather than these bigger team fights. So they got to be beware of the side lane gangs because we have been seeing a lot of potential coming in from GEEK FAM using that pressure to push down into the mid lane. Prioritize CC heroes for Zaraki. It looks like he is most comfortable when he's got some form of CC and early objective discipline, because sometimes with Team CARACAL they get a little too hungry.
Yes, mungkin masuk
dalam bahasa Melayu terlampau bernafsu.
Bernafsu.
Terlampau bernafsu, ikut nafsu. Baik, jadi kita dah tahu diorang punya kedua-dua tim key to sukses. Jadi untuk kita match kita yang pertama, GEEK FAM dan juga CARACAL, sebab kita tengok kita punya patch yang baru, Valentina kena nerf kan?
Ya, betul.
Dulu di Fanny tak kena.
Ya, Fanny tak dikacau langsung. Valentina I tak sure, walaupun kena nerf, antara hero yang walaupun kena nerf mungkin still ada kegunaan dia. Ya.
Dia depends dengan dia punya strategi. Sebab kita dapat saksikan agak suka, tapi saya tak nak jadi Chadin.
Betul.
Jangan jumpa Valentina, tiba jumpa Valentina. Jadi untuk pendapat Gideon, seperti yang dikatakan oleh Abeja, glue yang kita dapat saksikan minggu pertama antara hero yang favourite orang pilih ataupun ban, adakah selepas dengan patch terbaru telah pun di nerf sedikit, adakah dia akan dipilih lagi?
I think yes, it has been nerfed a little bit, but I don't think it's enough to push him out of the meta though. The biggest question for me is whether or not some of the top tier picks, for an example, some of the weirder picks that we did see from last week, Dairoth going into the jungle, Yin jungle as well, which has shown up in SEA games as well, and arguably even Edith might just be let through a little bit more.
Ya, saya rasa Yin tu antara benda yang interesting yang kita boleh tengok, di mana Yin pun dah kena buff sikit, macam mana Gideon cakap, RSG, Kuza dah menggunakan. So kita kena tengok sama ada jungler yang lain berani ke tidak, sebab bila kita berbual pasal jungler, kita pergi balik kepada CARACAL, di mana Ling Eza, dia kalau dia pakai fighter, dia kena pakai fighter jungle yang farm. Kemudian kalau pakai assassin, nampak gayanya season kali ni Ling Eza punya assassin bagus. Kalau Yin, saya tak sure sama ada Ling Eza dah training ke belum, and kalau training, boleh ke tak dia bawa impact besar.
Ya, sebab saya tak tahu adakah masa mencukupi untuk mereka, sebab patch baru release minggu lepas. Jadi kemungkinan untuk minggu pertama mereka masih lagi stick dengan old meta, strategi yang lama. Mungkin dari segi surprise mungkin kita akan saksikan hari ketiga melihat apa yang berlaku pada hari ini dengan hari esok.
Sebab nak kena study dulu.
Betul.
Dia jarang lah orang boleh buat last minute. Ada tapi tak
Dia kalau kebetulan memang dah practice hero tu sebelum kena buff baru okey. Kalau sebelum tu memang langsung tak training. Sebab hari tu kita berbual dengan Zon pun cakap standard yang paling bagus seminggu, tapi ada player dia kena ambil masa 2 minggu untuk betul-betul belajar satu konsep hero baru.
Faham? Menarik.
Yang saya rasa yang lebih menarik adalah GEEK FAM. Siapa yang akan main? Sebab actually kita still tak nampak. Saya kita still tak nampak.
Ya, sebab saya dah tak nak kita ulas benda tu. Sebab minggu lepas kita fokus kepada saya Jin.
Geram tu. Kita
Tapi
kena
tak main. Adakah kita akan menyaksikan saya Jin bermain kat sini? Dan saya sebenarnya nak tanya satu soalan berkenaan dengan hero, antara hero favourite saya iaitu carry. GEEK FAM arts mengguna carry ketika dekat SEA Games. Adakah kali ini kita saksikan hero carry yang telah pun di buff sedikit akan beraksi pada minggu ni?
I think Carrie, her biggest issue is the fact that yes, it's great that they're increasing her damage and her overall abilities, but her range is way too short. It's so hard for her to trade in lane. Maybe against Claude, but even then it's very situational.
Kita tengoklah macam mana, adakah carry itu akan dikeluarkan ataupun tidak. Sama-sama kita nantikan. Pastinya saya sudah pasti awak pasti yang kejutan akan banyak. Jadi sebelum Abang nak bagi tahu, jangan lupa untuk belanja RM50 di McDelivery dan dapatkan 6 ketul McNugget secara percuma dan juga skin eksklusif daripada MLBB. Tapi sebelum nak bagi tahu, jangan jadi macam setengah daripada kita. Masa nak check out tak letak
Betul.
kod MPL Rewards. Rugi.
Dekat sini saya nak cakap, kalau Abeja nak order, kita ada 6 orang di sini. So dia boleh ambil 1 nugget, Sif boleh ambil 1, Abeja boleh ambil 1, saya boleh ambil 3.
Sebab nak kena analyse lagi.
Balance.
Okey, ikut macam saya lah. Baik. Jadi yes, hari ni kita punya match pertama. Apakah pendapat korang? Rasa-rasanya tim mana yang akan kena bantai, tim mana yang akan membantai? Sama-sama kita nantikan.
Ya, itu satu topik yang menarik. Manangkan kedua pasukan masih lagi bermain satu game untuk minggu lepas. Jadi mungkin mereka masih lagi momentum mereka.
Kita nampak budak-budak SUHAZ dah start tengok-tengok kat tepi tu. By the way, kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok, pastikan you guys share banyak-banyak sebab kita nak hit kita punya milestone. Kita dah 2 hari straight. So pastikan hit sampai 800.
Ya, tapi sekarang ni kita akan pergi kepada kita punya coin toss, di mana kali ni kita akan menjemput leagues up kita iaitu Melina Nai bersama-sama dengan kedua-dua pasukan, kedua-dua pemain daripada kedua pasukan untuk bersama-sama atas pentas untuk melakukan coin toss. Dan seperti yang anda dapat saksikan, perkara ini kita akan lakukan setiap minggu untuk menjaga kita punya integriti. Dan kita dapat saksikan pasukan GEEK FAM yang akan memilih hits dan pasukan Caracal akan memilih tails.
Baik, sekarang jom kita sama-sama nantikan keputusannya adalah hits.
Hits. Jadi adakah pasukan GEEK FAM memilih untuk mendapatkan first pick? Dan seperti yang anda dapat saksikan skrin, Amox ataupun wakil daripada pasukan GEEK FAM memilih untuk bermain sebagai first pick. Lafel, bagi pendapat awak untuk memulakan perlawanan dengan memilih first pick, adakah itu satu perkara yang baik?
Saya dekat sini, kalau kita tengok setiap coach ada dia punya cara sendiri, di mana kalau pasukan GEEK FAM diorang mengambil first pick, ini menunjukkan yang mereka ada satu priority pick ataupun mereka akan bermain dengan mereka punya band yang menyebabkan pasukan Caracal akan terlepas satu hero. So dekat sini kita boleh nampak a little bit of the mind game di mana Amox nak control draft dan Caracal diorang tak ada pilihan, mereka kena reaksi dengan draft yang mereka lakukan. Seperti mana kita nampak Valentina dengan Fanny pernah terlepas. Jadi mungkin dia akan manipulate band dengan cara yang akan memaksa pasukan Caracal untuk lepaskan Fanny, Valentina ataupun apa-apa super pick.
Jadi kita sama-sama kita nantikan kejutan kita pada match kita yang pertama hari ini. Kita punya caster-caster dah pun bersiap sedia. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? BM caster, English caster, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Justice Zuran, and welcome back to the casters. And of course, you guys are tuning in for the MPL MY season number 9. My name is ICBB12. Join with me is going to be Gideon, as we are going to be your commentators for today. But before that, we'd like to shout out to our amazing sponsors here: our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partner in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and also co-organizers ESI. Because without these guys, we would not have all these amazing setups, and of course, our offline events to give you guys the juicy inside scoops of the players themselves. Gideon, what are your thoughts? I know it's been a long one. You've gave a lot of good inputs thus far. What do you think about the match is about to come?
Honestly, I'm really excited to see how this match is going to play out, especially for GEEK FAM, because week number 1 didn't exactly go too well from them in comparison to Team Caracal, of course. But just before we get into that, don't forget, guys, to share the stream as much as you can. We have share milestones, and listen down below. These are the prizes that you could be earning here today. It's so simple. One click of a button, get a couple of friends to do it as well, and you're just adding to the numbers, because as these rewards increase with every single one of your shares, once we reach another milestone, you guys are going to get more rewards during the lucky draw on top of the codes.
Exactly. So be sure to share it as much as you can here. Call your friends, call your family, call your father, call your mother, who plays ML, of course. If they don't play, convince them to play. If they don't like it,
make them share anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Get another device. Get 2 devices while you're at it. We're asking people a lot here to get the shares done. Way too many. But overall, hopefully you guys are excited for this upcoming game. And as we were talking about earlier, it's time for the boys to start walking out. It's going to be GEEK FAM versus Team Caracal. Hopefully one of these teams is going to start showing up here today. But let's bring them out. It's going to be GEEK FAM versus Caracal. GEEK FAM! Personally, GEEK FAM has been looking pretty stellar throughout the weeks. And honestly, I gotta talk about this roster. Is it better with this starting lineup from last week? And we are seeing that, no X-Ray this time, no Saiyajin. It's still gonna be the same lineup as last week.
Yeah, seems like, that's the thing about GEEK FAM, right? They are very flexible when it comes to swapping roles. They've got a big roster as well. And that's the beauty about them. But it is also their weakness, apparently, just because they are not exactly comfortable yet in terms of discipline, or maybe even used to their usual playstyle. But one thing I know for a fact was that Arts, they stepped into play for gold lane during the SEA Games, and they look really, really great.
All right, let's bring out Team Caracal one more time. They had a great stellar week number 1, but how will Neo fit with the 6th man to fit into this particular picture here? It looks like he's going to be playing it this time round, and I'm excited to see whether or not it's going to make that difference. But let's talk about Loliel's. His ability to link Asa, take that spotlight. He's less flashy, but he gets the job done.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see whether or not Lolio is going to be doing that, knowing that he has the tendency to play on the XP lane. But this time, in this season, entirely different role altogether. And we did see, we don't really have a lot of records of him playing in gold lane. But one thing I'm definitely excited to see is the duo here, AIM as well as Zaraki.
This is a little bit of concern for sure, and especially since even last week's games were looking really good for them. We did see both AIM and Zaraki have a little bit of miscommunications here and there when it came down to layering their abilities, or most importantly, when it comes down to, hey, can this actually work? Do we need to keep pressing our advantage?
Yep, and before that, let's take a look at some stats for you guys here. And seems like, that's a pretty clean stats for all the players themselves. A little bit more insights for you guys. It seems like the average kill participation from the side GEEK FAM Dominus is been 73% thus far. That's pretty high. He's everywhere.
Goodness gracious me. But let's not forget about Burpee. For so far, he is able to secure every single turtles in the games that he has played thus far. Average of 1 kill guaranteed. GEEK FAM likes to take it slow. And I mean, really, really slow. Last week, we saw a good example of that, pushing the game up to 21 minutes at least.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is it enough to be called that? Is he ready to play at a competitive level? Is it enough to convince you yet, Gideon?
Not 100% for sure. I think that what we're seeing is consistency for Burpee, right? If he continues to play consistently this week, I think it's okay. But by week 4 at least, we need to see a play being made by Burpee. We need to see him take a risk for once, which is really going to show the mechanical capabilities of the player.
Yeah, definitely. And there's one I want to actually talk about as well. Is going to be Nelby here. He's he's going to be filling the shoes for Zorn thus far, and we know for a fact that Zorn has been the star player from GEEK FAM for multiple seasons. But based on last week's performance, it feels like he's halfway there. He's just not there yet, I guess.
I mean, halfway there or not, I think the difficult part is whether or not he's going to be going up against Neo in the roamer. Now, Neo, most notably, doesn't usually play in the roaming position. His last position last season was in the EXP lane, but Kai overall has been the dedicated EXP laner for Team Caracal. So the question is, has Neo really solidified his position in the support? Is it going to be enough? And especially in a meta where you can actually use some fighters as a support, does it fit his style?
I'm really surprised they actually decided to swap Neo in, considering that, last week, AIM and Zaraki kind of looks pretty okay. And for now, for him to come back in, and this time playing in a role that he's not playing it's a little bit weird considering that he does have a lot of experience coming into the XP lane. However, before we get a little bit more details into the teams here, let's talk about this particular player coming from GEEK FAM, and that is going to be Dominus. And from my experience here, Dominus is one of the most experienced mid laner in MPL history in MY.
Yeah, but the only issue is that his consistency is usually the problem. He doesn't play the most aggressive lane in the world. However, he really likes to take into consideration the behaviors and movements of players, how they rotate across the map when they do that. So later in the games, he likes to start punish these bad behaviors. But in terms of consistency, it really depends on his draft. Even last week, people were just berating him, and even he had his own statement about being able to use a Divine Judgment on Popo and Koopa's dog at that point in time. Little funny, but hey, it's good.
All right, I get it. And their opponents here is going to be from Zaraki. As despite his past mistakes, he is also a very, very talented player. A simple minor player that can do one task right at a time. A very, very good babysitter, apparently. But is this the particular reason why he's not playing this first opening game against GEEK FAM?
Well, I think they do want to try out Neo at this point in time. It's a good time, especially since where the stakes are generally low in the very first game of a best of 3. It's like, okay, you lose the first game, you're not completely out of the series just yet. You could sub back in Zaraki when needed to, especially since we already are familiar with him since week 1.
Yeah, I really like how Caracal treats this from a macro scale of the entire league system, right? Like, take advantage of the time that you have, even though every game kind of feels very, very important. But, you know, making sure that your teams are kind of tip-top in terms of their playstyle or their game, their mechanics, or even their macro gameplay is going to be extremely important in this situation. So I like how they're switching it up, but I'm a little bit curious to see, can Neo actually fulfill the role as a tank, considering that he's been playing XP lane for so long on his record?
See, that's the thing, right? When I look at Neo, I start thinking about some of the other players who kind of fulfill that position. Mom being the biggest Swiss Army knife of all time here at the MPL. Has played things like Glue, for an example. Ruby, all makes sense. But let's look at talent predictions so far. It's going to be a majority for Team Caracal, with Shamanol and Sith believing GEEK FAM is going to take the game.
Oh, you know, it's... I definitely like the predictions. It's still 50-50, but okay, it's not really 50-50, but I feel like, you know, it makes a lot of sense considering that Caracal, you know, has had a great track record coming from previous season, whereas GEEK FAM, they have been very, very shaky. But let's take a look at the prediction-wise. Yeah, it kind of makes sense, right? It feels like a 50-50-ish as well.
It's a little tough to say, and I think, you know, a lot of GEEK FAM fans have been reignited after the SEA Game qualifiers. They performed decently well as they were moving up, the tournament brackets, but it's still a hard fight at the end of the day. Quick shout-outs to Samsung. You want to play Mobile Legends Bang Bang using the brand new smartphone with a sleek design? With MPL Malaysia's Season 9's official smartphone, Samsung, you can get an awesome gaming experience with the brand new Samsung Galaxy A5 2S 5G.
Exactly, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, here, the long-awaited moment is finally here. We are going to be jumping straight into game number 1 between GEEK FAM as well as Caracal, and here are your opening bans. Seems like Valentina, Ruby, as well as the Selena has been banned off. Seems like you know, like what Sif said on the analyst segment as well, the pre-show as well, is that it seems like they are going to try and stick with the old meta a little bit here. And then if it doesn't work out, then probably start changing.
I think it makes sense. I mean, so far, Neo has shown to be an EXP laner. Getting rid of Ruby kind of fulfills both positions where it's like, hey, we can get rid of a brick wall up in the EXP lane. And if they want to flex it down, for support, that makes sense. And I feel like Caracal shouldn't be banning out the Cho, more importantly for Neo rather than anything else. But remember that GEEK FAM is on blue side and they will get the first pick. They'll be very comfortable with the Cho pick.
I think GEEK FAM is really smart with the opening banner for the Ruby, considering that how flexible the hero has become, and we've seen it time that it can be played both the XP as well as a roamer. It does really, really well. But in this case, considering that the Cho has been banned, I'm a little bit surprised that they are still hesitant to ban the Fanny, considering that, you know, Ling Eza may play it. Or is it because they want to first pick it?
Well, I personally think that they're just waiting. They're personally just waiting for who's going to make that first move, and usually it's blue side.
Oh, okay,
there we go. Blue side falls into the trap of getting rid of that Fanny, and I personally think that Team Caracal would have opened up the draft a little bit more, but it's depending on the flavor of the month. And more and so for the team.
You know what's the flavor of the month right now?
What's the flavor?
Yin into the hero pool drafts.
That is true. Yin is available nowadays, but the question is which junglers are capable of playing it. We know for a fact that Kuza is able to play for it from the SEA Game qualifiers, but other than that, we haven't seen too many other teams pick up Yin.
You know, Yin has been in the rough waters, right? Like, ever since its release, you know, like, I played a couple games with it. I didn't exactly like it. It was extremely difficult to play. And based on the recent patches as well, it kind of makes a lot of sense as well. It requires a little bit more buffs. And with these buffs, is it enough to go in jungles? And like you said as well, the SEA Games looked pretty good. Teams might actually pick it up themselves.
I personally think that it's not like a super hyper S tier pick where it beats every single one of their matchups.
Agreed.
It's very dependent on whether or not the enemy team is going to be playing a marksman, and you can actually punish these marksmen given the mechanical ability of Yin. The biggest problem with Yin is the gap closing capabilities, right?
Yes, agreed.
How do you get close enough to be able to use your domain expansion to eventually, you know, put them in the arena and fight them off? I like calling it domain expansion. Very cool. It's a sick ability, to be fair. It's visually stunning.
I get the Jujutsu reference, bro.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Fellow anime weeb here. GEEK Fam, going to starting off the picks with Matilda as number 1.
Yeah, I definitely like the Matilda pickup. Like, it's so
it's just
versatile.
good.
Yeah, it's just so good in general. The heals may be a little bit more lacking compared to before due to the nerfs on favor, but it's still very good in terms of providing escape mechanics. However, I'm a little bit surprised here. Are they going to pick the Estes? And knowing Caracal, they have a history where they do kind of play it, but I'm not exactly sure if Neo can play it. That's the thing.
No, that's a good point, but I don't think that Estes has been a very prominent pick here in MPL MY for the longest time. I personally feel like a lot of Malaysian teams just think it's boring.
So the only time he kind of came off was like, what, Season 8's Grand Finals, Semi-Finals-ish?
Yeah!
Around
there. But Team Caracal going to be locking in the Beatrix as well as the Lilia this time round. Passes priority back to GEEK Fam.
Yeah. Lilia is something that Dominus did kind of show in the previous weeks as well, and Lilia is in a very comfortable position as a mage role, considering that a lot of mages do not have that burst potential or that, I would say, sustainable factor, such as like maybe Kagura is pretty okay, but that's the thing, right? Knowing both these teams here, they tend to have this idea where you want to try and survive as much as you can, relying on your individual skills, and knowing that Dominus, he does have that tendency to play that, like heroes like Lunox, heroes like Kagura, instead of Farsa or even Yves, which is kind of, you know, lackluster a bit. And yeah, Yuzhong will be the pick up here. You guys did talk about it in the pre-show. Tell me more, a little bit more.
Yeah, so Yuzhong overall is the pick whenever you see Beatrix being like Beatrix getting locked in very early on in the draft, usually or arguably even a marksman. Most of the time, what Yuzhong wants to do, go into the backline, because out of all the marksmen out there that go into the gold lane, Beatrix is the only one that doesn't have relevant CC to protect herself. She only has a tactical role. We've got Trap and Recoil coming out of Clint. We have Brody, who's able to stun and bounce away. And not to mention Popo and Koopa with the I'm Angry. 3 really annoying heroes and 3 very effective CCs to stop Yuzhong from getting the combo off. Beatrix doesn't have any of that. Kagura, I'm surprised that Dominus wants to go for Kagura, which is really safe compared to something like Kadita, who you can one-shot the Lilia before she gets her black shoes off.
Agreed. But that's the thing, right? When it comes to dealing with Beatrix here, it's very unpredictable, considering that, you know, the Nimir does a lot of damage, you know, it's a good AoE, but the problem is, do you want to sustain the damage, or do you just want to one-shot the Beatrix is going to be the question. So from what I'm seeing from GEEK Fam's approach, it seems like they just want to completely dodge the skills as much as they can and try to go for individual pickoffs rather than just force a fight where, you know, the Nimiro where is going to destroy everyone from their drafts.
Yeah, and they have like a pretty decent disengage mechanic from these smaller skirmishes. Team Caracal now locking in the Paquito. We're not sure whether it's going into the jungle or into the EXP lane. Let's look for more information as the next ban phase has 11 more seconds until we get some confirmation or at least an idea of what's going to be next. It's going to be Roger, going to be banned out for the side of Team Caracal. Priority goes back to GEEK Fam.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious here that GEEK Fam's, you know, they need a very straight up jungle. But for Caracal's side, they have to I would say the luxury to kind of flex it out. Maybe this could be a Paquito jungle, or maybe even keep on thinking like, hey, maybe this is Ling Aza we're talking about. He might bring a Ling, he might bring Aulus to the picture, which is very, very unpredictable. But GEEK Fam, their response, it is going to be taking away Jawhead. That is going to be a lot of the tank roles. I would say comfort tank roles that Neo may or may not play.
Yeah, I think Neo has definitely played Jawhead before, knowing that he has been in the MPL for an extremely long time. And during his time with previous team SMG, they were known as Assassins at the time. He did play Jawhead, which was relevant in the meta. I think that was season 3 or 4. So he has experience.
Said that for a very long time, though.
Yeah, it's been an extremely long time since then, and I think it's a good idea that GEEK FAM are taking into account the history that some of these teams have actually played for.
Yeah, and seems like Caracal, they are going to be bending the comfort ones. Clint is going to be out of the picture as well. But what is Arts going to play? Is he going to bring the 1-1? Is 1-1 kind of okay? No, I don't think so. But what are your thoughts on the carry pickup?
I think carry would be a bit of a troll pickup at this point in time because there's still so many things just better than carry and completely outrange her in lane. Like, even if you play carry versus Moskov matchup, Moskov is going to win. That's how relevant it is to show that carry just lacks that laning power but has that ultra late game that we're looking for. And I think this is going to tell, GEEK FAM, don't pick that carry. Ling is just an overwhelmingly powerful assassin that carry just cannot compete against.
Yeah, it seems like GEEK FAM is in a very situation where they kind of shut down Neo's draft hero pool a little bit more, maybe even Kai's one. But from Caracal's side, they have a very clear objective. They want to make sure that jungler is going to be able to go out of control. GEEK FAM currently in a very difficult situation to actually deal with it. Like, there's not a lot of heroes that can actually deal with Ling Iza. Are they going to be forced to play the Kufra? Are they going to be able to force to play Kaja, maybe even Saber? I don't know, but it seems like GEEK FAM is in a very difficult spot right now.
Well, I think GEEK FAM at this point in time, what other options do they have? In terms of junglers, most of the assassins are gone except for Hayabusa at this point in time, but even Hayabusa, it's a little tough to play.
Oh,
ooh.
Wow.
It's going to be Moskov as well as Hayabusa here coming in for the side of GEEK FAM. Very interesting. They want to make sure that Moskov can get to that ultra late game and still be extremely relevant because he is able to knock away these assassins back. There is a form of scaling on top of it all. He could have gone for something like Brody, but at the end of the day, it's about that scaling.
Yeah, Brody's skills are very easy to be dodged compared to a Moskov's one. Like, Moskov's skills is like just instant. And, I don't know whether this is debatable or not, considering that, they might have thought of going of carry, but seeing the link pickup, you know what? I have no other choice. Let's play a Moskov. But their reply here for Caracal, the Hilda. Okay, we did see the tank Hilda during Season 8, and it was pretty good. I think it was played by Ashi from Toga previously. Yeah.
Yes.
Just to deal with the feeding DG meta. Or was it Season 7? No, sorry, that was Season 7.
Yeah, that was Season 7. That's a good call there because overall, I think Hilda is in a really good position to actually harass the junglers here. Team Caracal are going to be shutting down on the junglers as soon as possible. I want to see the emblems coming out of Link Asa. If he is using Demon Slayer, he's most likely going to instantly invade GEEK FAM, like how RSG invaded Team Caracal game number 1 last week. And I think that's something he kept very close to his heart because he lost his purple buff over that.
I don't know. Anything can happen here. Is the invades going to be coming here from Caracal? Are they looking to apply pressure? Or will GEEK FAM be able to triumph this year, considering that this is going to be their drafts coming in? Nope, that is not their hero pools here coming from GEEK FAM, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, don't worry about it. At the end of the day, once we get into the land of Dawn, you're going to see why this game is going to be absolutely brutal for either side. Let's get into it. It's going to be GEEK FAM on the blue side, Team Caracal on the red side, and immediately you're seeing Neo. He wants to get deep in that jungle.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to see how he's going to do this here. But it seems like there is going to be a little bit of annoyance here coming from Neo. He's doing pretty okay. He's got the sustains for it, but it seems like AIM is going to be here to provide the assistance. Will they get the purple buff? Nope, Burpee will be forced to use the retribution rather early.
Yeah, I like the way that Burpee is actually considering his emblems. He has Mage Slayer this time around because he wants to be able to split push into lane. He didn't decide to go for the Demon Slayer emblem this time around, but most importantly, he's keeping in mind that he knows Link Asa might actually look for that invade. So having a little bit of extra damage against the minions is going to help up speed up his progression.
No, we know for a fact that Link is going to be able to out-farm a Hayabusa, but I really like this decision coming from Burpee to go for the Demon Hunter jungle emblem. But can he get it again? Yes, he will. And Neo might be in a little bit of trouble. Neo might actually get killed off.
That's a little sad there. A good stun coming in from Dominus, and unfortunately for Neo, he was not able to get back into a bush to really start healing back up and getting his passive off. But Nelby continuing to be annoying once again. Linkesa continuing his jungle run.
Yeah, Linkesa is a little bit ahead compared to Burpee, but so far so good coming in from GEEK FAM as well, considering that, you know, like I said, Burpee is keeping up pretty okay. Topside seems to be doing okay as well against Lolios with this Moskov coming from Lilby, and it seems like Team Caracal, they seem to be losing in the first 2 minutes in terms of overall objectives thus far.
Yeah, but I think at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter just yet, because GEEK FAM want to play for the mid-game. Burpee, he's looking at
no.
Oh, aim! He shouldn't be in that position where he's losing out, but unfortunately, his invades has cost him EXP. But here comes Kai to try and even out the odds, as now they will try and look to contest for this turtle. Arts is going to go straight in with the Black Dragon form. Paquito able to take it away. Blade Tempest to actually dodge a couple of abilities here, but that means that Caracal is going to have to back off. They got what they want. They sacrificed Neo in the process.
Yeah, this is very difficult for Caracal to fight, considering that Neo doesn't have a very strong CC to actually deal with it as a tank. It's annoying. The whole objective from Caracal was to slow down Burpee's farm. This plan is completely blown out of the window right now. They need a new plan B coming from Team Caracal.
Well, I don't think it is completely failed here. At the end of the day, they bought a little bit of time. Linkesa is up in terms of EXP for now. The question is, how long is it going to be before Burpee is able to, you know, start snowballing out of control? Burpee's got more gold. Linkesa has just a little bit more EXP.
Agreed. But as of yet, GEEK FAM, they are still going to be making sure the BBC is coming in. Meanwhile, Burpee still taking a little bit too much pressure coming from Neo, but fortunately for him, he's doing okay, and seems to me he's doing all right. Apparently, GEEK FAM is not really bothered about it here. Keep up the pressure with the Hayabusa. It's okay as long as the Moskov is uncontested. That seems to be the objective from GEEK FAM.
Yeah, and Neo continuing to be obnoxious here as Nelby isn't really interacting with Neo too much. He is making sure that, you know, the mid lane is kind of clear and then looking to move into the side lanes to continue to harass Loliels, as he is, you know, getting pushed back in lane a lot, especially since Lilby just needs the timings to recall after using all of his mana.
It seems like GEEK FAM, they're going to be very disciplined about this. They are going to concede the top side lane. They know that the Yuzhong is in no position to actually provide the assistance. This is going to be the goal plating in, but GEEK FAM seems like they want to try and get a little bit of punishment here. Aim going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Here comes the Black Shoes coming in. Aim's going to back out, but he's going to be able to survive, and they won't lose Nelby in the process here. Caracal played it very, very patiently.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dominus, he completely whiffs his yin-yang overturn. Really, really sad there, because now Neo is going to attack Dominus, and Lolios unfortunately can't really do much. He's goes straight into the 2v2. Nibiru's passion not going to be enough to save him, as Hayabusa is going to get the killing spree right off in time, getting him and netting him. Oh wait, Burpee? Nope, he manages to get out. War Axe achieved. Neo can only do so much here.
Oh, that was so unfortunate from Lolios. He actually quick tap his Nibiru, aiming and towards the Hayabusa, and OK Shadowkill completely misses, and also missing the Moskov on top of it. And this is not looking for good. However, they will redeem themselves by trading for the turtle. Neo going to be opening up the map, but he is a little bit tanky now.
Yeah, he's got, at least he's getting the components, and most importantly, he's got the Dreadnought armor, which is going to help him with time. But here comes Nelby to continuously harass, but Linkesa as well decides to join the party, 2 levels up on his opponent. Finally, Neo's hard work of dying 2 times and continuously harassing Burpee is paying off.
Hey, seems like Team of Caracal's plan. If plan A doesn't work, you know what? We're going to bulldoze over with plan A. We're going to make sure that plan A works. It seems like Burpee is going to struggle here, and Tier 1 up top is going to be conceded in the hands of GEEK FAM, as GEEK FAM will be forced to make sure that Burpee is not going to be in trouble, because this pressure is a little bit too much now.
Yep, and now it's starting to really snowball out of control. Neo gets knocked away, but here comes the Yin overturn for Dominus, making it so easy to pick up that kill on the support. The rest of the team is pulled back, but Arx, unfortunately, can't really do too much about it. He's just sitting there on the bottom side, just pushing his way through, but Burpee now trying to get on top of Loliels, almost gets it. Bennett Spray going to be securing the kill onto Hayabusa, and the tides have turned as Kai manages to pick up Nelby in the process.
Oh, that is gotta be the sweetest bait here coming from Lolios. The bomb, the timing was spot on, knowing that Burpee does not have the clones to back off. Immediately one-shot, so that was a damage that you did not expect to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of Beatrix. Her early game damage, especially after one item, is just ridiculous when you have two ults like that. But for now, it's not like GEEK FAM is losing on every single front. They are slightly behind, but not enough to really say that they're out of the game. Team Caracal, right now, they want to break that last tier 1 down on bottom side. Since they've already opened up mid, it's about how Team Caracal is going to continue to make GEEK FAM bleed.
This is so aggressive coming from Team Caracal. They're choosing choke spots that are not favorable in them, and somehow they manage to get away just because GEEK FAM, they force GEEK FAM to overextend, and just like that, they are going to continue to snowball their way through. However, GEEK FAM, they're not responding with nothing. They are trading farms across the map to make sure that Lil B comes out online eventually. Burpee, he is going to be the sacrificial lamb for the team for now.
Well, here comes the fight as Arts is going to look to create some space, and Nelby as well, jumping forward with Guiding Wind and even circling Eagle on top of Neo's side. Link Aza is patiently
Oh, that's
waiting,
big.
but the Petrify coming in from Arts is great, but he's taking too much damage. Doesn't have the Child Residue. He's forced to pull on backwards. Luckily, Dominus is able to create a little bit more space with the Yin Yang overturn.
Oh, a little bit slow. The Petrify looks good, connected on two, but unfortunately they did not have the spells to actually connect and follow up to that, as Dominus has already used it to zone on early on. So it's just a very unfortunate event, but fortunately for them, they were able to salvage the situation and back off.
How long can they keep this up here? Team Caracal, with every play that they've made so far, even though GEEK FAM is able to kind of defend themselves against it, 1K was lost in the process, and a lot of gold is falling into the favor of Team Caracal. They need Lil B to scale up now and quick.
Yeah, seems like Lil B is going to be their final hope, and now we're going to be hitting the 8-minute mark, very close towards the later stage of the game. GEEK FAM, they have held on very, very well, but how long can they go? Neo getting a little bit desperate here to force the issue, but is it the right call? They've done it twice. It's worked out in Team Caracal's favor, but is third time going to be the charm again?
Well, let's see, as Lolia is continuing to harass with Renner so far. He's been landing shots, and more importantly, GEEK FAM forced to collide together in one big death ball. While the opposite side of the map, we can see Lil B, he's patiently waiting for the wave to collide. He knows that he can't really walk up without some coverage from the team, and that's when you see instantly Kai, he spots him up on that side of the map. He's a little curious. He opens up purple side jungle on GEEK FAM's map, and that's why Burpee can't really walk through. They've got the timings down.
Yeah, well done here coming from Caracal. They've zoned out completely. GEEK FAM, their whole objective is just making sure Liu B gets his farm. Burpee has taken the fall. Despite having 3-1-1, he's not died a lot. His farm is significantly lower compared to Link Aza, and currently, Team Caracal, this is going to bulldoze to the Lord, and there's nothing GEEK FAM is going to be able to do about this as of yet.
Yep. And now they crack open the Lord, and now on top of Nelby, can they continue to get this kill? Age is going to be popped as well, as Arts is here to back his boy up, but Team Caracal not going to be forcing any issues here. They know they've got Lord. Losing a member of the team is going to put them at a disadvantage.
Yep, and as of yet, they're going to go for the resets. Arts does need to, pull a big one from the side of GEEK FAM, as things are starting to get a little bit tense now, as Team Caracal will continue to pressure in terms of all the lanes, in terms of farm as well. And Ling Aza is very close to his level 15 as compared to Burpee, who's only level 10.
Yep, the harassment coming in from Neo has really paid off, even though it may seem a little ineffective. Just the amount of seconds and time that he buys. Oh, the one shot from Dominus finding Loliels in the backline, unwary, and Neo is on the run, forced to flicker on out of there. Nelby gets pushed back by the KO strike, and Team Caracal have already lost the member and forced Neo to go hide in brushes to heal back up to full. GEEK FAM will secure their inhibitor turrets. They're not going to lose too much, only their tier 2.
Oh, that was a big play coming from Dominus. Getting the pick off on the Lolios kind of slowed down the pressure coming from Caracal, and this is a good defense from GEEK FAM, so props towards Dominus for that play.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. Dominus isn't the most aggressive, but he just understands behaviors of the enemy team. Now, Neo is going to continue to open up that map here, being the living ward for the team.
Oh no, Lil B.
Vision, but Link Aza now in some trouble here. Fortunately, has to use the Blade of Tempest. The rest of Team Caracal comes rolling on in to get on top of Nelby. Circling Eagle is then used, but it's going to be Nabir's Passion that says, hello, Lil B cannot win his 1v1, but it's going to be enough space, but Arts can't get on anybody, forcing everybody from Team Caracal to back away, use utilize their flickers and play for another day. It's going to be a 1-for-0 trade in favor of Team Caracal.
Oh, that was just so unfortunate from Lil B. He used up his attack speed buffs coming from his second skill, and he used it on Ling Asa, and Ling Asa perfectly baited out so well as he dodged out of the fight and allowed Lolios to kind of go crazy in that fight. So that was a big play coming from Caracal once again. But let's take a look at the itemization real quick. Nothing major yet coming in from Lil B, but Lolios is already one step ahead. He's got an immortality.
Yeah, I think he realizes that he can't necessarily, you know, take Lil B on if it's not in his favor, or at the very least doesn't have his ult. If Link Asa gets thirded by Lil B randomly in the middle of a fight, he might be in some trouble. So it's good defensive play, especially when you are ahead. When you are ahead, you want to start looking to play defensive because the desperation of the enemy team gets a little bit more offensive.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But GEEK FAM, you know, can they make another play? Dominus is going to be opening up the map once again. Nelby will be playing the defensive mark, but Kai does scout this out. So Kaiser Jin, is he going to force a fight? Nope, looks like he is going to just gather for information as the Lord is going to be on the bottom side, and they know that GEEK FAM is set up top. So that's going to be the Lord contest once again as Caracal pummels way there through as GEEK FAM. Are they going to be able to respond in time? Unfortunately, no, a little bit too slow.
Here we go. Nelby once again getting attacked by Link Asa for now as the rest of Team Caracal push up into position. But look at where Dominus is. He's in the back lines, ready to go. Burpee manages to get on out just in time. Nibiru's Passion does come out. His arts is going to transform into the Black Dragon form. Dominus waiting for the ultimate pick here. He sees him. He sees Kai. He sees Link Asa. Somebody attack. Somebody aim. Gets one shot. He falls victim. Doesn't even realize it or see it coming. Guerrilla tactics from GEEK FAM pay off.
Wow, the patience coming from Dominus, and this is the individual fights that we are talking about. However, objective-wise, Caracal is still ahead. So GEEK FAM, it may look good for now, but can they continue to do so? Lolios now going to big out here. I was going to be caught out, but unfortunately no follow-up available. So that's going to be GEEK FAM, you know, almost strutting their horses, but they are forced to back off once again.
Yep. Oh, with this Luminous Lord going to be walking down the lane for now, it's going to be tough here for GEEK FAM. They need to make sure they don't lose into the inhibitor, but Team Caracal are struggling to pry them open in these upcoming fights, and especially with Dominus finding the right picks onto the right targets, it's really just dragging this game out, which is what GEEK FAM need, but what Team Caracal want to stop.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very difficult situation, but this time, Lolios playing a little bit safely this time, and GEEK FAM, they will slowly poke away, but the Lord will do a significant amount of damage onto his turret, and that might be the tier 3 loss. Ling Asa trying to use himself as bait. He does have the Tempest Blade to actually escape out of the situation, but will not force it out. So GEEK FAM has not made a lot of decisions yet, but Caracal, they're just letting the minions do the work.
Yep, I mean, play defensively. No need to start forcing out plays. Lolios just purchasing a Malefic Roar, realizing that a lot of armor is being purchased by the side of GEEK FAM. They wait patiently as they don't have to force any situations. The next wave from top side is going to allow them to get on
Here
top
comes
of
the play.
Ooh, creating that space we were talking about, and same goes with Neo. They've done it. All inhibitors fall into the hands of Team Caracal. 8.8k in their bank. 9k at goal deficit for GEEK FAM.
Yeah, Caracal just letting the minions play. Playing it safe is the wisest move. And GEEK FAM, like I said as well, they don't really have a real answer to deal with Ling Asa. Look at this, his 1-0-2. He's not killing a lot coming from Ling Asa, but he's just extremely annoying. The pokes coming from him is just phenomenal, and GEEK FAM can't really do with it at all.
Well, for now, we did see Burpee getting an endless battle, so he is starting to scale back up, which does mean that Lolios has to be extremely careful walking on his own.
Yeah, but as of yet, the immortality is still available in his hands. 20 seconds left before the next Lord. The third Lord is on his way, and Caracal is already in position to contest it. GEEK FAM, however, still hesitant to do about it, and there's nothing really much they can do about it, considering that all the waves are pushing in towards GEEK FAM space.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an absolute invasion here coming in from Team Caracal for now. In the time being, Lord does spawn next Luminous Lord. If GEEK FAM is able to steal this away from Team Caracal, that's going to be a huge win in their favor. That's going to buy them an extra 5 more minutes into this game. There we see the completion of the Antique QRS coming in from Neo, but it might be a little bit too late as the Malefic Roars are coming out from the side of GEEK FAM.
Oh, Neo B might be in a little bit of trouble here. There's no way he's going to escape. He's going to be all left alone by the rest of GEEK FAM. But it seems like he will be the sacrificial lamb. They managed to get the reset on down towards the Lord. However, Burpee is still buying a little bit more time. Can he escape? Seems like he is gonna die, but he will force the OK Shadow kill. But eventually he will fall as Team Caracal is gonna buy a little bit more, is gonna back off. However, Lil B, he's making things work. He's also pushing on the way to the top side, and Caracal, they can't really defend against it. Lil B, can he get the kill? No, he doesn't get the kill. He's gonna get caught out, and Neo is gonna catch him. The Wind of Nature is gonna keep him alive, but Lil B, can he survive? I don't think so. Can he hop over the wall? Yes, he will, but can he survive? He needs a little bit more heals, but here comes Kai. Can he get the one-shot combo? Yes, he will, and finally, they take him down. GEEK Fam, they went for the split push. It was a very risky play, but Caracal was able to uphold the fight.
Lil B tried, you gotta give him props. He did try. That Spirit Destruction was not enough as Kai was able to heal up under the help of his spawn. A little sad, especially for Lil B, but for now, that's gonna be a big, big win for Team Caracal as now they will head on over towards Luminous Lord side. They need to clean up the lanes up on top side as well as mid, but that's gonna be it.
Yeah, that was a very, very ballsy play from GEEK Fam, but at least they tried dominance now. Gonna be baiting things out. The Lord is half HP. Ling Aza gonna be looking to re-engage his fight. Lil B is still 1 second before he goes down. GEEK Fam, they have to force the back out. It seems like they will successfully do so, and the Lord has been resetted again. But fortunately for them, they do have the damage, but GEEK Fam, they don't exactly want to relieve that pressure away. But seems like Caracal, they're just backing out. They're getting outbrained by GEEK Fam.
Yeah, I think at this point they can play it a little bit slower, and they know for a fact that it's like, yeah, we've already got the 5.6k, but most importantly, they also understand that GEEK Fam is at the 47k mark, right? That means a lot of their cores have the...
Okay.
Yep, there we go. Lil B, you can see him absolutely win his own 1v1. He has scaled, he is strong, and Team Caracal are respecting that fact. They understand that even though they have a gold lead, they cannot do much, especially since the main core members of GEEK Fam are all specced out.
Yeah, this is the goal time that GEEK Fam has been eyeing for. Lil B coming up online, and this time with that takedown onto Sky will open up the Lord for themselves. But Caracal, are they going to force the issue? Aim going to be starting this off. Neo going to be going for the wraparound as well. He looks like for the flank, but seems like he is going to try and zone out Lil B, but unfortunately it's just too tanky. But here comes the damage, and they got the kill, and they got the total as well as GEEK Fam. They are going to be able to make a comeback out of this fight. What the heck just happened?
Oh, I mean, they managed to get two, but at the end of the day, Team Caracal is the one who secures the Lord. Neo saving the day. Wow, how unfortunate for GEEK Fam as Team Caracal are back and ready to fight. The only person they're missing is Neo anyways, but they just need him to be a meat shield and open up the map. Team Caracal don't have a synchronized push at this point in time. They can let mid lane push by itself, but the side lanes are not cleared up at all. So it looks like they're going to either try and muscle their way in or maybe wait for GEEK Fam to make a mistake.
That is crazy coming from Caracal in that pressure, the split second to actually take down the Lord. Fortunately for them, GEEK Fam is going to be A-okay, but is this going to be enough? The lanes are pushed in, but Caracal seems not going to be able to do too much unless they get a pick-off or force out immortalities in that regards.
Well, speaking of pick-off, Arts is waiting for an opportunity to follow up on Dominus's plays. Dominus is going to greedily walk up for it without the support of his team, but he has Nelby relatively nearby, and there we go. That's the one shot we were talking about. Immediately, he finds Makito as Circling Eagle comes through. Dominus sacrifices life, and Nelby might be the next to fall.
But the minions,
as the minions are falling into the base, Nelby gets over the wall, but he ends up dying. Arts in the middle of the Petrify does connect onto Neo. His immortality is going to get popped, but Link is doing a good job with the Tempest of Blades. Suppressed with the Winter Truncheon. Burpee is out of that fight. No more abilities, and even AIM realizes this is going to be GG as Neo can just throw himself under the turret. GG, well played, Team Caracal. Take game number 1.
well done to Team Caracal. Well, that was a very, very close call for GEEK Fam. However, Caracal, they prevailed, they found the mistakes, and they capitalized on those minions. What a way to start the things off in the second week here in the MPL.
Woo! Good games coming in from Team Caracal, but GEEK Fam really just literally on the cusp of turning that on their heads, but unfortunately just didn't have the opening that Team Caracal had, and just the lead was too big.
Yeah, it was just too far ahead, considering that how Caracal was just, taking advantage of the situation. And I thought for a second that GEEK Fam, they were going to be able to redeem themselves, considering that, they had a very clear objective, make sure that Lil B goes out of control, but one small mistake, it's just so unfortunate.
I mean, it happens. It happens to the best of us, and especially for Lil B, he tried his best to actually open up the map, especially on that top side. Almost getting that kill on Kai would have made a statement in itself.
That was... I'm not gonna lie, that was a very, very close call. Like, Dominus, you know, has been opening things up for GEEK FAM multiple times. That's the clear objective. But Caracal, like, I don't know, like, we were wondering whether or not can Neo play the tank role. He plays it very differently from most of the tanks here that is playing in current MPL.
Yeah, he does. He is extremely comfortable so far, but that's a Hilda. There's not a lot of mechanical skill required. It's just about game sense and overall being frustrating and timing his attacks in the brushes and harassing the jungle. But for now, I think that's an okay performance so far. We need to see a little bit more of Neo to actually get that full assessment.
Yeah, but one thing I for a fact here is that I'm a little bit curious to see how that went down in the Lord fight, because that was a chaotic fight. It looked like GEEK FAM should have got secured the Lord very well despite taking out Kai on a Paquito, but somehow, you know, the Retribution wasn't used. And was it Neo that actually got ultimate chop and just took the Lord, or was it Kai or something?
I'm not entirely sure whether
it was so hard. Yeah,
I wasn't entirely sure whether the AoE was the one that actually picked it up for the side of Team Caracal. It was a little tough to say, but maybe the highlights could help us out. For now, let's jump onto the item build and have a look at what these pros have been building on the professional stage.
Exactly. But now, speaking of the itemizations here, nothing much crazy coming from Neo. I'm surprised the breastplate not picking it up here, considering that it has been nerfed a little bit, but considering that Hilda doesn't really use a lot of skills, so it makes a lot of sense why he doesn't really benefit out of it. Itemization-wise, nothing out of the ordinary, I guess, from all the cores, I guess. Yeah, nothing much out of the ordinary, apparently.
Yeah, really nothing much out of the ordinary here. I think the Malefic Roars were very good calls, as the rest of the GEEK FAM were playing ultra defensively to try and protect themselves. And you can even see that Burpee was eventually going to be building up into a defensive item, whether it be Immortality or a Brute Force Breastplate. A little hard to tell. He already had the Rose Gold Meteor to protect himself against the Lilia. Very interesting builds.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, Burpee looks very solid considering the amount of pressure that he was being faced by Neo. I feel like he's very disciplined. I'm looking forward to see whether or not how far can he go. This is, after all, his first MPL, and so far this game has kind of convinced me that, hey, he's actually not bad.
I think he's not bad as
he's
well.
Rough, but yeah.
Yeah, he's a little rough around the edges, a little not polished, but that's GEEK FAM in general, right? We're waiting for the time where they do become really, really polished, and usually we see that during playoffs. For now, they're still trying to find their footing overall, and, you know, it's the first time we get to see Moskov in a very long time, and Lil B didn't play it too bad. It's just unfortunate that at the end of the day that he does get punished by a lot of the members, and especially the Paquito coming in from Kai.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see who the MVP is coming from Team Caracal for game number 1 with that very convincing play here. It seems like it is going to be Lo Leos with his 6-2 and 3, and why am I not surprised considering the setup play he played up top where he set up the perfect bait with that ultimate.
Absolutely. Like, when he is able to get the Bennett's Rage off, especially in the early stages of the game, you can just see the difference in terms of damage compared to everybody else on the team. But that also does beg the question, right? Yes, Beatrix is really, really good in lane, but against Moskov, he was kind of struggling. There was a certain degree of not being able to actually, you know, crack open the tower, the tier 1 tower on the gold lane by himself. He did need some extra bit of external forces to change the tides.
And considering the amount of fights that Team Caracal chose, which is extremely aggressive in towards GEEK FAM's territory, those choke points are places where logically you would lose out in terms of fight. But because of the zoning effect from the Nibiru coming from Lolios, has kind of made things a little bit easier for them to actually take advantage of the situation. So props to him. He deserves the MVP from game 1.
Yep, choke points are just the way to go. Well played to Lolios, but that begs the question for game number 2. What is the adaptation that's going to be happening for GEEK FAM especially? Are they going to be switching out a player, or are they going to be looking to do elsewhere? But for now, let's look at what happened in the past in these highlights. GEEK FAM versus Team Caracal, game number 1.
Yep, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series as well. Talking about the replays here, early on, we know for a fact that Caracal, they had a plan, which is making sure that Neo slows down Burpee's farm. I'm surprised Burpee was able to keep up with the pressure. He's got a very convincing 3-0-1, but that mentality of playing defensively is good. However, it did affect his overall farm, because if you think about it, Ling Eza has been uncontested throughout the entirety of the game, farming his way through, and Ling Eza isn't even the MVP in this game. His job has only one purpose: be annoying, bait out spells, and that's about it.
I mean, it's a good philosophy to live by so far. I mean, it kind of worked out, but eventually they needed that one big play, either from Dominus or at the very least, somebody who can look for that big engagement like Arts. But you can see that Caracal, literally 4 of them have the flickers, and they don't usually use their flickers aggressively unless they can almost guarantee secure a kill. And I think that's the biggest problem that GEEK FAM had. Every time they engaged, Team Caracal completely disengaged from the fight.
I have no idea that was coincidence or not, but seems like I did catch a glimpse of how they got the Lord here. It seems like it was the rockets coming in from Beatrix, from Lolius to chunk him all down, but just so happened Neo was popping the ultimate and hit I think it was hitting Dominus, and the AoE actually got the last hit. So could it be luck or skill? I think it's a little bit of luck, right?
Little bit of both. Definitely a little bit of both there. I mean, at the end of the day, they got that crucial Lord, and it was a 4v5 that cracked it open the inhibitor. So well done for the side of Team Caracal for now. But as Game 2 is going to come by, let's talk about adaptations here. I think it's important that GEEK FAM understand, because their draft I don't think was too bad, but it still was a little rough around the edges.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But I feel like both teams have different kind of values in terms of of their ideas of the drafts. But before we get into the details about that here, thank you guys so much, because we have just hit 500 shares milestone. And yes, I can't believe they actually hit it on the first day.
And no, they do it fast, and Friday seems to be the hot day for you guys here at home. So thank you so much, but we still have 2 more milestones to hit. 800 and whoa!
Wait, what?
Whoa! Yo, speaking of which, we're already hitting that 800, guys. You guys are nuts. 1 more milestone, and you guys are earning more prizes. Claim your codes down below.
You know, the reason why we're super excited here is that, you know, it's not every day we get this much shares and rewards to give out, and
especially on the first best of 3.
Exactly, right? It's on a Friday too.
Yeah, it's a Friday. Good to know that you guys are watching here
today.
Thank you so much. And for everybody here at the English broadcast as well as the BM broadcast, we can say thank you very much. 1 more milestone to hit. Let's get there.
No, it's not the BM broadcast. We believe in the English broadcast.
We believe in
we believe in you.
We believe in you guys watching us here today. But claim your codes while you still can. If you haven't yet, scroll back and get it as soon as possible. Now, upcoming games to be had. GEEK FAM still on the cusp of losing another game against Team Caracal, or they could bounce back. It's hard to tell with GEEK FAM, to be fair.
You know, okay, see, that's the thing, right? Like, I honestly feel like both teams have a different, I would say, mindsets to their objectives when it comes to playing game number 1.
Okay.
I feel like both teams, they want to kind of solidify their rosters a bit. They want to experiment here, which is the best roster to play for playoffs. And in this case, GEEK FAM, they chose the objective of coping under pressure and dealing with situations. Basically, if things didn't go out, let's go with our contingency plans, which they did kind of do it, which is make sure that they don't die too much and buy time for Lil B, which they did really, really well. Unfortunately for Caracal, it's a complete different story. They want to test an aggressive approach. So I must say, both have different kind of ways of testing out their drafts, or in this case, their player rosters. But both still feels like they are not very comfortable yet.
Well, they're just finding which flavors they like the most. And you guys can be celebrating here today with Nescafe. If you scan the QR code down below, get yourself a quick discount and figure out which flavor of coffee you're into, whether it be latte or just their original flavors or even the mocha.
Yep. And I'm not gonna lie, the mocha tastes really good.
I mean, it really depends on who. Some people prefer it a little bit more bitter.
I know, that's you.
Prefer it a little bit sweet. I personally, I like the original. I think that's okay, but the latte is the way to go. Prefer something a little bit more creamier. Gets me through it, goes down a lot easier. But now for the draft, I'm excited to see how it's going to be playing out with Team Caracal as well as GEEK FAM here. Let's have a quick recap of that previous game. In case you are just tuning in right now, it's 0-1 in favor of Team Caracal.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit on the draft real quick here. Why? What's up?
Hope he's damaged though.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like their objective has been him doing as much damage as possible, and I like the idea of having Arts playing on the Yuzhong. Unfortunately, you know, it feels like GEEK FAM, they put him in a role where Arts is just gonna be disruptive. That's it. He's not gonna be killing people, and that's kind of like the downside, because they pretty much put all their eggs in their baskets onto his Liu B, making sure that Liu B does the job right. He did, but one small mistake. The minions was just pushing into his GEEK FAM's base. They've lost too much turrets. If, and I say if, in that final fight, they still had their tier 3 turrets and the minions wasn't pushed out and Liu B was focused in that fight, probably GEEK FAM would have won that.
I guess, but it's just, I don't know. I think it's a little bit on GEEK FAM's side when it comes down to execution, that it wasn't the cleanest in the world. And I think that this is why Hayabusa is one of those heroes where it's like, you want to be useful during team fights, but there's no way you can guarantee to take out one target. You're guaranteed to take out a target, but not one target. And I think that's a big disparity when it comes down to Ling versus the Hayabusa matchup.
Yeah, I guess if you put it that way, like I like the idea from Burpee as well. He went for the Demon Hunter to try and keep up, which he did. You know, the first pre level 4 situation, he was able to keep up really well with Ling Eza. And I thought he was gonna be doing okay, considering that he's got like what, an early 3 kills against I think it was Neo. But ladies and gentlemen, I have a special announcement, because why? We have just hit 1,000 share milestones, and once again, thank you all. Have we ever hit this quickly before?
No, we have not, and it's thanks to you guys at home who want that sweet prizes. Thank you so much for tuning in to the MPL and sharing all. We've hit the milestones. We've done it. 1,000 shares, all thanks to you. Claim your codes while you still can, and most importantly, remember to stick around until the end of the show. Lucky draw winners for sweet prizes will be announced.
I'm not gonna lie, Gideon. I did not expect this first match to go that intense. Like, what a way to start the day as well, because it was as close as it gets, and both teams, they seem super prepared. I was expecting people to kind of like, hey, this is the first match, people kind of warming things up, you know, it's this week, but it seems like they're ready to go for this.
Yeah, I think people are smart. I think people know that they can farm the MPL this way, and the only way to do it is to get the share, man. That's honestly, just like Milby, you gotta farm, get fat, get those items, max out your emblems, boom, you're ready to go into game. So you guys know what's up. Let's jump into the draft and let's check out how they're going to conclude in this best of 3. Team Caracal on the blue side with GEEK FAM on the red.
Okay, I really want to see how GEEK FAM is going to respond to this. Like, they understood that they targeted Neo's heroes so much to a point, but guess what? You can't ban them all. He still managed to pull out a strat, which, not gonna lie, for the past few seasons, only a handful of people play Hilda and invade the jungle. It's something that people kind of forgot that you can actually do it, because if you think about it, last season, everyone is all about the Francos, the Jawhead, the T-Grill to reset the purple boss, be annoying. But Hilda does exactly the same, but the difference is not about stalling, it's about doing a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I think in this position, it's just the threat, you know? A lot of different heroes are trying to obtain the same kind of goals, and that's just to buy a little bit of time to delay the enemy jungler so that your jungler gets ahead. And in this case, it worked out perfectly fine. Team Caracal, they're banning out the Phoveus, which does tell me that they want to play Lancelot, and they also ban out the Chill. Natural things. They're following game number 1. Fanny Valentina expected to be banned straight away from the side of GEEK FAM.
What are your thoughts on the glue? You did mention that it's not really out of the meta yet, but considering the nerfs here, everyone's just completely ignoring the glue.
Yeah, I think, you know, glue at this point in time, most people are going to be a little curious about it, and it's not like they had a lot of time to experiment with it as well. They can only put so much effort within the week since the patch only recently came out. So let's keep in mind that teams, not everybody is going to be, you know, testing things out. They still need these early points to set themselves up for the rest of the MPL weeks.
Especially if you want to kind of, you know, start things off in the upper brackets, right? You know, a better ranking for playoffs. But of course, that's a different story to tell, maybe, probably, possibly in what, 2 to 3 weeks. However, Matilda ban coming from Caracal. Thoughts on that? Because I felt like,
your team is picking.
I'm sorry to say, Nelby didn't do too much with the previous round from GEEK FAM. I'm surprised they actually banned it.
Well, I think it's because Lolios is probably calling it. I don't want to get continuously harassed under my turret by Lilby, as he continuously, like, completely ignored Hilda for a large majority of the game and went up to make sure that Lolios starts falling behind. Lolios was okay for a good period, but he's stuck in lane and needed some outside help, which is not something he enjoys very, very much. So that's going to be the Lancelot ban for the side of GEEK FAM. Very understandable, as well as picking up the Selena very quickly here from the side of Caracal.
It seems like Caracal, they are gonna keep up with their momentum from game round 1, play a very aggressive draft this again. Game 1, you know, they had Neo being a really, really annoying factor. This time, Selena also gonna be played in a very similar role. GEEK FAM, how will they do with all this aggression? Game 1, they dealt with it by just completely dodging the fights, but they just given up too much objectives. This time, I feel like they definitely need to fight back, but the response here is gonna be the Beatrix and the Rafaela. This is a, I would say, a counter pick away from Caracal to a certain degree?
I suppose, but also most importantly, I think it's just the versatility. Lil B is extremely comfortable playing Beatrix. He's been doing it ever since he has entered MPL MY, and now with Rafaela, at least he has somebody to kind of back him up in case Team Caracal decide to go for a tough matchup like a Popo and Koopa, or something along the lines of getting harassed by the Selena or even a Clint. There's a lot of options where Beatrix may not necessarily be the best in lane, but now Caracal is going to be picking up the Edith for themselves.
Yeah, I like the Edith pickup. Like, Edith is just, I'm not gonna lie, it's even though it's nerf, it's still kind of annoying to deal with. It's a tank that does a lot of damage, and it probably gonna be played at XP lane. But Caracal, they are gonna be going for a little bit more sustains, a little bit more aggression as well to a certain degree. But I don't see this compared to Game 1. Like, what I mean is, I don't see it as aggressive as how Game 1 was.
I beg to differ. I think Caracal is going to put Edith in the support position.
Really?
Yeah, I think they're going to have the Selena. I think they're either going to have the Selena actually be the main mage for the team, and also using Edith as a support. Vice versa, they could use Edith as the mid lane or Selena in the support. Either or is fine to me.
I'm not gonna lie. If they do put the Edith on a support role, I would be very surprised.
I mean, either way, it's okay. At the end of the day, it's about having them as a pair, right? Edith just clears lanes really quick, and with her passive, it helps her out. And that's something that Selena doesn't necessarily have, that wave clear, that control. Now, GEEK FAM, on the other hand, they're going to be locking in the Kadita this time around, and I think Kadita is definitely something they have to keep an eye upon. Seems like a lot of teams are picking up Kadita these days. It's not just AIM, it's not just Dominus exclusive.
Yeah, you talked about the one-shot combo from Dominus, right? Like, he could have just gone for the Kadita in game number 1, opted to go for the Kagura to play a little bit more sustained. But Kagura seems like the Kadita does help him out in this situation. This time, they want to go for the one-shots, and in this case, I think it's manageable. You know, Popo Koopa being banned, you know, seems like that's going to be out the window. A little bit less annoyance in the next couple of fights.
I like it. I
definitely like it as well.
Yeah, luckily we still have to wait for about 2 weeks until Melissa is available, and then things are going to really be shaken up in the gold lane.
Dude, that's a little bit... The thing about MPL, right, it's that they always keep things interesting for you guys. And, and you know what? Where's the Yin? Are we going to see the Yin?
I don't think Yin's going to be played out.
I think Yin is pretty good if Ling Eza brings it up this game right now. Like, Yin, I would say Yin thrives on being snowball from start to end. And considering that they are going to go a little bit aggressive, I feel like it might happen.
I don't think so, because there's 2 matchups which I don't really like. Number 1 is that there's not enough information, not enough picks from GEEK FAM's side to be like reliably saying, yes, I want to pick Yin. I want to go like take this person out. And in most cases, that's going to be Beatrix, right? But Beatrix, generally it's difficult to get on top of her. And the next thing you're going to think of is, what else do I want to get rid of? Mages. Kadita basically one-shots Yin.
True.
And she can go invulnerable. So it's all about like how much time you can buy in the domain expansion. So it's like, I don't see it happening just yet. Maybe if we see the next 2 picks from GEEK FAM, but then again, they are on red side. We're only going to see 1 at most. It's going to be Yuzong, and as well as the Barat going to get banned out for the side of Team Caracal, and we are seeing GEEK FAM banning out the Claude. So Paquito definitely is going into the EXP lane, and the fact that they also banned out the Yuzong, I'm guessing they're getting some form of an immobile gold laner. What would be a good one at this point in time? Arguably Carry, arguably Clint.
Yeah, I think Clinton is something that is going to be playing safe, but seems like GEEK FAM, they want to keep things Caracal, they still want to keep their options as open as possible, but Esmeralda has been picked up, means they need something chunk down through those shields, and yeah, I think the carry looks pretty okay from Caracal if you decide to go for it.
I don't think they're going to go for carry, personally. It's just a terrible matchup. It's a terrible matchup against Beatrix. I think arguably Brody is better at this point of time, but even then, you still kind of need that like continuous damage, because Brody is good at executing people and eventually just putting out consistent damage. But in terms of DPS, Clint is just overall better. So Clint going to be the pickup for Caracal, and they're also going to get Roger as well.
Wait a minute, is this what you're talking about? Wait, a support Edith?
Support. Either it's support
tank
Edith or
Edith.
Mid or support. Either or, the interchangeable. It depends on who.
Or
they
is it Paquito tank?
No, I definitely don't think it's Paquito the tank.
I'm confused. Like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm a little bit curious to see how the tank EDF is gonna go. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I have not seen it before.
We'll wait until GEEK FAM gets their last pick, and then we'll see who Neo is playing exactly, and then we'll get a better idea. For now, GEEK FAM, looking at the lineup against Caracal, I'm not entirely sure what else they can go for at this point. They're still missing a jungler. They could go for Link, but it's still tough. Personally, I think a marksman would be going. Oh, and it's I forgot about Karina. It's been a while since we've seen Karina.
I think Karina is pretty good in this situation.
Hey, it's tank Edith.
Yeah. Wait,
Neo.
Huh? Tank? How?
Yeah, she's great. She clears waves really fast, and then it just allows AIM to kind of focus
Okay.
on, like, okay, clear the lane for me. I'm going to go and disrupt another side, and we're going to be good.
I'm not a big fan of it, but okay, I'm looking forward to see how it goes. This is going to be a surprise factor for me.
Well, let's get into it here, because most importantly, Kai. Oh boy, Kai on that Paquito. He likes the snowball. He likes to go for the Hunter Strike, most importantly, because that's what's going to set him apart against the rest. He doesn't want to play defensively. He wants to be right up in your face. He wants to get that big one-shot. This time, let's see the compositions from either side. It's going to be a full team fight composition for Team Caracal, looking to execute the lowest targets by slowly peeling away. But if we look on the side of GEEK FAM, they have great ways to slow down the fight, great waves to clear waves, and most importantly, drag until the late game.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching game number 2 of GEEK FAM versus Caracal. And in this case, this time GEEK FAM, they will respond with a little bit more aggressive draft compared to Caracal. And Neo now going to be extremely annoying on the EDF. He's going to start things off by invading once again all by himself.
Yep. Personally, I don't think it's the... Oh, he got onward first. He didn't even get the Earth Shatter. Now this is a bit of a waste of time for him. He could have easily cleared this mid-wave with the help of the rest of his buddies, but they needed the information, and that's the most important part. Neo still not connecting the onward, which is getting a little disappointing at this point in time, as they now don't have any pressure across on... Oh no, in case I don't die here, this would be a bad time to die. Oh, the holy healing is getting close, and Neo's forced to flicker on out of there. AIM unable to participate. That is sad, and this is why you take Earth Shatter level 1.
Yeah, that is just unfortunate for Team Caracal. They just lost so much momentum from the get-go. GEEK FAM, once again, this time, this is going to be the response. They do have a better early start compared to game number 1, and I like this response. And Caracal, it feels like they're asking for it, but at the same time, they do have this double marksman strategy, so obviously they are not going to be able to be as aggressive as they were from game number 1. So this is something that I think Caracal, they want to experiment. Hey, we've trained our early aggression. Let's try what happens if we play late game.
Yep, I mean, Team Caracal just want to drag things out and eventually team fight together. GEEK FAM, on the other hand, they're just great. If, you know, Team Caracal gets out of control, they have great ways to just blow up lanes with the help of Lil B. They have great ways to get on top of low target and high priority targets on the side of Team Caracal. They've got a lot of options for the side of GEEK FAM.
Yeah, and top side, Kai gonna be zoned out. Neo does have the information, but there's only so much this EDF can do. Eventually, he will hit pretty hard in later stage of game, and I think Caracal is gonna be banging on that because currently they do have this triple marksman synergy, which is it's unheard of. Like a triple marksman in a pro game.
Well, I mean, one of them isn't really a marksman, to be
It's
fair.
a tank marksman, though.
Yeah, and the other one is a hybrid assassin fighter, but here we go. Arts is coming in with Falling Star mode to take things slow and zone out the rest of the team. GEEK FAM gonna slow things down. Earth Shatter lands, and it's going to be Neo going over to Karina. First blood falling into the hands of GEEK FAM, and boom, that's gonna be Turtle as well.
Well, nothing much they could have done in that situation. GEEK FAM walks in apart from this situation. And Burpee, you know, he's gonna be farming pretty okay. He's level 5, got to the roll, and yeah, that's gonna be the first blood bounty for you guys as well. Be sure to check out with the MPL rewards code for McDelivery.
Yep, Lil B. Oh, he's in trouble! Linkeza, why isn't he going for it? Ah, Linkeza. He respected his enemies a little too much there. That was an absolute free kill for him, but he suspected someone might have been hiding in the brush and he didn't have enough information. I mean, well played for Lil B. He gets out for free.
You know, sometimes, you know, it's all about playing safe, you know. Eventually, the arrow comes in, it does connect, but Purify is on his way. So that's gonna be, they'll be gonna be A-OK. As GEEK FAM, they want to make sure that, you know, I don't know, what's the game plan right here coming from Team Caracal? It seems like they're just stalling, they're having, what? Kai all the way on the top side, already opening up spam, but he's gonna get bursted down immediately.
Yep, that's the snowball we're looking for. Dominus finds the initial pick here as GEEK FAM really are revving up the engines. AIM looking for a potential dive, knowing that Nilby doesn't actually have Purify. Here we go, 4v5 dive. Neo comes in, great first shatter, and they've chunked him out. Lil B goes down. Nelby trying to hide, but no, Linkeza cleans them all up. A good 4v2 dive for the side of Team Caracal.
That was huge coming from Neo with the Earth Shatter as well. Earth Shatter preemptively going for the flicker to set things up for the instant stun, and that was big coming from him. And because of that, they will be able to chunk the turrets down bottom. Meanwhile, GEEK FAM, they're rushing over to try and redeem themselves. However, nothing much they can have done. AIM is providing the information, but he's pretty much stranded. He might actually get bursted down. Dominus missing the skill, and that's going to be AIM A-OK. So Caracal, near-death experience once again.
Yeah, but he still has his ultimate. He still has the rough waves, and that's the most important ability in his arsenal right now, is Lil B just clearing up these waves so fast. I'm surprised they didn't actually go for a lane swap for the side of Team Caracal. Clint still goes down to the bottom side. I was hoping that he goes up top at this point of time, but looks like they want to contest for Turtle.
But Turtle coming in. Dominus still waiting for the right moment to strike. They don't exactly know he's in there. Finally reveals himself. Here he comes. Does he get the one shot? But he doesn't want to go for tank. Dominus will get the arrow in as well. He's going to be chunked out and immediately taken out. Dominus getting a little bit greedy to try to find the right target, but just like that, GEEK FAM, they will get the turtle. However, they might lose a little bit too much. Burpee sidesteps his way through, dodges the Earth Shatter, wants to get the fight in, but unfortunately, they just don't have the tools to continue.
Yep, no tools, not enough gold in their pocket to actually make it happen. It's so early on into the game, so why risk it for the biscuit? Now, down by bottom side, you can already see that, you know, Clint is doing a great job. Loliel's continuing to split push till Kingdom Come, forcing Lil B to stay in lane with him. At a certain point, they need a lane swap, okay? Top tier 1 is looking real juicy right now for someone like Clint, who's already expanded the entirety of the gold lane. He's not going to get bonus gold anymore.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate. But at the same time, you know, I would say Caracal, they're still 50-50s against them. I'm surprised in terms of economy, considering how greedy the drops is. But GEEK FAM, they have to put up a little bit more pressure. They're just playing a little bit too safe. But once again, Neo, a big catch, a 3-man of Shatter! What is going on? That was huge coming from him. And just like that, GEEK FAM, they lost 2. They almost lost the 3rd. But damn, that was a big play coming from Caracal and GEEK FAM.
Huge combinations from either team here. Not a single one backing down from this fight. A good response and initial engage coming out from Team Caracal, but a huge turnaround for GEEK FAM to, oh man, Dominus. That was some good timing. That was some very good timing and a great response coming in from Neo. Do you now believe in the Edith?
Yes, I definitely believe it. You've got to see it to believe it, and I've seen it.
It's great. It does so much work, but the question is, does it scale for the later stages of the game? Now, Lolios, he has already gotten out of the lane. Kai is down on bot side as Lolios makes his way up towards top side, knowing that bottom tier 2 should eventually break. It's literally at 1 HP. It's not even like shaded in red at this point, so you know how low it actually is.
Agreed. All they need is just one tap, and they are going to get it with the minions potentially coming from Team Caracal. Meanwhile, Dominus, you know, pulling the big one in that situation, that would have been disastrous. Meanwhile, Arrow comes in, Burpee, gonna be a little bit in the trouble. He doesn't have his orange buff, but he is a Karina, so it's all good. R's gonna be here to zone things off as they continue to fight. Lil B forces out the rough waves coming from Dominus. Didn't get anything about it, but Lil B, he's gonna get chased. Caracal, they want to snap off the turtle, but nope. Burpee will secure it from the side of GEEK FAM. They will continue for the fight. Caracal is split off and Burpee is taking advantage of the situation. He's got 1 kill, but unfortunately cannot find the second.
Yep, they can't get in on this. That's the problem. Team Caracal, even though they've got a little bit of a lead on their side when it comes down to structures, they can't seem to get in on the fight as GEEK FAM continue to bolster up their forces, making sure their flanks are nice and clean. But this is GEEK FAM's time now to bounce back with their 2.2k gold lead.
Arrow.
They're going to be looking to break in. Kai gets stunned by the holy baptism, ends up going down straight away as Team Caracal lose another member for the defense of this tier 2.
Oh, that was a very desperate attempt coming from Caracal. The arrow did not connect, and Kai was hoping to make something work. Unfortunately, it just did not work at all. Caracal, they are still keeping up in terms of economy despite losing a little bit more objectives this time. But GEEK FAM, they only have a, 2.8k goal lead. It's not that big a difference compared to previous games.
Yeah. And look at that. Look at how patient you see Dominus just waiting in the brush, waiting for Linkeza to walk up. He's about to die here. And, he missed the Breath of the Ocean, and now he's in trouble. Dominus might have to use rough waves early. Yep, there you go. What? Kai loses 50% of his HP to that one move, but Linkeza punishes him at the end of the day. You can just see the power coming in from Kadita as the rest of GEEK FAM is going to be running in. Neo is the next to fall here, and even Rafael of Nilby goes down. But GEEK FAM aren't done just yet. They're looking for some kind of retribution as Linkeza is going to be running circles around them. Lilby is going to take, he's going to take the 50-50. Lilby's almost out. Linkeza, can he get it? No! Ends up dying a burpee.
Oh, that was a very, very tough play here. But Lolios, he's gonna get punished as well. He greeted out, trying to snipe the middle turret, and gets shot off. And that's gonna be GEEK FAM coming up on top once again. Burpee. Whoo, that was a big, big play. But Caracal, they're finally lost their huge lead, and the Lord is gonna be up for grabs. GEEK FAM, they're in position, aim already, trying to scout out for information. Dominus' position has been revealed, but so far, they need to push out the lanes before they can do anything about this.
Yep, GEEK FAM now in a very clear 3k lead ahead of their opponents. Team Caracal looking for an opportunity to get some good combos off, but Dominus is making it extremely difficult for now as AIM has not been able to hit an important abyssal arrow for the longest of times in the past 3 minutes.
And the Lord will be secured from the side of GEEK FAM, means that they will continue to snowball their way through. But Caracal now, currently, they're trying to mirror what GEEK FAM is doing, but it feels like they just need a little bit more items, especially up for Linkeza and Lolios, before they can do a little bit more. But currently, it feels like they just need a break before they can actually do so much. But seems like the break is not going to happen. But Dominus, oh my goodness, how the combos coming from Kai, they actually punish him for this. And now with the arrow comes in, Caracal, this is the perfect time to actually go in for the fight. And they'll be going to be poking from the side. He does have the damage, he has the Rainer as well. And Caracal, they're taking too much. They completely ignore Lilby, and Burpee is on rampage mode. He gets a double, and he will escape at the near-death experience as Caracal tried to desperately force a fight. Oh, unfortunately forgotten about Lilby, and now Lolios is gonna get dive. Here comes the snipe. Oh, just the right amount of damage to take him out as GEEK FAM completely punish Caracal in this fight.
Very clean from GEEK FAM here. Team Caracal had the right idea, but unfortunately the lead was just a little too much for GEEK FAM's side as it kept them alive, made sure that the Shadow Dance from Burpee was able to protect him from the last auto attacks. But now Team Caracal looking to defend their inhibitors desperately as GEEK FAM crack it wide open here with the help of Lilby, who has been monumental this game.
Yeah, and now Neo, a big catch once again, but it's 3 men there, but there's no follow-up. But the rest of the damage coming from GEEK FAM is just a little bit too much. The sustains from MLBB is keeping them alive. They've got the mobility, but Caracal, they're just throwing bodies after bodies. But look at this, they're so low. Linkeza, unfortunately, does not have the damage or HP to fight this. Burpee just goes in for the dives, and Burpee might actually die to this here, but fortunately for him, the minions are coming in. They're going to be having arts to try and take away the aggression as Caracal is forced to back off. So GEEK FAM is somehow able to survive this, but the Edith, you know, the wombo combos look super flashy. Unfortunately, Caracal just does not have the utilities or the tools to follow up on that.
Well, that's what happens. They end up losing. A very important fight, and also including an inhibitor. But GEEK FAM, you know, breaking open an inhibitor this early in the game, very uncharacteristic of them as they like to drag things out. Looks like they're speeding up the clock.
But 12 minutes in towards the game, items are slowly building in. Burpee is all on full items on his jungle tankish Karina. So this is going to be something, you know, a blast from the past for his Karina. Meanwhile, from the side of Team Caracal, they need a little bit more coming from Lolios. Like, I mean, 2 more items before he comes up online.
Yeah, in the moment Lolios does get his items, I'm not entirely sure whether he's going to go for the Blade of Despair or whether he's going to go a little bit more auto-attacky, but the fact is he's already doubled down on two empowered auto-attack items, which is going to be the Endless Battle on top of the Thunderbelt. Both work very well in tandem, but in terms of stacking stats here, he really just needs some raw damage.
Yeah, raw attack, that's going to be very important, but seems like they are going to force a fight once again. Caracal making another attempt. Arts will be able to escape this. Linkeza, unfortunately, not going to be able to re-engage. as the Holy Baptism comes in, but Dominus lying in wait from the bushes from behind. This is the third time Caracal has took this bait and got caught out, and Dominus just, whoo, what a big catch.
Yep, extremely patient as GEEK FAM will be able to nail the turtle for themselves. Sorry, nail the Lord for themselves, as they're going to be now looking to close out this game against Team Caracal. This has been a really tough one. It really has. Like, Team Caracal are literally so close to turning around these fights. They get GEEK FAM so low, but they just can't finish them off.
That is the sneakiest Dominus I've ever seen in his entire MPL career history. Like, not once, but multiple times in a series. This is sneaky Dominus now.
Yeah, it really is, but here we go. Once again, you can see GEEK FAM slowly waiting for positions, waiting to ambush Team Caracal for walking up too far, especially over a purple buff. It's not too crucial for Linkesa at this point of time, but it's just nice to have.
Agreed, but for now, what is Caracal's game plan? The Lord's going to be pushing in from the bottom side. GEEK FAM, they've got all the lanes tallied up, but no, Lolius, he got caught up and gets chunked again, and that's going to be Caracal losing out their marksman. And currently, they do not have the AoEs. Neo, they've got to pick the big ones here. Arts is going to try and zone things out, but the Lord is still so healthy, and I don't think Caracal can do anything about this situation as Lil B chunks out onto the crystal. Here comes Nibiru, and that is going to be GEEK FAM replying 1-1 against Caracal.
Good game coming in from GEEK FAM as they bounce back after game number 1. Lil B steps things up, and Dominus pries this game wide open.
Yo, I like that tap onto this Dominus as well. Like, he put some big boy plans this particular game. Like, who's the true carry? Dominus on his Kadita. Damn, that's crazy.
It was good. It was good. And it's great that Burpee was very sharp on the pickups when it comes down to, a couple of members were still a little low on HP. They could instantly look for those bigger punishes. So well done overall for the side of GEEK FAM. But that brings the score down to 1-1. Let's break down this game, Terrence.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see the games there, considering that anything could have happened in game number 1 and game number 2. But for GEEK FAM to immediately bounce back, even though it wasn't really a big mistake, but I'm really surprised they managed to keep their cool from game 1. Like, arguably, sometimes people tend to be very pressured and they do kind of tilt off or lose their momentum in game number 2. But it seems like GEEK FAM has found a way to maintain the pressure, right? If you think about it, once upon a time, GEEK FAM, if they win clean 2-0s, they're good. But if they lose a game, things just don't, they don't really bounce back. And with this new GEEK FAM, I'm liking it.
They're working on their consistency, which is really, really good. You don't see them make the flashiest of plays, but it's just a slow pressure that you can feel their presence throughout the map. And then when the right time is near, they strike really hard. Dominus is great. It really fits with his playstyle for now. And it's great that the rest of their team members are starting to really warm up and start capitalizing on these bigger moments. For Team Caracal, on the other hand, that's where we do see Neo. He's still the big playmaker for the team. He is still making and opening up that space that they need. But unfortunately, this time, it's just a slight goalie that made all the difference.
Yep. And now, let's take a look towards the item by builds a little bit more before we get a little bit more details here. But I like the little bit of the mix-ups coming in from Burpee in particular. We do see the tank Karina a lot in previous patch, but it was nerfed for this particular reason as well. But I'm surprised Burpee still opted to go for it, and it actually paid off. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Caracal doesn't exactly have a real way to deal with this Karina, likewise or not.
Absolutely, like the two marksmen, every single time the Shadow Dance has popped up, their auto attacks just do nothing to her, and she can just get in on these bigger fights, and she doesn't even have to engage first because Dominus is taking so much attention upon himself that even Lil B, with the help of Burpee, can start shredding their opponents. Arts has a simple job of just slowing them down with a mini stun, and Nelby, he's got the most important role. If he misses that Holy Baptism, then the team cannot follow up as quickly, and we saw when that happens, he lands a Holy Baptism, instantly that person is going to die. Team Caracal is able to push back, but unfortunately, the gold lead from GEEK FAM just gave them just enough stats and items to stack them up. They walk away with literally like, what, 10%, 5% of their HP? Oh, if it was 50-50, Team Caracal would have been able to net kills.
Yeah, talking about 50-50, it's like, most of the fights coming from Team Caracal look so good in game number 2.
Yep.
Like, Neo has gotten so many big pickoffs. But unfortunately, even though it looked good, it should have been a winnable situation for Caracal. But based on the drafts coming from Caracal, they just did not have the AoEs to work with. Like, if AIM wasn't playing a Selena or possibly like what, a Forza or whatever, things would have been so much more different. But all things considered, enough of the stats here, enough of the talk. Let's take a look at the MVP for that match, and it seems like it is going to be none other than Burpee.
Yep, with a 9-0 and 6 KDA, his Karina was able to open up that map and give him the aggression that the team really, really needed, forcing out players into the open and most importantly, shoving away that backline. A full Karina tank build at hand with a 68% match KP. You know it, you love him. Burpee really just fitting in the position.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. I like how Burpee was able to take advantage of the situation to actually dive the backlines in most of these team fights, especially when Caracal is split off multiple times in Lord Period as well. Like there were 3 all the way on the top and 2 on the bottom, and he understood the situation. Hey, this is a numbers game. We've got the numbers. Why not take advantage of the situation? And Burpee was applying so much pressure. And for me, Caracal, they were worried about Burpee, but they just did not take into account the dominance factor on top of it all. So, not gonna lie, Burpee looks pretty good.
Yeah, he's looking much, much better. Each and every week we do get to see him. But, you know, rough game number 1. Game number 2, he really starts to warm up for the team and really starts making the plays. And if in case you just tuned in, this is going to be the highlights of game number 2. Is Team Caracal, like from here, this dive was really good for them because it helped them even out that score. Neo is making these really solid plays overall. And unfortunately for Dominus, he gets punished here. But that's not all. Burpee saves the day, and that's when we see GEEK FAM really starting to push their advantages into the jungle and shoving Neo back and forcing Linkeza to not be able to touch his red buff.
Yeah, now that I mention it, Burpee is just everywhere on these kills. Like, people just completely ignore him, and Burpee was just getting free kills after free kills in this kind of situation. Even a later stage of the game as well, here in this fight, they got on the Burpee, but they just did not have enough damage to shut him down, and Liu Bei was just completely getting free damages all the way through from GEEK FAM. So Caracal, I'm sorry to say, triple marksman, not looking good enough. Like, not late enough. This game is just not late enough.
Yep, I mean, GEEK FAM had a really good draft, and most importantly, they had the counters ready and set up to go, netting them this game. But that brings the question about game number 3. How is this going to play out? Team Caracal, they tried the triple marksman strategy to a degree. You know, one happened to be a hybrid tank, the other one happened to be a hybrid fighter / assassin. The problem was that no matter what, Karina was so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, I'm looking for to see how they actually adapt to it here. It might be just experimenting the drafts. It might be
possibly, yeah.
It might be just GEEK FAM, having a great game in this game. But I'm looking for to see how game 3 is gonna go, and that's gonna happen very, very shortly. But speaking of which, here, anything you want to say?
Well, honestly, not much. I can't wait for game number 3, and thank you to all our English viewers on the broadcast for actually helping us hit that milestone. That being said, we're going to go on a short break as both teams need to re-strategize, rethink, and come back stronger than ever. We'll be back right after this break. Take it away.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree.
Second skill, go Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra Cursed Needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go Muddles is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including models and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move models flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by go models.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to needles.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to muddles using go muddles and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment,
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
Welcome back, everybody, to the English broadcast of the MPL Malaysia Season 9 here with me, Getting Q, as well as Icy Baby 1-2. We've got one more match here between our two very teams. So far, the score is 1-1, Team Caracal versus GEEK FAM.
Yeah, and not to mention as well, both teams, they have played it very, very on point so far. We do see a little bit of a mess up in terms of the Kings there. But before that, I'd like to shout out to our amazing sponsors, because without the sponsors, we would not have all this amazing setup that you're looking here. Our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partner in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, as well as our co-organizer, ESI.
Yep, I mean, without these sponsors, thank you very much for making all of this happen, especially with the 6th stage behind us, guys. Soon you will be able to experience it for yourselves. Until then, wait for more information. But coming up into this next game, game number 3 in this best of 3, whew, it looks like GEEK FAM has really kind of found their own momentum so far.
Yeah, I feel like this is by far the most, I would say, consistent GEEK FAM I've ever seen for a very, very long time. I'm sorry to say. Considering that, you know, they were known as, hey, if we lose game 1, you know, game 2, you know, they kind of just, you know, go all the way down south, right? They have this, like you can see in the cameras, like they're extremely tilted or emotional to a certain degree, but game 1's loss didn't exactly set them back, and I was surprised to see how they played in game number 2. And I don't know, I feel like Caracal right now in game number 3 might be under pressure, unless it was intended to actually experiment with the Edith in game number 2. Unless.
I don't think it's much. I don't think it was an experimentation. I do think it just came down to like 1 or 2 plays that really set the pace, and I think Caracal are not taking it too heavily for themselves. They understand it's like, yeah, it really came down to those 1 or 2 plays. We shouldn't beat ourselves too much over them because they could have done certain things better, but it just didn't happen, and I think that's absolutely fine. Forget about it. Let's focus on this next upcoming game, win the series, and then once they go back home, really analyze the previous mistakes for game number 2.
Now, I've got a very interesting question. Do you think Ling Aza is a not one-trick pony, a very, I would say...
Where's Waldo here?
Yeah, a very hero-dependent jungler.
A hero-dependent jungler? No, I don't think he is a hero-dependent jungler. I do think...
And why I bring this up is because if we were to compare it back to Sonic, back then Waskur, he only plays like, hey, Hanzo and also Sun. In this case, we've seen Ling Aza kind of in the previous season, Alucard, the Aulus, and maybe a couple of games of Ling and Roger as well. But now, do you think that does he bring those back? Or does he just stick with, you know, whatever the team is comfortable with him?
I think at the end of the day, it's just following what the team is comfortable with and how it kind of associates with the meta. And the meta really is dependent about who has control over the earlier stages of the game. Both teams literally were fighting it out to try and gain that control so they can transition into mid-game better. Unfortunately, GEEK FAM took control of all of the mid-game, and it made it really, really difficult as we were getting slowly touching into the later stages of the game, but it was a little too far gone for Team Caracal. But it's time for the draft. Let's see the adaptations. Let's see the changes in the draft as GEEK FAM will be on the blue side as Caracal decided to be on the red side.
Yeah, seems like nothing much out of the ordinary coming from this game when it comes to bans. Valentina still a force to be reckoned with, despite being, what, nerfed not once but twice now in the recent patches. And I don't know, is it really ban worthy? Like, I know you guys brought it up in the pre-show as well that, hey, you know, the damage burst might not be annoying, but if you steal the right ultimate, it can be game-changing for the team. But it seems like GEEK FAM, okay, they will take apparently the initiative to preemptively ban off Ling Aza's comfort heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea. GEEK FAM is following the mentalities of how a lot of MPL players like to play, especially during game number 3, where it's like, oh, we've lost that game, we're under a lot of pressure.
Back to basic.
Yeah, go back to basics, play something that you are extremely comfortable with and that you really don't have to think too much about playing, and you know, you'll start getting ahead. So I think it's a good way to kind of punish that for now, but it does open up things like Lancelot, for an example. Is there anything else that's out of the ordinary? Oh, Beatrix getting banned out for the side of Team Caracal. Wouldn't think that they want to ban it out, but GEEK FAM has been performing pretty well on it.
Yeah, I think the Nathan, okay, Nathan is kind of out of the picture as well. It doesn't read that great, but I feel like there are a lot of heroes that can be picked up. But yes, you did call it out about the Lancelot. But one I'm a little bit curious here is that I'm surprised they did not pick the Edith as well, because game number 2, you know, I'm not gonna lie, it looks so good. It looks really flashy. It looks really, really cool. Didn't help the synergy, but hopefully it is going to be a repeat for them. But looks like it's not going to be the case. Seems like the Cho and the Matilda is going to be the way to go. They don't want to experiment with it anymore.
Yeah, I suppose kind of interesting here. I don't know if I think they're going to be flexing the Cho as well as the Matilda for now. Matilda could go into the mid lane or into the support position. Either or is going to be fine. Same goes for Cho at this point of time, except his is going to be flex as support EXP laner. GEEK FAM will identify, all right, we see the 2 flex players here. We see what they're trying to do. How do we look to stop it? They could look to get Lilia almost straight away, but the CC is rather annoying to deal with. They could go with Cecilia Caracal, but he also has the same problem. Maybe a Purify Cecilia might be the way to go for the side of GEEK FAM. Arguably even Flame Shot, but Kadita, I feel, is the way to go. Oh no, they're going to go for Eve instead, as well as the Esmeralda. Interesting.
I'm looking forward to see like the crazy dominance, and 2 games in a row I've seen crazy. This time for him to play something in the backseat, I don't really like it, but you know what? Eve is always a safe pick as well. It's always a comfort pick, good pick to actually go with. But Caracal, however, going for the Khalid. This is something that I actually do kind of like, considering the sustains coming into the meta. We know that the support healing meta has kind of taken a really backseat pull. Like, we do see GEEK FAM kind of still play it just now, but it wasn't really big of an impact compared to the previous season, the previous patches as well. But having sustains like Yu Zhong, heroes on the offlane here, we have like Yu Zhong, we have Borat, we have like Khalid. It kind of helps a little bit here, even though Matilda's heals are not that great. However, this is kind of interesting. Caracal banning off the Franco. What are your thoughts on this?
They're banning off Franco, so I'm assuming it's something that generally... The fact is that GEEK FAM just has the better wave clear. No matter how you look at it, if Caracal wants to contest, they'll have to use 2 of their heroes in the mid lane to clear up, in comparison to Eve, who can sit in lane and be like, okay, whatever, you can have as many people, I don't generally care. So Caracal is just getting rid of people who can either affect the jungle from afar, or at the very least help contest for that mid lane. Is it that the Edith and as well as the Franco kind of fit the role here? GEEK FAM, on the other hand, they see this, they're like, okay, the fact that you don't want the mid lane to bleed into the jungle, let's get rid of these farm-heavy junglers. Get rid of the Aulis as well. Get rid of things like Alucard.
Yeah, these are all comfort picks for Ling Aza, but I feel like the last pick should be the Ling as well. Considering that Caracal kind of flexed out and say, hey, Franco is a way to deal with the lane. You just reset the buffs, or maybe a great bite coming in would actually kind of stop Ling in his tracks. I feel like that's a little bit too much of a safety measure, but okay, I have no idea what balance is that.
Oh, looks like the band, looks like the image did get a little fuzzed up there, but don't worry about it. We'll come back up shortly enough and we'll have a better idea. But at the end of the day, it means that Caracal is going to be the one who's going to be having priority when it comes to first pick here on the second phase. At this point, what else do they really need here? They do need a gold laner, but so far they've been only utilizing their gold laner later on. It's the Yin for the side of GEEK FAM. Okay, thank you, production, for that. Now, with Team Caracal, even though they don't have Yin, it does tell me that GEEK FAM want to play like a marksman jungler for themselves.
I think they should just pick their gold laner for now. They can still opt the option for their Ling later on. But the Claude has been picked up as well. Game 2, we did see GEEK FAM kind of ban it. They must know something during the scrapes between Caracal. And considering that Claude jungle isn't exactly that great, however, even though this is not really popular in the meta right now, the jungle emblems are starting to kick in towards MPL history, especially coming from the Philippines as well. So I'm not surprised to see the jungle emblem up on Claude for jungles later on.
I don't think so. I think this is going to be Lolios, who's going to be playing the Claude. He's very comfortable with it. I do think it's a bit of a mistake, mainly because Esmeralda is on GEEK FAM's side. So he's going to Blazing Duet, and Esmeralda's going to steal literally all of his shields. So that's going to be a bit of a problem. Team Caracal hovering over the Hayabusa is the best option. I don't entirely agree with it this time around. I would argue that you might want... You can't even take Roger in this particular situation as well. You're limited on your junglers at this point in time, so Hayabusa is kind of the fallback that you have. It's the only other assassin available to you.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And currently, you know, I like how GEEK FAM is going to be bringing on the carry for this particular game, but that's pretty much the drafts coming in from both GEEK FAM as well as Caracal. This is going to be the deciding match coming from both these teams. Caracal, they are going to be, you know, having their backs against the walls, but hopefully with this Claw pickup on Reveals, he is going to be able to carry the team. So I'm looking forward to see how Game 3 is on its way, because we are going to be heading into the tunnel of the Land of Dawn for game number 3. The drafts has been set for GEEK FAM as well as Caracal, with this carry here for the first time here in this game today, this entire series. Can that carry pull wonders, as it has been recently buffed? However, Caracal, they are going to stick with something they're comfortable with, the Claude, the Hayabusa, and the Khalid. Is this going to be the way to go? I'm not sure. Why don't you guys find out? Because this is game number 3 between GEEK FAM versus Caracal.
Who's gonna take the series? GEEK FAM on the blue side with Caracal on the red side. Let's find out as the battle is about to begin. Carry once again going up against Claude in the lane. Claude's got to be extremely careful because level 1 is not where Claude needs to be, especially up against Lil B. But this is what I'm talking about when it comes down to mid lane priority. It's a little tough. Caracal has to sacrifice a lot of HP to actually start pushing their way into the enemy jungle. But Burpee manages to get the purple buff just in time. Neo looking for openings here as Kai finally rotates down as well.
Agreed. Meanwhile, bottom side, Lolios is going to be left uncontested, but Lil B getting a little bit of harassment here. And, you know, I want to talk a little bit more on towards the carry buff so far. Instead of buffing up the attack damage, he does increase 20% overall total damage instead of the physical attack, which is a huge buff, I feel, towards the later stage of the game.
Yeah, it really is a good buff, and I think at this point of time, like, you'll see how more relevant. We'll touch on it later on. You'll see how relevant it is. And for now, Lil B, he has to be extremely wary of aim actually coming in to affect the lane, arguable as well as Neo as well, who wants to get in the middle of this because Lil B knows that he's got a very short period of time which he can harass Lolios, and once Lolios is stacked up and he's got his first item, that's when he can out-sustain it. But now Dominus getting attacked in the mid lane here. Link Aza should secure the kill. Oh, no! The Shurikens went into the wrong direction, but he manages to get off his retribution just in time. He gets burned down. Well played for the side of Team Caracal. It's 1-to-1 trade. Dominus for Neo.
Yeah, a tank for a mage. I feel like Caracal still definitely came out on top of on the trade-off, but still a little bit too close for the comfort. The orange buff did save the day for the side of Link Aza. Meanwhile, Turtle, immediate response coming from GEEK FAM. Caracal is in position, and Link Aza does not have retribution in 5 seconds, so this might be GEEK FAM's one. And yes, it will be secured by Burpee. Meanwhile, here comes the real-world manipulation. Will shut down Kai, and this is a very, very forced fight coming from Team Caracal.
Yep, speaking of forced fight, look down on bot side. You can see that Link Aza is just hovering around the bottom jungle as Burpee has been chunked out quite low. He should be able to get up to 50% of his HP after clearing up the purple, but Nelby taking so much damage. Here comes Link Aza going straight for the dive, but the RNG was not on his side. He takes the quad shadow out of there. Burpee looking for an opportunity, but he jumps back out with a perfect execution.
Yep, needs to go for the reset on top of it. Oh, seems like both teams' jungle has been very, very desperate to actually find some kills, but you can't blame them. This is Game 3. Winner takes all in this scenario. But, however, GEEK FAM, you know, they are getting a little bit more farm. We do see an Enchanted Talisman pick up coming from Dominus. He does have the magic shop on top of it all, so very, very quick one. Hopefully that is going to be helpful for GEEK FAM situation. Meanwhile, Caracal, they need Lolios to get some sort of farm, and I don't know. I feel like Lil B's carry is in a situation where as long as I'm trading 50-50s, I'm okay, because as long as I scale later stage of game, any tanky heroes will be chunked out eventually.
Oh yeah, one thing we didn't get to really talk about is the fact that Lil B is winning out in lane because he does have the killing spree in comparison to Lolios, who has the avarice. So Lolios, despite him losing these trades, he's getting more gold per auto attack in comparison to Lil B. But here comes Neo in the middle of it all. He doesn't want to doesn't want to get into the middle of that fight against Lil B, and Lil B is a little bit ahead when it comes down to EXP as well. But Lolios doesn't mind. You could be 5 levels ahead as long as he has those 2 core items, and Lil B doesn't. It's fine.
Yeah, probably Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Star perhaps.
Yep.
Or maybe the Warwick, but here he comes. He's going to clear the minions. He's doing 50-50s, but it's all good. But Neo looks like he wants to force the issue. Here comes the Flicker, getting the kick as well. They do catch out Lil B, but do they have enough damage? Yes, they will. Just the right amount of sauce will be enough to take him out. Meanwhile, on the middle side as well, Link Aza tries to make a little bit more plays. However, GEEK FAM is not going to respond to this.
Oh, particularly risky, and I'm surprised that Lolios didn't even use his Purify. He waited until the last second to get those last auto attacks. He was extremely confident, but here comes Neo once again, looking for opportunities. He sees Dominus, he spots them all. Burpee in the middle of it, gets hit by the third hit of G couldn't know. Finally gets the perfect execution off just in time as Dominus with his ult doesn't get too much off, gets hit by the Sandstorm, and now that's going to be it as the all starts crumbling down. Nelby and Burpee are gone, and Team Caracal stand up on top.
Oh, Burpee, he needed to do damage into his fight, but instead he tried to go for the turtle still, and unfortunately just did not get it. So Caracal won so much out of that fight, and GEEK FAM, oh my goodness, that was a very, very costly mistake. They've already lost Lil B in that process. There was no way they could have gotten the backup that they needed.
Now, Linkeza wanting to get on top a little bit once more, and oh my goodness, the dive is going to initiate so quickly. Lil B didn't even stand a chance. Loliels with a blazing duet, just making sure Linkeza not even having to use his ultimate there, but well done, well done. They break bot tier 1, but look at how topside is going as well. They're getting some extra help, and they're sacrificing mid lane pressure for it too.
Agreed. But meanwhile, Team Caracal currently, they've got the clear objective now. They've got their levels, they've got the farms, and they are going to try and punish Liu Bi as much as they can. And this is goal time for them. And you did mention as well, Lolios has been getting his farm that he is with those average. And currently he's level 8, means he will start to hit like a truck eventually. Burpee going to be poked up. Lolios, does he force up a Phantom Execution? But seems like he wants to go in for more. But unfortunately, you know, this is foreign grounds for them. They have to back off.
Let's find out. Team Caracal just scrambling around for now as GEEK FAM can't really push back into their own jungle here. It's a little risky to do so, and without the tier 1s on top and bottom side, it's hard to get on top of these side objectives. But Loliels now starting to attack the tier 2s with 2 of his members to back him up, AIM and as well as Neo. Dominus can do so much, but if once mid falls, that's when GEEK FAM is going to lose so much tempo.
Oh, this is a complete different play style coming from GEEK FAM, right? Like, I agree they need this mid control, but it feels like a complete different play style because Dominus is playing a very defensive mage character compared to the previous 2 games, and this is actually kind of messing up the tempo. Lil B now almost getting kicked again, but unfortunately doesn't have to follow in time. The rest of Caracal were prepared, but Neo somehow survives it all. And GEEK FAM, they're very happy they are able to keep Lil B alive for now, but Dominus, he wants to try and get a little bit more of this fight, but do they have the damage to deal with this? It seems like Caracal is just so much faster compared to GEEK FAM.
Yeah, they have just no means to actually chase them down. I mean, the passive traveler, nomadic traveler coming in from Kai is allowing him to, you know, just stay ahead of the curve. GEEK FAM, unfortunately, don't have a real way of initiating these bigger team fights. They have to play these objective-based fights as Team Caracal gets on top of Turtle, but they don't have their Esmeralda along with them, so GEEK FAM, hands off, just lets them have it. Defend the mid lane.
Yeah, it's all about tower defense as of now. Neo going to be poked in, but Burpee not looking the right target. Here comes a dive from AIM, instantly flickers out. Linkeza will focus on the turret, but Caracal, they have to settle a little bit more, but guess what? It was a perfect bait. Lolios got the big catch coming in. Goes with the ultimate and completely blasted them all to smithereens. They're taking a little bit too much damage, but it's not over yet as Linkeza continues to push out the pressure, and GEEK FAM, it will be forced to back off instead. They only lose Nelby, but that's some serious damage coming from Lolios.
Yep, and they've already cracked open the mid-tier 1, which is such a big win for Team Caracal, because now they can start punishing GEEK FAM's jungle economy, and this is going to be where you see Team Caracal start breaking into the 7th, into the 8k gold lead, because GEEK FAM can only do so much to defend.
Yeah, this is extremely difficult, but Linkeza is getting the farm of his life, and he's doing pretty okay in this game compared to game number 2, but still, all things considered, it's not over yet. We've seen game 1, we've seen game 2. GEEK FAM has, you know, put things very closely, as close as it gets for multiple games so far. But currently, now Caracal is setting up an ambush. I don't think it is going to be I don't think they're going to catch anyone yet, but it might happen considering that the Lord is going to be on the bottom side.
Yep. See Neo, he's walking up a little bit more, but Nelby is being very clear that he doesn't want to fall into traps. So every single time he walks up, he has the holy healing to make sure he doesn't necessarily need to face check it. Loliel's at 50% HP. He's going to heal back up to full sooner or later, as he's already got the Demon Hunter sword as well as the Golden Staff. GEEK FAM just waiting for Team Caracal to make a mistake.
Oh, seems like here he comes. Neo does get the Chikundo coming in, unfortunately. Not going to be forcing out the way of the dragon yet. The Lord will be spawned as of yet. And Caracal, they're in position to try and bait things out. Meanwhile, GEEK FAM, they don't exactly have their lanes pushed out properly yet, as Linkeza is going to be pushing up the lanes on top. So GEEK FAM, they have to secure the lanes before actually making an aggressive play towards the Lord. Caracal, they will start things off. GEEK FAM, do they have enough time? Burpee shows himself up top. That means Caracal is going to try and force the issue.
Now, they're slowly pantsing around. They can't really do much about this, and I think even GEEK FAM realized that this just isn't worth risking for at a 5k goal deficit against Team Caracal. They have to wait until the 32k mark, which Team Caracal is very much going to hit as they punch the economy once again. GEEK FAM just want Team Caracal to run into them. They don't have strong gauge in tools, but they do have strong re-engage tools, and more importantly so, disengage tools.
Yeah, that is just so unfortunate. Coming from GEEK FAM, there's nothing much they could have done. And Caracal currently, they just have a bigger lead compared to GEEK FAM. And right now, Lolios is in a situation where he can actually blast up most of the supports coming from GEEK FAM with their Blazing Duet. He just needs the right angle, and there's not really a lot of anyone who actually cancel off his Blazing Duet at all, if you think about it, coming from GEEK FAM.
Yep, here we go. The dive coming in from aiming to get on top of Arts, who gets hit by the third hit of Jiku. No, it's too late. They can't disengage. Oh, Linkeza, he's so deep in it. Oh, the RNG! He manages to get an LB in time, and that's going to be an inhibitor destroyed for Team Caracal. Oh, no, the Lord's going to be crashing in as well with the second wave of Lord Power minions will walk through. Lil B, have you scaled it up? The perfect execution does come out as he jumps out with a puncture. Real world manipulation to try and clear up the wave as soon as possible, but it looks like it's just going to be hopeless. The next wave is in. Caracal take it 2-1 against GEEK FAM.
A very, very clean game coming from Team Caracal here for game number 3 as they completely stomp out GEEK FAM's chances in this situation. Well done towards Team Caracal for taking that win, because that was something I did not expect at all.
Yeah, me neither. Strong game coming out from Team Caracal in game number 3, and unfortunately, that's going to mean that GEEK FAM has taken another loss here. And it looks like in those final moments, it was rough. But it's time to hear the mic check from the winners, Team Caracal. Let's have a listen.
3, 4, 5, 5, 5. Okey, ada monster sini. Wow. Ini orang nak datang. Mantap. Boleh balik lah, oi. Marat kau, oi. Oi. Aku. Nice lah, guys. Oi. Nice. Kasih tahu. Bahaya tak ada. Naskan aku. Aku deskan.
Follow korang. Jal. Gol ulti. Okey. Santai. Dan. Yal. Bawa lepas mid bawa Yal. Bam! Nice! No. Okey! Ambil mid, chill. Sempat mid.
Kira aku zone. Nasa.
Wow, dah siap. Saya Dewa.
Game. Masuk game. Sorry. Talking about. Okay, bro. Bocil. Santai ya, guys.
Satu perlawanan yang cukup sengit, tetapi hanya satu saja juara, dan pasukan daripada Caracal berjaya menewaskan pasukan GEEK FAM 2-1. Anda bersama saya Sid selaku stage host anda pada hari ini, dan dekat sini bersama-sama dengan saya pemain yang cukup popular daripada pasukan Caracal sendiri, iaitu pemain bernama Lolias. Alright, sebentar tadi kita dapat saksikan, saya percaya Lolias dan juga rakan-rakan lain semua sangat gembira berjaya menewaskan pasukan GEEK FAM sebentar tadi. Penggunaan Moskov daripada pihak lawan, adakah pasukan Caracal menjangkakan Moskov akan dipilih di game yang pertama?
Pada mulanya kami langsung tak menjangkakan sebab banyak lagi marksman yang open.
Yes, dan bercakap tentang marksman yang open, sebentar tadi Lolias ada menggunakan Claude, ada menggunakan Beatrix. Di antara kedua-dua marksman ni, mana yang bagi rasa daripada Lolias sendiri marksman yang lebih baik bermain dekat dalam lane rundown? Di antara Beatrix dan juga Claude. Di antara Beatrix dan juga Claude, mana satu yang lebih bagus untuk dibawa masuk?
Beatrix lah. Sebab ada 4 weapon kan. 4 weapon sama dengan 4 ulti.
Wah, dengan kudanya beza-beza. Yes. Itu satu perlawanan yang cukup menarik. Di game yang kedua agak sedikit sukar. Apakah yang menyebabkan pasukan Caracal tak boleh nak catch up dengan pasukan GEEK FAM?
Mungkin sebab kami leka lah. Jadi gameplay tersasar sikit.
Tapi tidak mengapa, game yang ketiga mereka telah pun bangkit dan berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Tahniah sekali lagi saya nak ucapkan kepada pasukan Caracal, dan untuk pasukan Karakal sekarang ini dah berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan yang pertama. Kemenangan yang kedua sebab selepas menewaskan pasukan RSG. Dan apakah kata-kata daripada Lolias kepada pasukan lawan yang akan bertanding yang ataupun berjumpa dengan Lolias sendiri selepas nanti?
Kepada tim lain sana, good luck berjumpa dengan saya.
Bukan jumpa orang lain Alright, jadi itu satu jawapan yang cukup baik. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Lolias. Jadi jangan ke mana, kita masih lagi ada MPL Show. Jadi kita akan bersama dengan Gideon, Lafel dan juga Jasuzuran.
Terima kasih Sif, dan boleh saya katakan kemenangan yang cukup solid buat tim Karakal. Okay, berjalan bersama dengan Lafel dan juga Gideon. Saya nak tanya.
Ya, saya.
Boleh tak kalau macam saya nak cakap yang tim Karakal belajar daripada kesilapan tadi?
Ya, memang boleh, sebab kita boleh tengok di mana game kedua diorang punya disiplin tu out, tapi game ketiga very disiplin walaupun diorang masih agresif. Tapi saya rasa Sif pun kena belajar daripada dia punya kesilapan, dia kena beli mask yang lain kot.
Supaya mask tak naik turun.
No, it was struggling, but you're absolutely right. They do learn from their mistakes each and every single one of those games. And I think for this one, it really just came down to the draft, which just set them up for victory here. I did think they needed to do too much out of the ordinary.
Ya, saya rasa kita kena sentuh sikit pasal carry, sebab kita pun dah berbual pasal carry pada kita punya pre-show, and kita kena tekan kat sini. Mungkin fans tak tahu, tapi apa yang telah dibuffkan kepada carry adalah dia punya first skill, dia punya pinwheel, tapi dia punya perubahan adalah daripada extra physical kepada total. Extra bermaksud hanya daripada item, total maksudnya item dan juga hero. Tetapi dia punya first skill tu juga, dia pada pendapat saya, dia lagi bagus untuk kiting sebab dia tolak ke depan dan akan slowkan enemy. So, I rasa pemilihan carry kat sini not the best lah. Moskov tadi pun boleh argue lagi dia, maybe not the best.
Baik, sekarang jom kita tengok itemization sebentar tadi untuk pasukan GEEK FAM. Gideon.
Yeah, looking at the item build so far, there's nothing much we can really say for GEEK FAM because it was just continuous aggression coming in from Team Caracal. They were winning every single one of these situations. So the thing that we can talk about is the draft. And like you mentioned, Carrie was really overall just struggling. Like, even though that, yes, she was having a decent lane against the Claude, mainly because of her emblem killing spree over the Avarice.
Tapi selain daripada tu, kita still boleh sentuh juga pada bahagian itemization, di mana Carrie, kalau kita tengok dia punya first two items adalah Wind Talker dan juga Thunderbelt, di mana perubahan kepada first skill adalah total physical attribute kat situ, tetapi Wind Talker tak ada physical stat yang besar, and Thunderbelt juga more kepada defensive item. So dekat sini Lil B dah menyebabkan nak tunggu jauh lebih lama untuk dia keluarkan damage pada enemy. Dia level 11 tapi cuma ada 2 item dekat sini. Kalau dia rush endless battle mungkin ada damage lebih sedikit, but macam mana pun kalau kita tengok GEEK FAM punya itemization memang langsung tak ada damage. Dominance dekat sini dengan adanya Enchanted Talisman dan juga Ice Queen 1 bagus untuk utility, bukan bagus untuk damage. Nelby menggunakan Rafaela, defensive item. Arts menggunakan Esmeralda, defensive item, ada Enchanted Talisman, ada Dominance Ice. Kalau dia, cuba untuk buat damaging item, maybe okay. And Burpee, first pick Lancelot, kita nak ingatkan kat sini, juga tak membawa impact yang besar. Walaupun dia ada 2 item kat situ, War Axe dan juga Malefic Roar. Either way, GEEK FAM punya line up dekat sini based on punya itemization memang tak cukup damage.
I think at the end of the day, it does show that Burpee is quite reliant on the rest of his team. He's not an independent jungler that can force out these plays, but he still needs his team to make it happen. Let's look at the post-game stats here, and maybe we'll get a better idea. Because in terms of damage, Dominus still is blowing it out for his team, and I'm surprised that Linkeza actually does have the most damage for his team because I thought AIM was doing a really good job at continuously harassing.
Ya, kita boleh gaduh sikit pasal Burpee sebab kita dual opinion yang berlainan. But yeah, looking at kita punya stats kat sini, kita akan tengok stats. Look at pula, kita kena full Malay kali ni Aiman. Rich Guy dan juga The Carry diberikan kepada Link Eza 833 gold per minute dan 25,000 damage yang dikeluarkan. Sandbag dan juga Forgotten One diberikan kepada Neo, di mana 55,000 damage yang diterima dan 6 total assist. Dan kalau kita tengok daripada segi damage, lagi sekali kita kena tengok Burpee yang dia siapkan 2 damage item, still tak boleh nak keluarkan damage yang besar, dan antaranya adalah disebabkan setiap kali dia ke depan dia akan terima banyak damage, macam mana Gideon sendiri cakap, daripada aim, and then Neo ada crowd control dekat situ. And yeah, Link Eza, I rasa in terms of macam mana dia boleh keluarkan damage banyak macam ni, kita nampak banyak kali dia rotate kepada bahagian mid lane, and setiap kali dia ada peluang dia akan gunakan dia punya Ogi Shadow Kill.
Yeah, and honestly it came down to just one unlucky RNG during the mid lane.
Dua kali.
2 times that RNG was just not in their favor, and Linkeza was getting the 2 crucial kills that he needed to actually send him flying ahead and skyrocketing ahead of Burpee.
Ya, either way pasukan Caracal boleh katakan lagi kalau kita tengok daripada segi kill dekat dalam game ni diorang tak fokus sangat kepada kill, diorang fokus kepada objektif.
Betul. Jadi sekarang jom kita tengok untuk MVP kita game yang ketiga sebenarnya tadi. Esa 301 kill participation 50%, match goal per minit. Betul tak?
Oh, mantap.
Nampak tak saya?
Bagus je.
Nampak. Jadi daripada segi item kat sini boleh ceritakan sikit.
Ya, daripada segi item dan juga sebenarnya gameplay tu yang saya rasa sangat penting, di mana pasukan Caracal kebiasaannya semua professional team, diorang akan cakap okey, apa rotation yang kita nak lakukan, dan nampak gayanya coach Kuja dah bagi tahu dekat Linkeza, okey, kau punya kerja pergi dekat bahagian tengah and try untuk harass. Dapat kill, perfect. Tak dapat kill pun tak apa. And kita nampak banyak kali dia pergi kepada kawasan tengah walaupun KDA tak banyak, tetapi impact dia sangat besar dalam game ni, Gideon.
Yeah, I think his impact is impeccable, and I think the biggest call here that's most important.
Boleh dengar players semua jerit.
Yeah, you can hear them shouting like at the top of their lungs. The important thing for Team Caracal is the fact that they played around their dives, right? Whoever sets up their dives, it's going to be Linkeza who's going to be there and be a part of it. He's going to be a spearhead. He goes in, takes a bit of damage, and then initiates for the rest of the team to walk through.
Ya, lepas ni kalau kita tengok pada bahagian highlight juga, antara benda yang saya nak sentuh daripada segi mereka punya draft untuk kedua-dua team, di mana pasukan GEEK FAM, di mana mereka dah ada carry, nampak seperti mereka nak main style kiting. Tapi nak kite lawan dengan Hayabusa, nak lawan dengan Claude, sangat-sangat susah sebab diorang adalah blink style of heroes. Diorang bukan jenis yang just speed up macam tu, yang slow impact banyak sangat. So kalau you slowkan Hayabusa, dia just quad shadow ke belakang. So apa kata sekarang ni kalau kita tengok kepada bahagian highlight, and highlight ni again bukan kill yang banyak, tapi macam mana kat kawasan tengah ni selalu Team Caracal letak pressure yang besar, dan 2 kali this is just situasi di mana saya rasa banyak Hayabusa player akan faham.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you get a little lucky sometimes, and more importantly so, we don't usually see a lot of teams actually try to go for these like mid dives most of the time. They actually like doing clean dives down on the bottom and the top side of the team. But this comes down to GEEK FAM and their biggest problem, which is going to be their draft here. They have no real way to engage, and they're very dependent on arts getting out of the lane to set this up.
Saya punya soalan senang. Game yang pasukan GEEK FAM tak menang adalah game yang diorang tak dapat Beatrix. You punya opinion?
I think that is fair. I think that is a fair argument, but I also think that it's heavily dependent on what Dominus is playing. Let's say Dominus was playing Kadira this round. I think there would have been a much different perspective when it came down to mid control rather than just the Eve.
Kalau dia pakai Kaja?
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. It might be a 50-50 for all we know.
Baik, sekarang jom kita tengok kedudukan kumpulan untuk grup B.
Yes.
Nombor 1 Team Caracal, RSG, GEEK FAM dan juga Toda. Rafael.
Ya, dekat sini kita boleh tengok di mana pasukan Red Esports dan juga pasukan Caracal daripada segi point, daripada segi win rate dan sebagainya, dua-dua sama. So kalau kita tengok standings, nampak seperti Red dan juga pasukan Caracal nampak sama kuat. Pasukan GEEK FAM mulakan season ni lebih kurang sama dengan MPL Indonesia sebenarnya, di mana mereka so far belum menang apa-apa perlawanan lagi. Well, diorang ada menang 2-1, but entire series tu diorang tak menang lagi.
I think they're a slow roller. You know how teams are like week 1, week 2, like take it easy. Let's get the chemistry together, really oil the gears, and then polish up for the.
Sekejap, saya nak tanya, Cuk ini just nak tahu, nak tambah knowledge ya. Selalunya kalau week pertama, week kedua ini biasa macam team macam lambat panas, belum nak warm up lagi, tu biasa
Dia antara lambat panas untuk dua benda. Nombor 1, masih tak sure sangat apa yang pasukan lawan nak cuba lakukan. Jadi kadang-kadang terkejut. Diorang tak expect draft tersebut. Itu nombor 1. Nombor 2 adalah player sendiri macam ada mental block main dekat atas stage. Tapi dekat dalam game ni, pasukan GEEK FAM, saya rasa macam mana Gideon cakap, mereka punya kesalahan mungkin pada bahagian draft. Dia antara dua, sama ada Amok's draft dalam situasi di mana player dia tak boleh nak ambil advantage, ataupun player punya hero pool tak cukup besar untuk sesuaikan diri dengan Amok's punya draft style.
Aku dah tambah satu lagi. I think see, I was preparing that.
You did. Baik. Okay, silakan.
Thank you. I think the most important thing here is also feeling that in the players' positions, they're also trying to feel out what it's like on stage against other teams, especially in an official match, because there is a different feeling between scrims and an official game, and two play styles can be extremely different. We can see in certain teams that some feel nervous, while others are giving a lot more respect than usual. And I think with Link Eza in that second match, you can see he wants to go for that kill. He decides to pull backwards, thinking that the team might be there. And I think a lot of the decisions on stage takes a while to really warm up, and I think usually week 3 and week 4 is when we see the potential of polish.
Lagi satu just nak cakap, di mana kita nampak pasukan Karakal bila kita tengok diorang punya mic check sangat-sangat vokal, di mana bila diorang dapat turtle, dapat lot dan sebagainya, sampai jerit kat team sebelah, baliklah. So nampak very, very interesting pasukan Karakal ni.
Baik, jadi kita dah tengok Abja pun nak cakap apa yang Abja belajar tadi. Kita tengok untuk pasukan Karakal tadi, apa kita analis tadi daripada belakang ni kita tengok. Okey, walaupun mereka sedar yang mereka ada silap, tapi diorang cepat-cepat belajar daripada kesilapan.
Exactly, betul.
Itu yang membuatkan mereka menang game yang ketiga. Tangan diam. Game yang ketiga sebentar tadi.
Satu analisis yang bagus. Sebab betul. Itu antara susahnya, di mana kita kena tengok pada GEEK FAM, boleh tak diorang buat benda sama yang pasukan Karakal, boleh tak mereka belajar daripada kesilapan mereka, sebab mereka ada 2 game yang mereka kalah. Apa yang mereka boleh belajar? Sebab game pertama diorang belajar, game kedua dapat apply. Sekarang game ketiga kalah. Apa yang diorang dah belajar, yang diorang kena masuk dalam diorang punya gameplay untuk match yang seterusnya?
I think it just comes down to priority of the lanes. I think it really comes down to having that control to be able to set up the lanes, because the meta right now isn't about waiting for that late game. It's doable, but is it the most effective strategy? So far, based on what we've been seeing so far, every time a new season starts, everybody wants to be aggressive until they can figure out a way to stall the game. But the meta right now just says no, it's either early or mid game. If not, you're not going to have a late game.
Ya, saya setuju, sebab kita tengok di mana patch yang sebelum ni, priority telah diletakkan ke atas turtle. Disebabkan sekarang turtle, bila kita berjaya untuk secure, semua player dapat, bukan seorang saja. And bila semua player dapat, diorang boleh menang diorang punya lane. And kalau mereka cuba untuk lakukan team fight, mereka juga boleh menang team fight tersebut.
Baik, macam best lah. Saya rasa kalau saya duduk lama lagi kat sini, rasanya boleh pergi My Take Glory. Baik, jadi jom kita tengok key to success sebentar tadi.
Okay. Ya, kita akan tengok balik di mana untuk pasukan Karakal, bukan saja mereka punya key to success, tapi mereka sebenarnya kacau key to success pasukan GEEK FAM. Sebab sekarang kalau kita tengok, mereka kena ambil advantage dominance punya aggression. Tapi pada pendapat saya, GEEK FAM dalam game ni dominance tak banyak kali out of position. Jadi dekat sini pasukan Karakal tak boleh nak 100% menggunakan dominance punya kesilapan. Tetapi yang betul-betul bagus di mana walaupun bukan Zaraki yang bermain, Neo yang bermain, tapi dia menggunakan crowd control hero bila dia menggunakan Edith, dia menggunakan Cho. Dia punya setup tu bagus untuk dia punya pasukan, dan mereka punya objektif disiplin. Game kedua tak ada, game pertama dengan ketiga ada. Jadi dekat sini boleh dikatakan pada pendapat saya, nombor 2 dengan nombor 4, dengan nombor 3, mereka berjaya untuk capitalize mereka punya key to success. Dan nombor 1 mengharapkan Dom untuk out of position, di mana berdasarkan apa yang saya tengok, Dom tak banyak sangatlah out of position sebenarnya. Tapi itu pendapat saya. Gideon, you sendiri cast game tu.
No, honestly, I totally agree with you. Like 2 and 4 is going to be like the number 1 on the list on why Team Caracal was able to achieve victory so easily. Number 1 was a little bit more difficult because Dom was actually taking full advantage of it, saying, hey, you expect me to be aggressive, you won't expect me to be in this position. And then once you figure it out, he changes up his play style, not being in the same place at the same time each and every fight. He's trying to change up the behaviors, keep them on their toes, but at the end of the day, Team Caracal, the early objective discipline has to be number 1. Those turtles set them so far ahead.
Ya, and sebelum kita cerita pasal match yang seterusnya, saya juga nak cakap di mana key to success untuk pasukan GEEK FAM yang mereka tak berjaya untuk securekan. Nombor 1 adalah prioritaskan Selena ataupun Beatrix. Game yang mereka kalah adalah game yang tak ada Beatrix. Kemudian mereka punya key to victory yang ketiga adalah mereka kena menang mid lane. And aim, lagi macam yang you cakap tadi, menggunakan Matilda, menggunakan Lilia, berjaya untuk menang dia punya mid lane.
Baik, such a good kita punya perbincangan. Jadi untuk kita punya perlawanan seterusnya di antara SUHAZ dan juga MLBB. Kita pasal SUHAZ, last week kita tengok diorang punya tim bukannya tak kuat, dia kuat. Cuma mungkin orang cakap, mungkin boleh saya cakap tak ada luck kat situ.
Betul, tak ada rezeki. Kan,
sebab diorang punya tim memang kuat, saya rasa, pendapat saya lah. Untuk MLBB, saya rasa kalau nak cakap kita punya bahasa orang putihnya apa tu, stage fright.
Yes, betul.
Stage fright tu untuk first week mungkin kita boleh terima lagi. Rasanya untuk second week, rasanya kita dah tak boleh pakai alasan tu.
Ya, saya rasa saya akan pass kat Gideon untuk cerita lebih dekat sini. Tapi saya akan cerita di mana untuk pasukan MLB, kita dah berbual dengan diorang punya coach, and coach ni cakap dia tak suka di mana team dia sendiri masa dekat dalam scrim performance out of this world, memang sangat-sangat fantastic, tapi bila masuk dekat atas stage memang diorang punya stage fright tu melebih. Antaranya bila diorang review balik communication tak kena, kemudian beberapa micro skill ataupun kesilapan mekanik mereka lakukan. Dan untuk pasukan SUHAZ, mereka first game pertama yang mereka berani untuk cuba benda baru, perform. Bila nampak game kedua dan game ketiga, nampak macam diorang dah hilang fokus.
I think it's about comfort, right? It doesn't matter whether it's for SUHAZ or for MAB. It's about how comfortable are you on that stage when everybody's watching and having that pressure on your shoulders when it happens.
Baik, jadi kita punya rasanya tak sabar kan. Jadi jom kita tengok untuk MPL learning kita sekarang ini. Okey, yang ni saya nak kena tanyalah untuk anak. Hero mana yang mempunyai pemilihan tertinggi pada minggu pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-9?
Ya, dekat sini kita akan bincangkan antara Fanny, Hayabusa dengan Cho. Saya rasa Fanny banyak kali kena ban. Jadi mungkin bukan Fanny, Cho pun ada beberapa game yang dia kena ban. Hayabusa yang tak banyak ban sebenarnya.
That's fair. That's fair. I can't agree. I mean, Fanny, at the very least, we know has only been allowed, what, one time?
Two times.
Two times through the draft this time round. So, I mean, do some counting. I think people can figure it out pretty quick.
Kalau win rate, Fanny.
Oh,
tapi,
for sure.
Tapi pick rate, pemilihan. Antara Hayabusa ataupun Cho. Tapi Cho ada berapa kali kena ban?
Mungkin anda tahu jawapan dia. Random satu skin menanti anda lah. Jadi, good luck kepada anda semua. Jadi, untuk match kita yang seterusnya kejap lagi, saya rasa kita pun dah tak sabar-sabar. Saya berjadi ada benda penting nak bagi tahu kepada anda semua. Alright. Anda semua boleh tunjukkan korang punya semangat MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 pada kali ini. Sertai hashtag ini gaya kita. Apa yang korang perlu lakukan adalah buat video TikTok paling kreatif. Tak kisahlah nak main game ke, nak gitu ke, boleh, tak kisah. Dan anda berpeluang untuk memenangi telefon pintar rasmi Samsung A series dan Crucis Secret Lab M3 eksklusif dan MLBB punya demo setiap minggu. Kejap, for real?
For real? Dah menang dah pun. Dah ada dapat gaming chair, dah ada dapat phone. Kalau I dapat apa-apa tu, I memang takkan komplain.
Saya nak tanya, kita dilarang mencuba ke?
Tak tahulah.
Okey, kita boleh masuk, kita boleh je cuba. Yang menang kalah tu itu yang tak pasti. Kita boleh cuba, menang kalah tak tahu.
Jadi pastikan anda semua bagi tahu dekat semua saudara mara supaya cuba hashtag ini gaya kita. Dan kita punya match pertama telah pun selesai. MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery bersama dengan telefon pintar rasmi Samsung dan diraikan bersama dengan Nescafe. So kita jumpa sekejap lagi. Sama-sama kita sekejap sebelum tu nak cakap. Okey, MAB dan juga SUHAZ, mereka boleh bagi pendapat, boleh bagi kasih-kasih tim mana yang anda rasa boleh menang. Jadi kita jumpa selepas ini.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree.
Second skill, go Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra cursed needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go Muddles is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by Go Muddles.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to Needle.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to Muddles using Go Muddles and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind Muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala demi negara, ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh ku pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala demi negara, ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar.
Selamat kembali ke pre-show MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery bersama dengan telefon pintar rasmi Samsung dan diraikan bersama dengan Nescafe. Saya kat sini Abeja dan kita ada Sif, masih lagi kita ada Lefel dan juga Gideon.
Yap, kita dah masuk ke MPL show yang kedua untuk hari ini kerana kita ada 2 game dan game seterusnya adalah pasukan SUHAZ menentang MLBB. Gideon dan juga Lefel, sebentar tadi apa yang boleh kita recapkan dengan secara ringkasnya?
Kalau dengan cara ringkas, GEEK FAM masih kekal mereka punya style 2-1 dan I punya risau boleh ke GEEK FAM perform kalau mereka tak ada Beatrix.
Caracal did a really good job. They learned from their mistakes and they rolled GEEK FAM 2-1. Easy.
Alright.
Jadi kita dah Betul lah. Tadi kan.
Ringkas dan padat.
Okey.
Pedas dia punya ayat tadi.
Pedas. Jadi ada apa-apa penambahan kita nak tambah recap ke kita nak terus bincang match kita yang seterusnya? Mungkin ramai orang tunggu jugalah sebab masing-masing kedua-dua tim ni masih lagi orang tunggu kat mana dia punya sengat tu kat mana, right? So kita tengok head to head kita punya ni.
Yap, dan seperti anda dapat saksikan di antara SUHAZ dan juga MLBB, kali ini saya suka nak tekankan dari segi pemilihan hero yang mereka sering saja gunakan. Untuk pasukan SUHAZ, mereka ada Lilia dan juga Popol dan Kupa. Sementara pasukan MLBB Esports adanya Sicilian dan juga Hayabusa. Mungkin Gideon ada sedikit sebanyak yang mungkin ingin diperkatakan tentang pemilihan hero daripada kedua-dua pasukan.
Well, honestly, it comes down to what they're most comfortable with here. I think it's surprisingly for SUHAZ Esports, it's like picking up, especially for HYHY, picking up something like Popol and Kupa. It's not easy. The hero itself is extremely mechanical and requires a lot of precision. But the fact that they played it throughout 3 games alone, throughout the total of the games, it's really impressive. But also MLB Esports, we're seeing this like comfort style. Nobody in the MPL is like, I want to play Sicilian because I'm the best. Nobody ever says that. It's just the safe hero that scales for the late game.
Dan kalau kita berbual pasal Sicilian juga, kalau kita tengok daripada segi stats, total damage dealt lebih berpihak kepada MLB. Antara benda yang kita kena cerita ialah MLB ada 4 game berbanding dengan SUHAZ 3 game, dan juga kebanyakan permainan MLB akan pergi kepada late game, di mana bila dah sampai kepada bahagian late game, Sicilian punya damage akan jadi jauh lebih tinggi. Jadi saya rasa in terms of damage dealt, mungkin kedua-dua tim nampak lebih kurang sama, cuma sebenarnya MLB push late game menyebabkan damage diorang nampak lagi besar.
Dan kalau kita dapat saksikan kat first lot rate untuk pasukan SUHAZ lebih sikit berbanding dengan pasukan MLB Esports. Ya, kita tahu bagaimana pasukan SUHAZ dah hampir 3 season berturut mereka mengekalkan roster yang sama. Mungkin dari segi chemistry, yes, mereka dah ada antara penyebab ataupun penyumbang kenapa SUHAZ mampu untuk dapatkan lot, dan berhadapan dengan pasukan yang baru masuk dekat MPL Malaysia musim ke-9, MLB Esports, mungkin mereka akan gunakan kelebihan tersebut untuk menewaskan MLB Esports. Gideon, what do you think?
I think that it's a fair argument to have, but the fact is, both SUHAZ Esports and MLB used to come from a semi-professional league, you know? That era, the tier 2s, everybody's been waiting for, and a lot of controversy has been going around saying, like, we need more people from the tier 2s to step up. These are the tier 2s who have stepped up, and unfortunately for SUHAZ, they may not necessarily have the best performance during their previous season, but I think MLB can really make a statement. It's just that they need to start performing from here. They need to make their statements now.
And yang saya risau adalah first lot rate, macam mana Steve ni cakap, di mana kebiasaannya SUHAZ yang akan mula menyerang lot awal-awal, and MLB ada lot mereka sendiri. Saya risau kalau itu jadi faktor dalam game ni. Ke tak ada?
Okay, good game.
Rasanya tak ada kemungkinan.
Tak ada kot. Ada.
Tadi saya nampak lot tu datang.
Tengoklah macam mana. Jadi sekarang juga kita tengok untuk key to success untuk pasukan SUHAZ Esports. Objektif yang pertama, Sid boleh ceritakan sikit apa saya tengah cari cara tu macam mana kita nak baca dia punya stat ni.
Alright, kalau kita melihat kat sini, itu akan reflect balik dengan team head to head, di mana mereka akan fokus kepada early objective, which is antara dia untuk dapatkan seperti turtle ataupun cuba mendapatkan lot, dan mereka akan cuba tidak terlampau overextend apabila berada dalam team fight, sebab benda tu yang akan mengukur mereka. Jadi kalau mereka dapat menjaga mereka punya team fight ataupun mereka jaga dia punya jarak, mungkin itu akan menyebabkan pasukan lawan agak sukar untuk mendapatkan pasukan SUHAZ, dan kita akan saksikan mereka akan fokus kepada EV. Antara nama yang sepatutnya tak join pasukan SUHAZ tapi kali ini diserap kembali, dan mereka akan memberikan sepenuhnya fokus kepada EV untuk pastikan mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan hero EV. Dan yang terakhir sekali, paling senang, bagi space untuk box. Gideon.
I think the most important one is creating space for box, right? That was their recipe to success when they first debuted in the MPL. And if they can actually extend it here, because even last week we saw 1 or 2 games where, yes, there is a little bit of space for box, but then again, he is playing very limiting types of assassin-style junglers. I'm waiting for him to show off some marksmen. I'm waiting for him to really focus on what he's good at.
Dan sekarang kita tengok untuk pasukan MLB. Lefel mungkin boleh ceritakan sikit kat sini kalau kita tengok untuk pasukan MLB punya key to success. Surprise drop.
Satu bagus Abid memang bagus. Tapi ya, kalau kita tengok key to success, kalau kita nak simplekan, mereka kena jaga-jaga pada bahagian draft, sebab coach Vin daripada SUHAZ boleh mengeluarkan hero berklik macam Dyrov. Kemudian mereka kena bersedia dengan DA's aggression masuk ke dalam jungle mereka sendiri. Kemudian cuba untuk pentingkan hero yang boleh pergi ke arah belakang disebabkan AJ, dan mereka kena gunakan objektif sebagai bait. Pada pendapat saya, antara 4 key to success dekat sini, yang betul-betul mereka boleh kawal adalah yang poin ketiga. Disebabkan poin pertama terpulang kepada SUHAZ. Poin yang keempat juga, kalau SUHAZ sendiri tak cuba untuk dapatkan objektif, susah untuk bait. Jadi yang mereka boleh kawal adalah nombor 3. Pentingkan hero yang boleh kacau AJ. Sebab AJ suka pakai stationary mage yang keluarkan burst damage yang besar. Macam sebelum ni kita nampak dia pakai veil dan sebagainya. Jadi daripada segi mereka punya draft, mungkin yang paling bagus adalah dive lebih banyak ke arah AJ.
Ya, dan tadi Lafel ada sebut tentang Coach Rin daripada SUHAZ dan kali ini Vin, sorry. Tadi saya dapat melihat kelibat Nenas dan mungkin Nenas yang akan berada di belakang pemain MLBB untuk melakukan drafting. Jadi, bagi pendapat Gideon dan juga Lafel, adakah dengan presentnya coach dekat belakang pemain ketika mereka melakukan drafting, adakah itu antara penyebab mereka mampu untuk melakukan draft dengan lebih baik?
I don't think it's really going to affect the draft too much because at the end of the day, if it's the coach's call, the player must respect it. The players can, put a little bit of input at the end of the day. But I think the important thing is that the fact that Nanas was an ex-pro player, he understands the mentalities that all the players are going through. It's not about just the draft side, but also the mental stress that the players are going through once they're up on stage, that Nanas can actually help contribute and actually put them in the right path.
Saya setuju sebab kita berbual dengan MLB punya coach, mereka sendiri cakap yang problem yang paling besar, performance dekat scrim dan juga on stage terlampau berbeza. So macam mana Gideon cakap, kalau mereka berjaya untuk improve mereka punya mental state atas stage, MLB mungkin ada peluang yang lebih besar untuk untuk menang lawan SUHAZ Esports.
Jadi ini tak bermakna mana kata kalau kejutan macam MLB tu boleh persembahkan kejap lagi, so tak mustahil untuk MLB menang 2-1 ataupun 2-0 dengan pasukan SUHAZ.
Sebab MLB pada pendapat saya mereka main terlampau selamat. Mereka cuba pergi kepada bahagian late game dengan adanya Sicilian. Kalau mereka nak ubah, sempat ke tak diorang nak ubah dalam masa seminggu untuk ada aggression awal sikit?
Mungkin kita akan saksikan dalam game yang pertama kerana itu yang akan menyebabkan apa yang akan berlaku untuk game yang kedua ataupun possible game yang ketiga. Kerana game pertama kita boleh saksikan adakah mereka akan menggunakan momentum tersebut sebagai kelebihan ataupun momentum tersebut menjadi kekurangan mereka untuk pihak lawan counter balik.
That's actually a really good point here because I think whoever usually wins game 1 feels really comfortable, especially in MPL MY during game 2. We've seen it with so many teams. Win game 1 and game 2 like, no problem, hands off the wheel, drive with our feet, don't worry about it.
you punya time stop tu memang awkward gila. Tapi kalau kita berbual pasal SUHAZ, yang I nak tengok adalah mereka punya pekat bahagian mid. Sebab kita nampak Box masa dia punya debut antara the best jungler yang kita pernah nampak. Daripada segi KDA, daripada segi damage, daripada segi gold per minute, Box on top. Tapi sejak tu nampak macam dia dah level biasa-biasa, tengah-tengah kat kawasan jungle. Sama juga dengan AJ. I nak tengok diorang boleh step up ataupun tidak.
Adakah ini boleh dikatakan mereka duduk dalam keadaan yang selesa yang macam awak cakap tadi kan? Tapi itulah, saya pun tak dapat nak expect game kita yang sekejap akan jadi macam mana. Sebab kita tahu MLB last week macam mana dia punya performance. Dah maksudnya diorang dah fix benda tu. Sebab ada masa seminggu untuk fixkan the problem, right? That's why untuk game sekejap lagi, kita pun berjaya pun tunggu apakah kejutan yang akan dilakukan oleh MLB dan juga SUHAZ Esports.
Ya, dan bercakap tentang kejutan yang paling saya tak nak 2-1. Biar kejutan tu 2-0. Tapi mungkin saya nak tambah sikit poin daripada Lafel.
Saya manjanya awak cahaya. Saya nak cakap satu je. Awak dengarlah cakap cahaya.
Awak tak suka cahaya ya. Alright. Tapi Box dia punya debut memang antara yang paling terbaik, pernah dinobatkan the best rookie. Tetapi apabila dah menjadi yang terbaik, orang dah mula target dia sebagai benchmark. Jadi orang akan sentiasa target dia dan dia akan suka sebab kalau kita bercakap tentang Box sendiri dari segi dia punya hero pool daripada season 7 masuk season 8 dan masuk sampai minggu pertama season 9, nampak tak banyak berubah. Adakah itu antara penyebab kenapa prestasi SUHAZ makin lama semakin mudah dibaca?
No, I think that they're easy to read because it's the general textbook style of play. I think everybody generally knows how, what's the most optimal path to play in the game. The question is how you kind of approach the situations. What really affected the performance overall, I would think that it's a lot with conflicting ideas with how the game should be played, especially between when it comes down to the supports and the side laners. They can't seem to get a cohesive line of play because somebody must sacrifice if the other were to get ahead. If HY gets ahead, that means Eevee has to sacrifice his lane. If Eevee gets ahead, HY sacrifices.
Cuk, nak tanya. Cerita pasal baca game tadi kan. Okey, untuk pasukan MLBB, pada pendapat awak bertiga sendiri kan, macam senang tak nak baca diorang punya strategi dan juga
Buat masa sekarang boleh dikatakan senang atas dua sebab. Nombor satu, mereka punya kalau dah kalah game pertama, game kedua automatically mereka akan main untuk late game. Mereka akan ambil Sicilian and then stall, damage dah ada, diorang akan lawan balik. Itu nombor satu. Nombor dua, kenapa senang nak baca? Sebab daripada segi mereka punya rotation juga, mereka tak proaktif, mereka reaktif. Berdasarkan apa yang musuh lakukan, mereka akan rotate cara yang sama. Bukan mereka yang buat dulu and paksa musuh untuk ikut style diorang.
Saya suka.
pendapat saya pula.
Okey, pendapat awak?
Nak tak nak
Kalau ada ciku kat sini
nak tak nak mereka perlu mengeluarkan orang kata apa, persembahan yang orang cakap apa cukup lain. Kena buat benda yang baru. Sebab kita tak boleh nak pandang rendah dekat SUHAZ. SUHAZ ada banyak pengalaman. So kita tak boleh tengok tu macam benda biasa.
Yang saya risau kalau mereka cuba untuk buat benda yang baru, tetapi terlampau jauh daripada mereka punya style yang awal, menyebabkan tak selesa pula.
Oh, tak boleh juga macam tu kan. Tapi ada yang boleh sebenarnya.
Apa yang boleh?
Yang bolehnya anda boleh berbelanja RM50 di McDelivery dan dapatkan McNugget secara percuma. 6 ketul, kita ada 6 ketul dan juga berpeluang untuk memenangi skin eksklusif daripada MLBB. Yang paling penting sekali, jangan jadi macam Sif, selalu bila dah check out tu lupa nak letak kod.
Excited.
Excited.
Sebab saya ingat beli terus dapat. Kadang-kadang nugget dapat dulu. Tapi sebab orang lain yang dah guna, so dia bagi.
Betul.
Jadi jangan lupa untuk letakkan kod MPL Rewards. Jadi Sif.
Yes, tetapi seperti biasa untuk memulakan game kita akan berjemput Melina Lai selaku Head Leagues Op untuk coin toss. Yes, seperti yang anda dapat saksikan, seperti biasa, kedua-dua pemain daripada kedua pasukan akan bersama-sama dengan Melina yang cantik jelita untuk proses melakukan coin toss, di mana kita dapat saksikan coach daripada pasukan SUHAZ bersama-sama dengan coach pasukan MLB. Keduanya akan mengambil tanggungjawab berada di atas pentas, di mana pasukan SUHAZ akan memilih hits dan pasukan MLB yang akan memilih tails. Jadi tanpa membuang masa, Melina pun dah tak sabar-sabar untuk menekan dan telah pun menekan, dan keputusannya seperti yang dapat saksikan, hits dimiliki oleh pasukan SUHAZ dan mereka seperti biasa Lafel dan juga Abeja, apabila mereka yang dapat dulu, mereka akan memilih untuk first pick.
Ya, dekat sini kita kena cerita balik pasal perbezaan first pick dan juga second pick adalah di mana siapa yang berjaya untuk dapatkan pemilihan yang pertama, mereka control draft, dan siapa pemilihan yang kedua, mereka yang akan reaktif daripada segi draft. Tapi ini bermaksud di mana Rexvin ada satu hero yang macam mana sekalipun diorang memang nak. Jadi persoalannya, hero apa yang diorang nak first pick?
Okey, so maknanya siapa first pick ke second pick ada kelebihan lah.
Memang ada.
Oh, maknanya diorang dah standby. Makna kalau dapat second pick, okey, diorang dah tahu nak buat apa. Oh, macam tu
Tapi kalau gentleman, dia akan ladies first.
Oh.
Macam Abeja. Abeja memang selalu buat first, ingat saya ni.
Baik, Lefel, Azif, kita punya caster dah pun siap sedia untuk cast game kita yang kedua. Jadi, BM Caster English Caster, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ja, Sif, as well as Lafa for that interesting segment here, alongside with Gideon as well. He's going to be joining with us for today's segment. Welcome back again. You guys are currently watching the MPL MY Season 9. And of course, shout out to our amazing sponsors here. I'd like to shout out our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, Partner in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, as well as our co-organizers, ESI. Now, my name is ICB12, joining me is Gideon once again. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good because this is the matchup that I've been waiting for. You know, a little bit of new flavors here with MAB to spice things up here at the MPL, but also seeing some good old faces coming in from last year. It's going to be SUHAZ Esports. I'm really trying to see how SUHAZ Esports is going to evolve at the end of the day. And I think that's what everybody is waiting to see. Is this all that SUHAZ is able to offer?
I think this, when you bring up this question, right, this is going to be their first time with a little bit of an improved roster compared to the previous seasons to a certain degree, I guess. If you're going to be putting it that way. But at the same time, they have been kind of stagnant now for 2 seasons now. They haven't exactly reached to a level where, hey, you know what, I'm going to be the best of the best yet. So I'm looking forward to see how they go. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, here we are going to be jumping into the player walk-ins to see who are going to be competing for today's match. And that is going to be SUHAZ Esports as well as MAB coming in.
SUHAZ Esports.
Bringing out the boys first. It's going to be SUHAZ Esports here. Does the SUHAZ roster need to change? And if yes, what kind of role and what kind of player would really fit this lineup?
Oh, it's extremely difficult to actually figure out whether or not they should change or not. They have been playing as a team for a very, very long time. But I must say, Box is the MVP for the regular season of Season 7. And has this methodical machine that hardly makes mistakes. He's so disciplined when it comes to objectives. He's very secure. And he's been able to keep his net worth off the charts multiple times. He really made those mistakes, and I'm definitely looking forward to see his performance coming to this game.
Well, let's bring out MAB Esports, the new kids on the block. If there are any changes, if no changes, let's talk about if there should be changes for MAB, or is this going to be enough? This week is what they're going to need to work on and make sure that they improve to make that statement.
Yeah, I definitely agree. MAB, this is going to be their first, I would say, most of the members are going to be having their first appearance coming into MPL. Sorry, not first appearance. I mean their first experience. Apologize. And hopefully they are going to be able to learn from these lessons. But as of now, with Fakers going to be playing in the roster, what are your thoughts? Like, we know Fakers to be a very, very strong jungler to a certain degree, but he hasn't had that limelight, which I would say to a certain degree players like Zaim Senpo has gotten so far after so many seasons.
Oh, look, I mean, he may be a veteran, but let's have a look at these stats to help buff it up. First of all, looking at SUHAZ Esports, MAB will have to deal with them one by one, and especially with Box, who had a stellar debut season, has not been able to get that same sort of level of performance from all of his teammates as well. And I would make a big argument that the meta has kind of shifted away from what most of them are used to, especially for HYHY, big engager, big playmaker, had a little bit of versatility with the previous meta, but now coming down to these marksman style of gold laners, it has been a little hard for him.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's going to be a little bit harder, but I feel like the Box has been put in a spot where he's forced to play junglers that are not his comfort picks here, which are usually marksmen if you compare it to previous seasons. So far, he's been doing A-okay, but is it going to be, how do I put it? Is it going to be like affecting their usual playstyle that we know from SUHAZ Esports? That's something that I'm actually looking forward to see in this particular regular season.
No, I think Box is absolutely fine. I think they're trying to evolve. And Dairoth last week was really insane to actually check out how quick he was and how, effective as a jungler Dairoth could be. I'm surprised nobody has picked it up in regular solo queue just yet. I've seen maybe 1 or 2 out of like 100 games, but overall, Box, I think he's still solid. But let's look at MAB here with Alif, also known as Fakes previously, with Nova previously from SMG last season. Both of them have been very, very reliable when it comes down to their plays, but it's when you start to worry about people like Zach QT. What is his hero pool? The Sicilian has been reliable. One time it got banned, and the other time he did perform essentially too well. How deep does his hero pool actually go?
I don't know. It seems like, when it comes to hero pool, right? And like when you're reaching towards the MPL level, you have to have a pretty decent hero pool when it comes to mastery. I feel like X/ coming to the play pool here, he's been out of the season for 5 weeks now. 4 to 5 seasons now. Ever since from Sabah top player back then when season 4, and I feel like he has a lot to catch up in terms of the mechanical skills and maybe the meta. But I feel like the beauty about regular season is all about a learning process, right? So now, before we talk a little bit more, let's talk about the player so far. HYHY is something that you did talk about just now.
Yep, he's extremely versatile, right? His micro overall is really, really good. His macro, all the SUHAZ Esports players are good. Consistency is going to be key, but here's the thing, right? When it comes to SUHAZ Esports, when you're looking at these stats and they're feeling, yeah, this is really, really great, but the meta has shifted so much that you need that early game aggression, and your draft needs to kind of personify it. It really needs to allow you to elaborate, to say, hey, I am going to take this lead. I'm going to be farming these early game objectives, and most importantly, getting this turtle to stay ahead of the curve throughout the game until mid-game.
Yeah, I feel like for him to actually take up the mantle playing the gold laner is going to be a big, important role for him, considering that he is going to be going through a lot of, I would say, playstyle changes compared to before, knowing that he did play his tank roles, he did play his XP roles, but now I'm looking forward to see what NAB has to say. Like, yeah, once again, X/ is the guy I really, really want to talk about as well. he has been off the season for a very, very long time. I think ever since Season 4, which is the season where Torak made it from the qualifiers alongside with Sabah top players, X-Lash has been off the radar for like so many seasons, man.
Yep, they have been off the radar for quite a while. When it comes down to micro, you know X-Lash has absolutely got it. But the macro is the big question here, because I feel like a lot of the teams they definitely play around X-Slash's lane, especially when you play something like Popo and Koopa, and arguably even Brody, with the rest of MEB rotating towards his side of the map. But when it comes down to macro, it feels like, you know, there are times where the team is not on the same page, and that's when you see the weaknesses start to show, and the exposures and the holes, the leakages on the other sides of the map.
You know, you want to hear a fun fact about MAB, is that back then, Season 7 as well as Season 8, MAB was one of the best screen partners for almost every MPL teams. And it's funny considering that MAB is able to win international games, but local games, they have struggled, especially for 2 seasons now. And now finally when they're here to make it, I feel like they've got a lot of raw talent, but it feels like they need to, you know, step it up, you know.
Well, let's see whether they can. Let's look at the predictions here from our talents here at the desk overall, and it looks like a majority and overwhelming support for SUHAZ Esports, with only Angka Chikana going for MAB Esports. And as you mentioned before, yes, they are absolute scrim gods sometimes, but that's the thing. It doesn't necessarily translate to actually getting wins on the stage where it matters the most. I feel like it's a certain level of comfort, a certain level of mentality for a lot of these players here for MAB Esports. Most of them are still pretty fresh.
Yep, I definitely agree. But now, let's take a look at the audience predictions here on who thinks who's going to be. It seems like everyone is also going to be on the same page on most of us here and on the panels as well. SUHAZ Esports getting at least a 75% prediction from their end.
Definitely understandable here with MAB Esports receiving a lot of toxicity on the line. It's rather brutal and a little uncalled for personally, but MAB can turn the haters around. All they got to do is make sure that they perform on stage here. But looking at them right now, it looks like they are starting to get quite comfortable overall, especially with the help of Samsung.
Yep, and of course with the Samsung brand new
A52s 5G. I mean, if they're looking for an awesome gaming experience, especially if they want to play MLBB every single day of the week, might as well, because the new brand new smartphone has a sleek design. With MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone Samsung, you can get an awesome gaming experience with the brand new Samsung Galaxy, and hopefully you cop one for yourselves, especially with the 5G capabilities. Is that a solid experience?
Yeah, thank you so much, man. I was so baffled with the fact that it is a brand new 5G smartphone, and that's just really, really cool to check it out. So be sure to check it out. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, here, the moment that you guys have been waiting for, the drafts coming from the second series for today. It is going to be SUHAZ Esports as well as MAB Esports for game number 1. Draft game number 1 here seems like Matilda is going to be out of the picture. This is something that Nova is very comfortable at as well. He has shown himself during his debut during Season 7.
Yep, I mean, time and time again, Matilda just seems to make these hard tanks kind of soften up a little bit more. It's a completely different playstyle, but it still has that same aggression that hard tanks are very comfortable with. Now, that's going to be Valentina for the side of MAB and Selena for the side of SUHAZ Esports to chunk out at this point of time. MAB Esports overall, the Valentina makes sense. Fanny, natural ban here, don't have to think too much about that.
Yeah, Fanny is just... You know, I never in my life would have thought that Fanny would reach to a stage where it is banned material, you know. Like, we know that certain teams, certain players were really good back then, but this time, every game is going to be a Fanny game thus far. And, you know, it makes so much sense here. You know, we've seen the MPL PH region, we've seen our region as well in the last week. It's just something that it's got to go right now. It's just kind of broken.
Speaking of which, we are playing on an absolute new patch. Diggy has been a big question here for a lot of people. It's starting now to have a lot of damage, and at the very least, it's not a feeding Diggy strategy.
I would say unfeeding Diggy strategy, if you think about it.
Just regular Diggy strategy now. It works out, and yeah, because it does the auto alarm bombs. Now they've taken away the stacks, and well, it technically does stack, but in a different way, and the damage really starts to pile up.
Yo, that's the thing about the Diggy, right? Like, if you were to compare between an Aldos as well as a Cecilion, I feel like the Diggy would be really nice if he doesn't lose his stack.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That is a fair point. But
Like I did have the luxury to test it out early on as well. If you try to go for a mage dig injury, like the minimum amount of damage, like stacks you need is roughly around 30 to 40 stacks. And to get there,
doable. Yeah.
it sounds doable. But imagine this, you've died 3 times in 9 minutes, you're somewhere around 20 stacks. It's very, very difficult to maintain.
Yeah, it is hard to maintain overall, but I mean, I guess that's why a lot of people decide to like, it gives at least some form of tank items kind of help him with that defense and minimize his deaths. But let's see, we might not even see Diggy this time around. We see the Cho, we see the Lilia as well getting banned out from SUHAZ and as well as MAB. Lancelot going to be the first pick coming in from SUHAZ Esports. That's not too much of a surprise for me, as MAB are going to be locking in super quick Edith and as well as Esmeralda.
Yeah, comfort picks, I guess, coming from MAB. These are definitely going to be the meta ones. Either, despite the nerfs here, you did mention as well, a support Edith is something that is going to be playable now, and I believe no one can pull it off. He's known to be really, really comfortable in learning new tanks.
Yeah, and especially a marksman style of tank, especially once they unleash her power and allowing her, with her divine retribution, to kind of really change the style of game, which is interesting because this is one of the few tanks that actually has an interesting way of sustain, and more importantly so, a way to buy that little bit of extra time for the team.
Yeah, not to mention as well, he kind of is able to do setups that are kind of nice as well. We did catch a glimpse of it in the previous game. Kind of similar like how Tigro's implosion, but hopefully we will see it coming from Nova coming this game. But after seeing the game early on between both Caracal as well as GEEK FAM, I'm looking to try it out for myself. But SUHAZ Esports, they will, go back to the old meta. Glue is going to be picked up instead.
Yep, it's going to be SUHAZ picking up Glue as well as Ruby. Very, very simple, very, very effective. I'm not entirely sure which one is going to go into the EXP and which one is going to go into support, but it's an either-or 50-50 gamble at that point, both doing the exact same thing. Right?
I feel like Ruby tank is much more viable compared to a Glue tank. Like, Glue requires those XP at least until he hits his 4 before he can actually cause a lot of havoc into his fights.
And maybe going to be locking in a Lunox this time as their final pick of the first phase. Generally quite open-ended here. I think this is interesting because now it poses the question of whether or not ZachQT is going to be the one who picks it up, or whether it's going to be thrown over to Xslash, especially for the gold lane. I'm guessing it's going to be ZachQT here, but you never really know.
No, it's surprising, right? Considering like Season 8, like Lunox was like a really, really hot pick among every single teams, and currently people just completely dodging it. They will go for Kagura or Lilia over it in this current rotations thus far. But maybe MAB, they feel like Lunox is still very, very relevant, and hopefully it's going to be helpful for them. However, now Popo and Kuba being banned means MAB, they are very aware of what SUHAZ Esports brings to the table compared to what they played in last week's performance.
Your team is banned.
I mean, yes, that is a fair assessment, but it just shows me that MAB is really, really prepared with what SUHAZ is going to bring to the table. And I think banning out the Popo and Koopa is kind of interesting because, especially when you are on the red side, you have to get rid of the meta picks with the Fanny and as well as Valentina, which almost guarantees you like, 2 slots I just have to give away. So the fact that they're banning out Lilia, and they could still ban out mages if they wanted to. They have the Lunox already, but instead they're going to go straight for HY, which I think is rather interesting. I want to see whether they're also going to ban out Clint as well, and then pick up Brody for themselves on first pick.
Yeah, and not to mention as well, if you talk about sustainabilities here, SUHAZ Esports, they do have a very strong sustained draft with the Ruby, with the Glue. And currently, I feel like MAB, they don't really want another annoying mage such as the Lilia. I was expecting them to possibly ban off the Kadita, but looks like Kagura is the way to go. However, need I remind you, AJ was once known as the a very, very annoying Veil player.
Yeah, let's also not forget, like, Veil is going to be his comfort pick. This is game 1. Yves is still wide out in the open. Farsa is wide out in the open. Claude gets banned out for the side of SUHAZ Esports, and Beatrix is free for anybody. So I'm guessing Xslash is going to pick that up for himself, I would assume.
It might happen, but no, Allers. All right, I know MAB. We have heard hints so far coming from the analyst coming from MLBB, Karakuri. He did mention Allers. I think Uncle as well has brought it up multiple times. Looks like this is going to be the game to be watching out for. Is this going to be the jungle Allers, or is it going to be the XP Allers?
No, I definitely think it's going to be jungle Ollis. It doesn't make sense if they throw Esmeralda anywhere else at this point in time, unless they want to have a naturally losing lane and are willing to play for the ultra late game, which is what MAB has basically shown with the Lunoxen as well as the Ollis. So that's fair enough, but now SUHAZ Esports will finish off their lineup. What's it going to be? Who's going to be the mage? Who's going to be the gold laner? It's going to be Beatrix on top of Yves.
Okay, comfort picks coming from SUHAZ Esports. Nothing super crazy. Yves does require really, really strong frontliners, and Ruby and Glue fits the picture perfectly. However, when it comes to magical damage output-wise, I don't know. I feel like Yves doesn't hit as hard as before. Compared to a Lunox, if you think about it.
I mean, true, yes, especially once you get to like the ultra late game, you know,
Then
full
obviously,
items,
yeah.
max items. Yeah, Lunox is definitely going to be able to outscale the Yves, but Yves overall just has a lot of great utility. I mean, great ways to slow people down, especially with the Void Blast, and more importantly so with the real world manipulation to really set the tone of that team fight. And maybe last pick here, what's the gold lane gonna be? Are they gonna throw Lunox there? Are they gonna pick up another? Yep, there we go. We got Clint instead, and it looks like MLBB are really comfortable with Clint into the Beatrix matchup.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like both teams' draft so far. MLBB is in a situation where they're a little bit risky with the Ollis pickup, but if the Ollis is able to scale like how we know from Link Aza previously when he was playing with Orange, then that will be a complete surprise factor for today for us, especially for today's matchup.
Yep, I like surprise factors, but I don't know. This game feels like it's going to be like a 20-minute if it really drags out, and if SUHAZ isn't able to get that snowball early, I don't know how long we're going to be here, Icy Baby.
As long as it gets, because why we all love MLBB. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into the land of the Dawn. The draft has been set. Both teams has their ideology. SUHAZ Esports, they have a very strong frontliners with huge sustains with the Glue and the Ruby, despite the nerfs of the Glue. Seems like they are going to test it out in this particular match. However, for MAB Esports, they are looking very fresh in this opening pick here, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they get their W in this regular season.
Let's find out here in the land of Dawn. Game number 2 in week 2 to end off today. Let's figure out, especially in game number 1 here with SUHAZ Esports on the blue side, as we have MAB on the red side. Both looking to get that early points to make that statement here today, both with a lot to prove.
Agreed. Meanwhile, AJ is going to be left all by himself. Instead, the Ace is going to be looking to invade the enemy jungle all by himself. Is this the right call, considering that Ruby doesn't have high sustains compared to like a Hilda, but seems like he's going to be able to escape. Seems like he did force a little bit of annoyance, but aside from that, nothing much.
Yeah, I mean, Ace realizes very quickly there's nothing much he can really do against the Ollis in lane, and he's technically helping him stack up if he does decide to go trading against each other. But you can see that both Nova and as well with the help of that Lunox, the fact is Lunox can't really clear the waves that effectively early levels, but with the help of Edith, it just speeds it up so much more. And now the first altercation down on towards the mid-jungle side is not looking good, because as you can tell, Ollis instantly gets a Lethal Wanderer. You're now a level down, and they're forced to back away. All this due to mid control.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised considering that why did MAB Esports rotate their Esmeralda down bottom to actually contest the Ace who's trying to steal the jungle, which is very weird. It's not oftentimes do you expect like a tank to do that at all, to actually farm jungles.
Well, number one, like wait, hold on. The Ace now in some trouble. He's taking quite a lot of damage coming in from Nova. Nova doesn't have enough to kill, but neither is he too worried about Box, especially... Wait, Zach QT might be in some trouble. The onward from Nova to try and pull him up, but Box managing to dodge the Earth Shatter. Ooh, that's some good target priority coming in from Box.
That was very, very close for MAB Esports. However, yeah, back to the question as well. What are your thoughts on this? Because MAB seems like they are very aware of every positioning coming from SUHAZ Esports, like the little nitty-gritty things, and I'm really surprised. It seems like SUHAZ Esports, they might be a little bit slow in the gun right now because they are going to be forcing the issue. Eve, you're going to be starting things off. He's got the split. Navo Escobar will not be able to connect. Seems like he's going to try and drag back the fight towards coming from the Alif, and Alif gets bursted down. Nova might be next, but SUHAZ Esports gets the longest pull, and the fight is not over yet. As MAB, they try to salvage the situation, but Eve just extremely annoying in all these fights.
Eevee, well played. What a pull that was. Pulled him right back into Box, and Box was very happy with the quick follow-up there. First blood bounty going to be earned from SUHAZ Esports there. grab your rewards while you still can. But, you know, this does mean that MLBB Esports unfortunately couldn't really do much there. And that's why glue is just so powerful sometimes.
I'm really surprised considering that he was able to catch that pick. However, the ace now going to be in a little bit of trouble. Forces the flicker. However, MLBB just doesn't have enough damage to take him down. And if they went for the dive, I'm pretty sure Box is going to be a very, very happy boy.
Yep, Box is going to be taking the turtle to buff up his team. He wants to get the snowball rolling, but if you notice, MLBB Esports on the opposite side of the map decide to go for vertical jungling, focusing on making sure that Aulus gets ahead. Even if the rest of the team falls behind because the enemy because SUHAZ was able to get turtle, at least Aulus is scaling as fast as possible.
Yeah, agreed. As of yet, Aulus definitely needs his items as well as levels, and he's getting bullied right now. Aleph needs to make a run for it. Nova is there to provide the assistance, but SUHAZ Esports, they're just trying to, you know, make sure the other side of the lanes are just doing fine. And currently, we have paid attention towards the mid lane. We haven't exactly seen too much of the Beatrix as well as the Clean so far.
Yeah, I mean, Beatrix and Clean, it looks like both of them are going 50-50. X-Slash is a level up on the Beatrix, which would state that X-Slash is winning out on his lane. Feels, you know, it makes a lot of sense here. You know, most of the time, Beatrix, as long as you don't land Renner, you can't really do much in the lane. But that's going to be the first item coming in from Aleph. 2 more and 6 more levels before he reaches his peak.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very long time. However, hopefully things are going to work out for them. SUHAZ Esports seems like they are going to be regrouping with HYHY, hoping to force a fight. But currently, MLBB, this is not taking it at all. They're just mirroring each other all the way through.
That's why we talked, you know, speaking of what LaFell as well as Sith mentioned, MLBB is a very reactive team. They wait for SUHAZ to make the play and then they look to respond, which I think is good and bad in its own rights. It's good to be responsive, but you still need to be proactive in this game. So MLBB Esports is just waiting for the information that SUHAZ Esports gives, and once they get that information, then they set up the play.
Well, speaking of a play here, seems like they are going to be emphasizing on making sure that X-Slash gets his farm, and they are going to try and set up an ambush. And SUHAZ Esports, they know, the ace, he knows there's people laying in with the bush. And just like that, MLBB users, they are just going to back out and respect this.
Yep, they just have to. There's nothing much they can really do about it at this point of time. For now, it's just been a very, very passive game between both of these teams, not really wanting to make a mistake, and more importantly, not really wanting to make the play. SUHAZ Esports, on the other hand, again, very traditional. The moment an opportunity opens up, they're just going to weasel their way in and pry it open. And especially since they're playing for Turtles, it's great that MLBB Esports aren't really doing much.
Yeah, agreed. But Turtle is going to be down to half HP. Here comes the real world manipulation as well. But instantly gets caught out from AJ. Nova looking for the fight, and they are going to force the issue. They lost the Turtle from side MLBB, but guess what? They're getting kills across. The ace needs to force the back off. Alif now taking a little bit too much damage. Even catching him off. And SUHAZ Esports is looking to respond. However, Box now chunked up pretty low, but they don't seem to have the damage to force him out. And SUHAZ Esports, they are going to be able to come up on top, but Box, he's trying his best to get his kills. Unfortunately, I don't think he wants to force the issue. Needs to back off. MLBB is just too much in terms of numbers.
Yeah, he realizes that ZachQT wasn't as low as he thought he was going to be after healing up a lot from that fight. So, just backs away. Good decision coming in from SUHAZ. Good response coming in from MLBB. SUHAZ is still up ever so slightly, but that's honestly not that big of a deal. It's almost negligible for MLBB Esports.
You know, I'm surprised MLBB they just completely ignored Turtle, and they forced the fight, and they got a very huge kill on top of it all. AJ completely being shut down. As the game progresses, as long as AJ doesn't get super crazy, they can just build into physical defense instead of magical defense coming from MLBB.
Yep, and you can already see the lane swaps here coming in from SUHAZ Esports as Beatrix was able to crack open the bottom tier 1, allowing them to make the play here up on top side here. The ace is taking way too much damage from the turrets here, but even HYHY! One HP! Can somebody get rid of him? No! They don't have anything, and even Nova can't get in range, but it's going to be ZachQT who flickers forward to make it happen. Brilliance is on out of there. Good response coming in from MLBB Esports, but SUHAZ still slightly ahead.
That was a sick play coming from Nova once again. That is the Fame tank that we used to love them, and he's back. However, can he continue to do so? Seems like he's looking for catches once again. And oh my, SUHAZ Esports, they've got to be sweating as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, SUHAZ, they're not necessarily sweating as of right now. They know that they're just playing for Turtles, and they're getting ahead. their entire team is getting ahead when it comes down to EXP. As you can tell, mid laners, both still at the exact same places they are. X/Slash only ever so slightly ahead when it comes down to EXP, but HYHY with the help of the rest of his team. Oh no, now he's in trouble as Aleph wants to go straight for him. X/Slash needs to focus on the turret here, break it wide open. Oh, it's 1 HP away, but here comes Nova. He's got the onward onto the right target, knocks up AJ and secures the kill.
No way, that is the perfect conceal from Nova. He snuck out very, very quietly here, but the fight is not over yet. Here comes another catch from Nova once again. SUHAZ Esports, they are shambling, but here comes the rockets coming in, but it's not going to be able to do too much. And MLBB, they come up on top. They took 2 in the process. What a play coming from Nova.
Well played to MLBB, and an unfortunate misplay coming in from DAce as well. He was not able to get the I'm Offended into Flicker combo under the turret. I think that would have changed everything for SUHAZ, but now it's too late. He can't beat himself up over it as MLBB Esports now take the lead.
Yeah, this is a pretty scary situation for SUHAZ Esports to be in, considering that MLBB Esports has been falling behind for quite a number of time, but for Nova to pull up a big lead, it's not over yet. However, Red now going to be in a very awkward position as he tries to sustain his way through, but Box will take him out.
Box takes him out with quite some ease here, being able to mitigate the amount of physical damage. But even Nova, he realizes, all right, you know what? AJ is kind of behind right now. I'm going to instantly go for the blade armor, make sure that I can protect myself, and most importantly, return that damage here. And now we see Nova. He actually gets pulled back. The Ace finally saves him, is making a play that actually saves him from his previous one. He's not going to miss it a second time. And now SUHAZ Esports is picking up the pace. Even Box wanting these kills so badly, forcing the brilliance out of ZachQT.
Oh, that was a crazy play coming from SUHAZ. Like, I'm surprised they managed to actually punish Nova. Nova got a little bit overzealous and immediately get caught up. So that's going to be his small little mistake, but it's not over yet because the rest of MLBB's team's a little bit strong here. Eve will be baited out in terms of immortality, but he's going to be A-okay as the Ace reveals himself. However, the turret on the top side from the side of MLBB, they will lose it as the Beatrix will secure it for SUHAZ Esports.
Yep, he cleanly is going to be running around, takes the Crowball on his way down, but you can see that Box is, he's so close to killing X/Slash here, so close to one-shotting. He just doesn't have that last auto attack in him to get back into the fight, knowing that MLBB Esports could be rotating.
I like how X/Slash is just playing it slow. Like, there were so many near-death experiences for him, and somehow he's been able to keep up in terms of economy, and that's actually a good thing for MLBB Esports. Hopefully he's going to be able to keep up, but now the pressure from SUHAZ Esports is going to be on HYHY. He hasn't been able to get a lot of kills despite landing some huge ultimates thus far.
Well, I mean, he just works as a shredder here. He needs the rest of the team to kind of clean up the mess afterwards. There's no guarantee, and especially since HYHY isn't snowballing out of control either. He's got the damage, he's got the items, but most of the time people are able to get out and escape these sticky situations. MLBB Esports now waiting for SUHAZ to get on top of the fight. Oh, ZachQT forced the brilliance on out of there, almost getting caught, but here comes the real world manipulation to secure the kill onto ZachQT.
That is some insane reactions here. You saw how SUHAZ Esports responded. Immediately they went for the dive. However, now the Ace is going to get caught out as well. Here comes the damage coming from MLBB. They slowly chunk up and they will get a fit 1-for-1 trade, but it's only a tank for a mage. However, Eve is looking to put on the fight, and here it comes! Here comes the full flood of Renner. HYHY bleeds him out, and this is the damage that I am looking forward to as well. The perfect setup between Eve as well as HYHY.
Ooh, big kills coming in for the side of SUHAZ Esports, and now Ren cannot contest this any further. The first Lord going to be going over to SUHAZ Esports' side, and the lead is just going back and forth. Even the kill score, 9-6, previously even less. Beatrix is going to be taking it out. Lord Selene here, and now MLBB Esports on the defense.
Yep, ZachQT going to be in a little bit of trouble. Box taking a bit too much damage, but ZachQT, he's going to back off and respect this. But slowly but surely, he's actually starting to hit pretty hard. And I think not once now, Box has felt the blunt of this brilliance coming from ZachQT.
Yeah, and now it's going to be the it's going to be the orange buff being taken away as the Lord and Lord empowered minions are going to be crashing on in. Let's see how much gold they're able to achieve here. It's 34 to 33k from either side. It's relatively dead even at this point of time. So MAB Esports have a very good opportunity at coming back because we are 10k away from getting to the point of MAB Esports having multiple core items on their cores.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But now for the Lord, very quickly taken down from beside MAB Esports, SUHAZ Esports. Not going to be able to capitalize too much, but however, they will make sure they take down the middle turret instead. So that's going to be it for now. But MAB, they're still waiting for the right moment strike. Nova finishes his concealed as of yet, but he hasn't exactly found the right target yet. He's going to try and make sure that X-Slash gets his farm. I think that's going to be the fallback plan coming from MAB Esports.
Speaking of fallback plan here, let's see as SUHAZ is going to continue pressing down on all the outer turrets at this point in time. But with HY on that Beatrix, it's so easy for him to shred these turrets down and continue to build up their gold lead. 2.3k so far, and they may be looking to respond.
Nova. Oh, here comes the pull coming in. Nova's going to be shredded. He's going to be forced to back out. Immediately gets popped out as SUHAZ Esports. They take down the tank. A great reaction coming from the Ace, and immediately MAB, they fall back and retreat. SUHAZ Esports, what is that reaction?
Oh, it's fast lightning hands, I guess. I mean, what more can I say about it? But let's look at top side. Oh wait, hold on. This could be a full altercation here. The Thorn Rose does come through, and the Ace is buying a little bit of time, but he cannot secure that kill. Immortality brings him back up to life, but nobody's able to finish him off. The Ace, he's still holding on. His Eevee is in the back line, actually picking up X-Slash in the process. Thanks to his immortality, he comes back to life, and even Ren doesn't find the kill. Oh my goodness! SUHAZ Esports have actually gotten away with murder.
Oh my goodness, HY, and Eevee just pulling up some really disgusting pulls coming in. MPL Esports has no way to respond to this. However, HY is starting to pull out his big boy pants and he's looking to snipe them away. But MAB Esports, they've got to make it work because currently Alif is level 15, but he hasn't been able to do too much in most of these fights just because of how annoying Eevee as well as HY has been.
I mean, understandably so, because Eevee and as well as HY have been, you know, especially Eevee has been creating that space and pulling them back into targets for Box or even HY to execute, and it's been extremely punishing for MAB to come in from weirder angles and isolate themselves from these fights.
Yeah, that's going to be a very difficult situation. It's been not once but twice now that MAB walked into it. It feels like they need to divert their attention to a bigger target. In this case, they need to find out where HY is. Nova going to be trying to face check it for the team, but he definitely needs Ren in his vicinity to help him out, especially to zone off HY, but seems like he might actually get caught out as well. Nova needs to back off. He's going to be A-okay, but here comes a big Aula's ultimate as well. They're trapped. They're taking too much damage. Real manipulation providing a little bit of assistance, but it's not doing too much. But MAB, they're going to run rampant, and they take down one, they take down two, and they're looking for more. Eevee trying to zone out the rest of the teams, but there's nothing much they can do. And Box, he's going to be trapped all by himself. Can he get the kill? Yes, he will. He somehow survives, but X-Dash is there to save Shutdown because he is going out of control as MAB manages to come up on top. My goodness, what a play.
Oh, a triple kill coming out for the side of MAB Esports with a total of 4 kills falling over to their side. MAB bounce back against SUHAZ Esports, and that's what I'm talking about. Once they hit the 42k mark, their cores are ready to fight, and even Eevee cannot stand the wrath coming in from the darkening from Zach QT's Lunox.
That was a big catch from Alif as well. It was almost a pixel perfect catch as well, connecting 3 players coming from SUHAZ Esports with his ultimate just to make sure they get slowed. Immediately follows up with the rest of the wombo combos coming from MBZ. That's just crazy. But nevertheless here, this is the first big win that MAB Esports. Can they capitalize on the situation? As Lord is pushing in SUHAZ Esports, what is going to be their response to this?
Well, let's see how it is, because now they're going to be putting all their attention on this big Lord, this luminous Lord, from walking up in towards their base. And if they can hold on to their inhibitor turret, it's already considered a win. And maybe just give it up at this point. There's nothing more that they can do, even using Berserker's Fury to try and push off SUHAZ Esports, but they just refuse to budge.
Yeah, they're just playing the sustained games from MAB, but you can see the fear coming through the minds of an MAB Esports. It might be fear, it might be respect, but they realize that how annoying Eevee can be. As long as the split comes in, they've got to back out because they know someone is going to be pulled back. However, SUHAZ Esports, they need to set up a perfect catch, but MAB, it looks like they're looking for an ambush.
Let's see which side of the map they want to play. It looks like they want to stick around on that top side with Nova just sticking his nose out far out into the enemy territory with not a lot of backup, just to reaffirm MAB Esports about the whereabouts of SUHAZ Esports, because if Edith doesn't see them, they're most likely outside of their base or they're hanging around the top side.
Look at how MAB is just flexing here. They're both their tankiest heroes, Ren as well as Nova, is just outside where the rest of the team is just not showing the map, and it's actually scaring SUHAZ Esports because they're just so afraid to push out in case one of their cores are just outside.
Yep, and now they just have to play it slow. 60 seconds until the next Luminous Lord is back up, and SUHAZ Esports is just stuck in their bases. Nothing much they can really do about the situation, but unless they want to roll 50-50 on it, then I guess that's fine, because they are dead set even, despite the fact that MLBB Esports does have a 2.6k gold lead, but generally the gold doesn't matter at this point.
This is interesting play coming from MLBB Esports. Like, they're not even pushing the lanes. They just want SUHAZ Esports to kind of, you know, get zero farm from any of this farm, and they just freeze the lane, make sure that as long as the Lord comes in, they sync up the lanes, and then they immediately start the Lord. And it feels like a very calculated move coming from MLBB Esports. Just by doing nothing, they're doing exactly something right now.
Yeah, but let's see. 14 more seconds until it spawns, and just the patience on either side. Nobody is willing to make a mistake. And even with Eevee, he's just sitting there waiting for it to die down. Doesn't really need to do any more than that.
Yeah, but as of yet, the Lord will be revealed. The lanes are still not pushed out, but it's still not tally up for MLBB Esports yet. It seems like they do have the damage to push it down. What is that deck? Dude, how did the Lord die so quickly?
Wow, it got absolutely shredded, but that's the power of having Olive at full build with the help of Zach QT using the Darkening as well. Just the Machine Gun Mage strikes again with the help of their Hyper Carry Aulus. The Berserker is doing a lot of damage. Look at that, 1.4k, 1.6k worth of crit damage.
Oh my goodness, they've lost the Lord, and SUHAZ Esports, they are going to try and force the issue. However, they know what's up. Looks like Noah will be caught up. Instead, it's only a tank, but Immortality gas split out as well. They force out the ultimate coming in, but oh no, HY, he missed the snipe. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Speaking of which, Lord is going to be walking down the mid lane once again. This time, MLB Esports need to do a good job of protecting it rather than just letting it sit there. But for now, Box can happily farm down in his bot side jungle.
Well, the consolation prize, they bleed out the immortalities, but HY, he does have the damage to chunk the Lord. But here comes Nova, he's looking for the catch. Can he get it? Ren is going to stall him back, but he's going to pull him out as well. That's going to be HY bleeding now. Can he escape? Yes, he will. But the rest of SUHAZ, but they're duking it all out. Eve is going to be trying to buy time, but MLBB, they're looking to close out this game. It seems like they are going to try to turn the crowd favorites out and under in game number 1. The Ace now going to be in a very sticky situation. Gas bursts down. He has an immortality, but HY shuts down Nova for now. But MLBB, they are going to back out. They are going to be playing discipline game, and they will focus on the inhibitor for now. And Ren seems to be unkillable as of yet.
Yep. Oh my
no, I might jinx it.
You might have jinxed it, but Box, he's going to use Thorn Rose onto Olive's side. He's doing good damage against Olive, but not against the rest of the Emperor. But Zach QT finally falls down, even with Eevee by his side. He just was not enough. X-Slash going to flicker on out of there. He is on the run with Ren.
Oh, Eve looking to grab onto his X-Slash, but X-Slash actually getting stunned up means he is going to get caught out, and this might be SUHAZ Esports' turn to turn the tides, as MLBB, they need to go full retreat. Alif, he doesn't have his ultimate yet. He's waiting for the right moment to strike. However, he's not going to be able to do anything, considering that MLBB Esports has lost all their members. And just like that, SUHAZ Esports, they turn the tides and they make it work. Wow.
Yep, they lost all their inhibitors in the process, but somebody's got to win and somebody's got to lose. And SUHAZ Esports are trying to do everything they possibly can to not lose this game against MLBB. Once again, they have defensive positions all around MLBB Esports' base. It is not going to be easy to walk out without SUHAZ Esports knowing.
This is extremely difficult to play as well, considering that MLBB Esports got a little bit overconfident, especially with it might have been a mistake coming from Zach QT. But all in all, it's not over yet. Now, with this next slot here, it's going to be an important one coming from SUHAZ Esports if they really want to bounce back. Seems like they are in position to do so. MLBB Esports, they're looking to reply. Nova will have the little bit of face check, but as of yet, they don't exactly have quick damage like how MLBB Esports have.
And most importantly, they also don't have flickers for some of their bigger playmakers. Either that, they have a different spell. But this is a tough situation to be in. It's a stalemate from either side. Nobody wants to make the first move, and here comes Eevee.
Oh, here comes the catch as well. X-Slash, they are going to go for the wrap around with the conceal, and MLBB Esports weren't expecting that. They lost the clean. Alif is going to be next. He's trying his best to survive his way through, but does he have the damage? Immortality is there, but HY, he doesn't really care. He's going to try and focus the crystal. They're going for a dive. Nova, he's going to be there, but guess what? They don't care, and HY will close up the game as he steals the crystal from right under the noses of MLBB Esports. What a comeback from SUHAZ Esports.
Wow, can't believe that worked there. Cannot believe it actually worked there. Well done to SUHAZ Esports, closing out game number 1 against MLBB. MLBB need to go back to the drawing board because that is an unfortunate way to lose.
Oh my goodness, like that was a sick conceal wrap around the purple, but who would have thought in that high pressure situation to make the call, conceal, go towards the back lines, catch out X-Slash, and they've got a very clear objective from SUHAZ Esports, but well done to them. However, consolation prizes, I feel like MLBB has played a pretty decent game compared to their previous weeks.
Yeah, I do think that was a pretty decent game, and most importantly, I do think that like MLBB, they still are feeling a little sloppy and a little rough around the edges here, and hopefully that's going to change up in this up-and-coming game. And I don't know, I don't think much is going to change because it's hard to get over this mentality.
I definitely agree, but I feel like X-Slash is really struggling to feel in the meta. It seems like he's been in a situation where he's been playing very defensively to a point that when you need him, he hasn't been able to step up and show for the team, and that's quite worrisome there as well. I do see the raw potential coming from MLBB Esports, but I feel like there is something that is blocking their mentality. It might be fear, it might be pressure. There are multiple times that they're just giving too much respect to SUHAZ Esports.
That's the thing. I thought there would be a little bit more disrespectful because there are some of like the newer teams. They don't know exactly how everybody plays to a T, but they have enough to force a play out of their opponents to react to them. But it feels like MLBB, they're way too patient with the way that they're going around the map. And when there are fights where it's very clear they need to take, there is that hesitation jumping into it.
Yeah, there were just multiple times. I think the mage here coming from MLBB was one of the factors as well. Like, he could have gotten a kill. He backed off, showing too much respect. His brilliance was hitting so hard towards box, but when you need him to clutch, he dropped the ball. Like, I feel like he's got a lot of talent, but he only made one really big mistake, which was overextending down towards the enemy's base down on the top side of SUHAZ's base.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you there. Yeah, it's definitely something to keep an eye out for, especially for ZachQT. It's not like he did badly as well. He has 3, 3, and 5 neutral KDA overall, and the same goes for Aleph, except with 4 assists instead of 5. But yeah, well done to SUHAZ Esports with his 18-13 victory. Looking at the items, I don't see anything too out of the ordinary. Maybe the Rose Gold Meteor. I don't know why everybody really likes the Rose Gold Meteor. Yes, it does give you a little bit of a shield, but at the end of the day, is it really going to protect you?
I think, okay, the Rose Gold Meteor is more of a magic defense items here, considering that MLBB Esports, they've got the Lunox as well as the Esmeralda. So I feel like in that situation, he is expecting that as well, to be semi-defensively, even though he wants to go full glass cannon. So technically, it's still a glass cannon with a little bit of defensive measure. So I can see where HY is standing from that perspective.
For sure, for sure. Oh boy, HY. He got a lot of gold that game, and well, I think we need to see whether the draft is going to change for MLBB Esports, especially if they are. I'm guessing they are going to be on the blue side to get that first pick. But what do you think about Edith so far? This game, Nova was essentially making plays, but he wasn't able to make like enough to really turn the tides for his team.
I feel like he's made a lot of plays. It's more like whenever he makes his plays, it's either his teammate is unable to follow up with him, or he makes it without realizing where his teammates was. So I can't exactly tell you which or the other is the real fact. But what I do know is that this glue coming from Eevee to set up for HY is ridiculous. And I feel like the nerf on glue, Yeah, arguably it's an important nerf, but I feel like it's still relevant as of yet. However, let's talk about the MVP for game number 1 here. It's going to be none other than Box on his landslide with a 925 KVA.
Yup, he had a good game. He got some good executes, but most importantly, it's just an efficient use of the hero. That's just the way SUHAZ plays from just the overall philosophy. When it comes down to their micro, when it comes to their macro, they're extremely patient and they don't have to overextend. You know that they play by the book.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But what was really surprising is that even though Box wasn't getting like a lot of early important kills, but he was very patient. He goes using his tolerance to hit as many heroes as possible coming from MAB, which was kind of scary considering that usually you kind of expect Lancelots to actually snipe out potential marksmen, but for him, he uses his damage for the greater good of his team, to use it as an AoE damage rather than just sniping one player at a time.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this style of play from SUHAZ just makes a lot of sense. It is really true to their identity overall as a team. They love playing together, they stuck together, they're good friends with each other, and it all is displayed up on stage.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how the highlights here. In case you guys who are watching at home have missed out on the action for game number 1, we can tell you for a fact that SUHAZ Esports, they had a very convincing opening starting a fight here as well, especially when Iwei first got his ultimate, and they have been able to, I would say, snowball their way around against MLBB Esports, but things got a little bit out of hand when MLBB Esports was able to redeem themselves later on.
Yeah, I mean, just look at these plays. The ace just in the right place and right time, especially when Box needs to go in. He's ready to look for it. And Eevee as well, I mean, it fits, at least Glue kind of fits him. You know, he still has his use. He's not just playing Uranus where he just slows down the game. No, instead, he can actually do something and still survive at the end of it.
I agree, but meanwhile, MAB, you know, seems like they had their win right here. I think prior to this fight here, the biggest catch here was the turnaround for Alif to actually set up the biggest ultimate. That definitely caught off SUHAZ Esports, but that was the only one play that MAB Esports to force SUHAZ Esports into this current situation where SUHAZ Esports was having their backs against the wall. However, you know, a little bit of overzealousness, a little bit of mistakes were made, or maybe even a little bit of luck. SUHAZ Esports, they were able to turn the tides, and with this concealed play, they punish off X-Slash and they HY to actually snipe out the crystal. That was brilliant and it was genius coming from SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, you don't see it too often, but when it works, it does work. I really hope that teams start banning out that Beatrix. It's just too effective, whether it's slowing down the game or just speeding up the game. She's really good at taking advantage of that level of control.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Beatrix is definitely something that it has to go. It's just really, really strong in general in the current meta. But what I do know is that even though it's a rat win coming from SUHAZ, a win is still a win.
Yep, a win is still a win. It is still a free point for SUHAZ, and they could make it 3 points at the end of today if they can win one more against MLBB Esports.
Yep, anything can happen, and hopefully MLBB Esports, they are going to be able to bounce back, because that feels like a heavy big slap. Because, I don't know, I feel like it would be a really, really good morale booster for MLBB Esports, especially for the fans as well, if they actually won the game. But with that near, I would say, almost near win, experience, I feel like it's going to be very, very painful to the heart. It might force tilt, it might be a little bit demorale, but hopefully they will be able to recover.
Yeah, and I think I think they should be able to cover. I don't think it's like, oh, we made so many mistakes to the point where we can't play. It really came down to a couple of decision-making errors that really costed them that game at the end of, you know, after all of that. So hopefully we do see a different side of MLBB, and especially when it comes down to the draft. I don't know. SUHAZ is in a position where they're comfortable. They've already got a game up. I don't mind seeing Dairoff come out again.
Yeah, I'm gonna share a little bit of information here, but I'm not gonna quote that person to, you know, kind of protect his integrity. But he was telling me that before this match, they were kind of a little bit less confident in their gameplay, but we could kind of see it coming from MLBB Esports.
All right, well, let's have a look at that. But before we get to it, remember that you can be celebrating here with Nescafe. Scan the QR code down below and get yourself 30% off with no minimum spent. And use the promo code as well. That also works. It depends on how you want to do it, but both sides lead to the same thing. Get yourself those results today and get yourself caffeinated.
Exactly, and hopefully they are going to be able to caffeinate and rewind themselves for this next match. And that is something they definitely need. sense of confidence, sense of boost, sense of morale, that's all in one when it comes to making sure that they are going to be able to make it into the playoffs. However, it's still pretty early. There are a lot of things they have to change, but we do see a rough diamond in the making potentially.
That's the thing. There's just so much potential in MAB, and I don't say this about a lot of teams, but MAB, you have the right recipes. It's just they're so inconfident with themselves that it's just sad sometimes. But in case you just tuned in and that's what you caught, don't worry. MAB, you can see by ZachQT's damage alone that they are contenders in these fights. It just comes down to a couple of decisions. 1-0 in favor of SUHAZ.
ZachQT is doing a lot of damage for MAB. It's something that, okay, we kind of know. It's a Lunox, right? But what's really surprising for me is that we see all these flashy plays coming from HY and EJ, but Box was doing a lot of AoE damage, and it's crazy. Look at him, he's so heartwarming as well. He's about to give you a love sign.
Yep, very close, but not just there yet. I mean, I don't know. When it comes down to the mid lane, in terms of mages, like what else could they potentially pull out here? They got the Lunox early on. The Sicilian was still very much available for MAB, but why aren't MAB looking to pick up things like Lilia for themselves, for an example, Kagura for themselves? They so heavily prioritize banning those out within the first and second phase, but thinking that Lunox was going to trump all, it's a little strange.
I feel like they had the right idea of going for like a wombo combo strategy where Nova sets up like the 3-man combo, immediately comes in with the Brilliance as well as the Olos' ultimate, which has a good ring to it, but it was extremely difficult to pull off considering how spread out SUHAZ Esports was. And not to mention spread out, EV was doing things that you wouldn't expect him to do. It was pretty much going through the backlines, making sure that someone is going to be separated from the rest of the team, and that's the difference between SUHAZ Esports as well as MAB.
Yeah.
MAB, they've got a good plan, but they just do not have the confidence to just go through with it.
Yeah, they're not executing on it.
Very hesitant as well.
Eventually, I'm just waiting for MAB to just full send it. Just full send it to show whether they're able to duke it out with some of the best, and especially against SUHAZ. If they got better mechanics, they should be able to stand up on top there. With 10 more seconds on the clock, what do you think the adaptation in the draft is going to be for either side?
Honestly, I feel like MAB, they should stick to something they're comfortable with, which is how they drafted for game number 1. With a little bit of a twist, but I feel like in terms of draft, there shouldn't be that much of a issue coming from MLBB as well as SUHAZ. But I feel like when it comes to mentality, fear, and morale, that's something they definitely need to, with a snap of fingers, turn themselves up.
Yeah, I hope that they do have that flip switch.
Flip switch. Yeah.
I was trying, my brain just couldn't wrap around the saying. But yes, hopefully they flip that switch sooner rather than later. Now we're seeing the Phoveus as well as the Fanta getting banned out for the side of MAB, but SUHAZ Esports on the other hand, they've already banned out the Matilda. They could look to get rid of some, maybe the top tier picks, Lancelot for an example, and consistently Selena.
I think comfort pick-wise, it's not that much of an issue, but I'm more worried on Alif's situation right now because he did not have a very strong performance coming from that game. Even though he is, I would say a veteran coming to MPL, I feel like he's been really stuck for quite some time now.
Yeah,
and that's quite worrisome as of yet.
I am a little worried about Aleph at this point in time because it seems like the rest of his team are kind of in his own
improving,
world,
right?
Improving, but Aleph has almost plateaued to a certain degree, which is good and bad because it's plateauing at a place where it's yes, it is MPL level. It's just that he needs to go above and beyond, but he can't expect to do that by himself, especially when his team is kind of lacking here and there. Valentina finally gets banned. Thank goodness SUHAZ got rid of that.
Alright, we haven't seen a single Valentina so far, even though it's a new patch, it's been nerfed. I don't know where his footing is, but I definitely agree with what you say as well. Glue seems to be a force to be reckoned with, and I feel like SUHAZ Esports, they're very happy about this. They don't mind picking up later on, but will MAB first pick it away? But seems like they are not. They are going to make sure that Alif plays his Lancelot. This is something that he's also very comfortable in. I think before Season 7. It was Season 6 as well. He was playing it a lot as well.
Yeah, he was, and I think he's not too bad on it, and I think that's all right. But the question is, does that mean that SUHAZ is going to lean more towards picking up a Ling, or are they the kind that's like, hey, you know what, I might as well just go for Hayabusa once again? Knowing box, I'm guessing the Hayabusa.
It could be. But so far, you know, I feel like Roger is something that he can go for it as well. It's something he's comfortable, but at the same time, I'm not gonna lie, ever since they nerfed the killing spree, Roger has kind of felt it, you know. They nerfed the killing spree, like, it really feels it. Like, you don't get as much as value from it from before. And it's quite worrisome for a Roger player, because anytime you might just die and you're not going to be able to transition into multiple kills, like how we kind of see from Karina in this gameplay so far.
Yeah, no, I do think, yes, the hit, especially in the nerf to killing spree, does hurt a little bit, but it doesn't make it any less, because it's just what you get out of the emblem is good enough. Glue going to be the next pick coming in from MAB, as SUHAZ has already picked up the Lilian as well as Cho for themselves. Very, very good options for the side of SUHAZ. Very, very comfortable as well. In matter of fact, as MAB, one more pick to finish off phase number 1. It is going to be the Eve.
Okay, playing a little bit comfort here coming from MAB, but a little bit of a deny pick away from SUHAZ, but they just don't want SUHAZ to play the same draft from game 1. So in this case, Beatrix is going to be up for grabs. Earlier on, SUHAZ Esports, they had the Beatrix and the Glue, but this time MAB, they don't really care about the Beatrix. So SUHAZ, do they want to pick the Beatrix again for HYHY right here, right now? Or do they just skip it?
I don't know, it feels like MAB is just stealing away SUHAZ Esports' picks from game number 1, literally their composition from game number 1.
You know, copy, paste, re-invent, and then make it yours. Originate yourself.
Originate, you know, don't plagiarize, just, you know, just change it up a little bit.
That's why we gotta jumpo everything, you know, like the nasi jumpo, the Malaysian stuff.
Yeah, basically, you know, gotta have a bit of everything. Now SUHAZ Esports, they lock in the Hayabusa to no one's surprise here. Now we move on to the second phase. Now this is where it's going to get a little interesting here now, right? Because we know the SUHAZ and MAB, both of them have their comfort picks, but so far, this is very traditional SUHAZ comfort picks. The Lilia, the Cho, as well as the Hayabusa. We've seen all of this before. Nothing is out of the ordinary. The question is, what gold lane do they want? And more importantly, who is going to go into the EXP lane? Is it going to be the Cho, or are they going to decide on a different style of support?
Yeah, and I like how SUHAZ Esports is binding the Kufra as well. Kufra just kind of messes up the OK the shadow clones coming from Hayabusa. We know Nova is an absolute monster on that hero. We've seen it during his days with SMG in the previous season. I think it was season 7. So that's something that they do kind of remember, because SUHAZ was also playing the same season against them. So MAB, they've got to figure out what do they want for Nova to play, because as of yet, 2 of Nova's comfort heroes, sorry, 3 heroes has been taken out from Nova, which is the Cho, the Kufra, and also the Edith coming from Nova.
Yep, and I mean, I think that's generally fine here. Claude gets banned out for the side of SUHAZ. That's like, alright, X/ has shown to play it. Sorry, not yesterday, but last week during the first week of the MPL. So both sides doing their homework very, very well. MAB, one last ban here to finish off the second ban phase before we move into the picks. Let's see where the priority lies. Is it going to be another support? Yes, it is. It's also going to be a flex style support fighter. This is a good ban coming in from MAB. It's a very good read.
Yeah, I think it was the choice between either banning off the Ruby or Esperoda, but I think Ruby would be a smarter choice just because it can be flexed in both ways, XP as well as the tank role. So something that SUHAZ Esports is really comfortable with. So what is the Ace gonna play? We know it is the Ace we're talking about. Like, he has a huge variety of hero pools to work with, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a potential archive, but looks like they are gonna opt to go for the Jawhead tank instead. This is back to Season 8 all over again. We're looking for potential invades and resets all the way through.
Yep, Jawhead going to be the pick for the side of SUHAZ Esports. MAB looking to finish off their entire draft here. They need a gold lane, and they also need a EXP laner technically, or even a support. Depends on where they want to put this glue.
This is really interesting considering that, like, SUHAZ Esports drafting the Jawhead. If you think about it, Jawhead, Cho, Kufra, these are all heroes that Nova plays, and forcing Nova to play a defensive support, I must say this draft is brilliant coming from SUHAZ Esports. Like, I feel like most of Noah's heroes are pretty much out of the picture as of yet, and he's forced to play, you know what, I have to play defensively. He's going to be very, I would say, passive to a certain degree.
Okay.
Which is against his usual playstyle and habits. Hopefully it'll work. Hopefully it'll work.
Yeah, hopefully. With 25 seconds left, SUHAZ Esports is going to be finished off the draft with the Yuzong as well. Very, very comfortable draft coming in from SUHAZ. MAB, on the other hand, are definitely going to be playing around X/, especially with the Rafaela as their general support. Huh. Okay. I'm excited to see how MAB is going to perform, especially against this, you know, as we mentioned before, comfort pillow draft from the side of SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes out as well. But the drafts has been set, coming from both these teams here, with Nova playing the Rafaela. I'm a little bit defensive measure, but sometimes you got to be flexible if you want to win some MPL games or be a pro player. Likewise, coming from SUHAZ Esports as well, they've applied the pressure, they bring something new to the table. Hopefully things are going to be going in their way. However, they do not have a marksman, my friend.
Yes, they don't have a marksman, which begs a couple of questions here, but I think overall it should be, and I say this with a very big pinch of salt, should be fine.
All right. I'm looking forward to see how it goes, but as of yet, MAB Esports seems like they are going to be having a little bit of a mix-up in terms of trying to prepare themselves. But of course, all is well. We are going to be sending things off towards the Land of Dawn. MAB Esports is going to be in the position where they are going to be forced to, you know, fight for their, I would say, series life if they want to get some points going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they already had a couple of points starting off, kicking things off in week number 1. Week number 2, it's only the very first day, you know? There's still plenty of time in the league, but the important thing is to grow. And if MAB is able to take down SUHAZ here, or at least take a game off of them, there is potential for them to go further on. But it'll be very funny for SUHAZ because they'll be denied an extra point.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You know, I like how you just stopped it right there. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're heading in towards the Land of Dawn. Once again, a recap on the drafts coming from both MAB as well as SUHAZ Esports. It's a little bit interesting with the Popo and Kubao, something that we do know that has been terrorizing towards the patches of our ranked games in the previous patches, but looks like they are going to be bringing it towards the current patch as well. Hopefully it is going to be the contender, where SUHAZ Esports, they are going to try and invade in towards MAB Esports.
Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is going to be the second game of this best of 3. MAB Esports up against SUHAZ Esports. Let the battle begin with MAB Esports on the blue side, SUHAZ Esports on the red.
Yeah, and currently Nova, he knows that this Jawhead is going to be invading in towards the jungles. Nova is just one step ahead. He's going to try and stop him in his track. So the Ace has been forced to go in towards another lane. Instead, Nova is just going to mirror him. He's just going to follow him all the way through.
Yep, it's important that he keeps this up. Oh, Nova takes some good damage from this Lilia. AJ, as long as he's able to get that Shadow Energy down, it is going to be some decent damage. Little Wanderer has been given over, but hey, what can you do? You can't win all the battles.
Agreed. Meanwhile, MAB, they're just making sure that Alif gets his farm. And that's going to be the play here. However, SUHAZ Esports, interesting. Eve going all the way as far back towards enemy lines, hoping to cut the creep base of MAB Esports. So that's going to be a risky move, but hopefully it's going to be A-okay. But as of yet, SUHAZ Esports, they are going to be focusing on the mid once again. Nova is going to be forced to go up top. They know that Eve is going to be doing exactly like that, and they are looking for some juicy kills. Eve, is he making space? Seems like he is going to be eventually chunked down. He knows that there's no way he survives this. Can he get the last kill? But no, the turret survives. He doesn't get the goal, but Jawhead will be here to provide the assistance, and he's going to be A-okay.
Extremely patient here, knowing that the enemy team doesn't have any form of real burst, and he's got plenty of stats to keep him alive, especially since Eevee did decide to take Concussive Blast. Well done. He manages to get on out of there. Is he going to fall behind in EXP? I don't think so. He should be able to collide just in time. Maybe a little bit behind, but not enough to not compete against Ren.
Agree. Meanwhile, the turtle is going to be set up for the top side as well. SUHAZ Esports is slowly getting there. However, no team is ready to contest it yet. So as soon as I say it, Box immediately begins it here, and MLBB Esports, they are going to be forced to fighting again. Nova doesn't have the fall, but here comes the kick from Ave. They do catch Zach QT, and the rest of SUHAZ Esports, they're swarming in against MLBB, and they get the first blood on the Eve. Alif is going to be next as well. Down to the last hit. Can he get the kill? AJ will come in to flicker in and secure the kill. Eve, however, down to his last health. Ren can't seem to finish him off, and Eve survives it all. Box will get the turtle buff, and that means the rest of the team, SUHAZ Esports, is going to get that shield as they want to turn the tides and capitalize on it, and they will do exactly just that. And MLBB, they lose 3 heroes in the process.
Ooh, they all got clumped up so close together. Olive got some good damage out. First blood bounty has been achieved, but SUHAZ Esports turned that around really, really fast there. Nice engage coming in from Eevee to bring them all into one spot. It could have gone a lot worse, but SUHAZ Esports managed to pull through.
That is crazy plays coming from SUHAZ Esports. But AV, my goodness, like, this is not a... Is this a damage show from Recycling, or is it going to be a tank show, considering that it is a tank emblem after all? So I'm looking forward to see how the itemization is going from his perspective. But as of yet, MLBB, they've got to do something more. They've got to do a little bit more than that. And currently, X-Slash needs to pull the big one for the team.
Well, let's see. X-Slash just currently just sitting alongside this Yuzong so far, and Yuzong seems to be doing okay. I would have imagined that X-Slash would be able to harass Yuzong under his tower a little bit more confidently, but it looks like the Ace has something to say about that as he continues. Oh, the Holy Baptism already landing on towards HY. He was unable to get off the Black Dragon form. Oh, that's so sad. You can see the rest of the SUHAZ Esports member wanting to rotate down.
Oh no, that fight right there, HY overestimated himself. He thought that there's no one from side of MLBB Esports. He thought he could turn the tides because his teammates was in the vicinity. Unfortunately, just immediately gets bursted down. They just weren't expecting the rest of MLBB Esports was hoping that he makes that mistake, and that was a good catch. I would say a redemption points coming from MLBB Esports.
For sure. And they need to get as many of those kills as possible to kind of come back from the 3-kill deficit that they gave early on into the game. If they're able to get the second turtle as well, that will put them in a very comfortable position.
You know, it's interesting to see how Game 1 and Game 2, the big shift coming from MLBB Esports, considering that Game 1, they were a little bit hesitant, but now they look like they have a very clear objective, which is making sure X-Slash gets his farm, and if there's a free kill, we're going for it regardless.
Well, let's see the action as we get back right into this game. Let's find out whether or not that's going to be the case with MLBB, because so far we have been seeing a lot of reactive plays against SUHAZ. Nothing really out of the ordinary when it comes down to proactive plays.
You know, I like how the mind games coming from Box. Like, he just goes in for a casual poke, makes sure that MLBB is afraid, and just like that, they just back off. And look at this, AG's all by himself. But MLBB Esports, they're just not going to even force a fight. And I feel like SUHAZ Esports, they're just messing around. Once again, look at this Box. He's just harassing them. And just like that, now Eve might be in a little bit of trouble here. Ren not going for the split. Oh, this is not a really good play coming from. And the reset comes in. Oh no, that is not looking good for MLBB.
Yeah, he is on. The Ace is on the run here. He should be going down pretty much straight away, but the split coming in from Ren is going to prevent Eevee from getting any more value. He goes for the kick right under the target. Ren ends up dying. Good coordination with AJ. His Box says hello to push them back with his presence alone.
That was really on point coming from Eevee to actually precisely calculate the angle and land it towards the turret damage. So that was huge. Turtle, however, will be the point of interest coming from SUHAZ Esports, and they are going to focus on that. Meanwhile, Nova pops a big Holy Baptism, but MLBB cannot capitalize on this at all. So they have to go for full retreat. Meanwhile, MLBB Esports seems like as soon as I said they've got a little bit more confident, I kind of jinxed it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, in a sense, a little bit. Caster's Curse is real, but here we have, once again, Olive getting attacked by the Ace in his own jungle, and he can't really commit to this full engagement, even though X-Slash is ready to make something happen. But here we go.
Oh, this is big.
Locking him down. Nova says hi, but X-Slash is able to take him out just in time. A good play coming in from MLBB.
Well, a small victory for MLBB Esports, but X-Slash finally showing his fangs a little bit. So that's a good sign so far. However, as the game drags on by, SUHAZ Esports, they might lose out in terms of the overall power spike, considering that they don't have a marksman at all. So that's going to be a worrisome factor considering that it's been 6 minutes and SUHAZ Esports hasn't gotten a lot of objectives yet. However, if they win this fight, that's going to be a completely different story because right now MLBB, they're getting dived on. X-Slash is way down for the count. The ace is going to fall as well. So that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But the marksman has fallen from MLBB Esports. Here comes the fight. Alif, can he go in for more? But looks like he will be forced to back out. ZQT going to be kicked out. But SUHAZ, they're not over yet. They're looking for kills. But the heals coming from Rafaela is going to keep them healthy. MLBB Esports, they will turn the tides. Here comes the real elimination. He almost gets boxed, but from behind, Ran saves the day from MLBB Esports. And they punish SUHAZ Esports for their overzealousness here. But Ran, does he have the damage? Can he pull him back? Yes, he'll be just the right amount of damage that gets the job done. And MLBB, they finally bounce back.
Oh, the bounce back was a long and grueling one as SUHAZ Esports unfortunately could not get away with every single one of their moves, and most importantly, they were able to pick up Box in the process. But MLBB Esports, as you see, Popo and Kupal, they've already done a quick cheeky little lane swap here as fast as they can up towards topside to break open the tier 1, knowing that this Yuzong has just been giving them so many problems, but all their EV, he finds the initial kick, but it's too late as X locks him down. A good counter engage from the side of MLBB.
Oh, that's a big punish thus far, and now the ace is going to be next to fall. Alif, can he get the kill? Yes, he will. And that is going to be MLBB Esports' response here. Just like that, they will be able to come back from this. SUHAZ Esports, they need to, tone themselves down. Seems like their overconfidence is starting to punish them very, very heavily.
Yep, HY ends up breaking the tier 1 on bottom side. But if we look up top, we see that X-Slash is comfortably should be opening up the tier 2 as well. He's not going to risk it anymore because he sees Box as well as Eevee. And he's got Alpha Wolf already popped. So he is comfortable walking out, but he is wary.
Exactly. This time Alif does have the turtle buff. The middle turret is going to be pointing interest. But here comes the big cash. But no, Alif immediately gets stunned off. The turret damage doing a little bit much. But they are going to force the issue. The rest of SUHAZ are here. The Black Dragon is there to try and harass his way through. HY will dive onto his X-Slash, and that's going to be the first marksman down from the side of MLBB Esports. Meanwhile, the fight will continue. Ren, they're trying his best to do as much as they can, but no, MLBB Esports, they just don't have the damage. It's all up to Alif to do it, and they will trade off 2 for 1, and just like that, they go for that. But it's not over yet. This skirmish is not going to end just like that, as Box tries to get more out of it, but MLB is just too sustained and tanky for this fight.
Oh, the mid-tier 1 holds strong still for the side of SUHAZ Esports, and MLBB, all they want to do is crack it open so that they can at least start putting pressure into the jungle. But there we go, ZQT. Ooh, manages to flicker the opposite direction of the kick to change its trajectory, and that's going to put him into safety. The rest of SUHAZ, unfortunately, can't seem to crack them open just yet, despite having solid mechanics and good plays being made.
Yeah, let's take a look at the quick items here coming from AV as well as HY. Seems like both teams going to be playing a little bit defensive. However, hold that thought for now. The ace actually getting caught out. He's going to get bursted down. Killing spree coming in from ZQT for MLBB Esports.
Yep, they are very generous with their ultimates. They instantly use the Alpha, but immediately the Holy Baptism as well. The moment he gets caught, there's nothing he can do. Don't give him a chance to Shunpo. Perfect execution as well as the Thorn Rose to get some damage onto Box. Box manages to get the kill onto Alif's side. A good punish and forcing AJ with the black shoes. That's going to be ZQT. Using a real-world manipulation, Eevee very bold, going for a kick on towards Ren for some reason. But hey, that's just going to be MLBB Esports winning out more on all fronts.
I like how Eevee played it as well. He used the kick just to make sure that Box doesn't get caught out. Ensuring the core doesn't die seems to be a sacrificial play, but it's a well-needed one coming from him. However, MLBB Esports, it seems like they're crumbling once again.
Yeah, once again, MLBB Esports, they're 2k ahead. They're 2k ahead. The important thing is that they get this Lord. They can wait for Luminous Lord, so they don't mind looking at even at the odds if they can just kill HY here.
Oh,
just
one more HP!
Oh, the shot residue! Look at him sustain 3 members!
No way!
MLBB Esports, a great petrify to turn the odds. He ends up dying, trades 1 for 1 in a 1v3, and Box makes it count. A 2 for 1 trade in favor of SUHAZ.
No way! He should have died, but HY, he survived with 1 HP. He timed his Petrify perfectly to buy enough time to sustain his way through, but my goodness, that should not have been possible. But MAB Esports looks like they will drop the ball on this one. However, it's not over yet. Ren, he will try and salvage the situation. He's going to try and get the kill on the ace. Meanwhile, the rest of SUHAZ Esports is going to focus on the Lord instead. But Box, they're a little bit too low. X-Slash is in the vicinity, but looks like they will not force it, as the Lord will be secured from the side of SUHAZ Esports.
Yep, Lord is going to be attained, and you know, SUHAZ very comfortable. Lord spawn going to be knocking on MAB's door real soon, as the tide of gold is going to fall into SUHAZ Esports' hand. MAB could take out the Lord very early on and then look to go into the side lanes, which I think is the move.
Yeah. And as of now, seems like SUHAZ Esports, they are going to try and make a play again. Eve looking for the K. He wants X-Slash, but nope, the wrong angle available. But is it going to be enough? X-Slash manages to escape this, but HY is trying to stall him in the track. But X-Slash is going to be the bait for the team, and somehow he survives it all. And you can see Box desperately trying to kill him, but they do not get the kill. This might be the troll coming from SUHAZ Esports, but still, the Lord is pushing in. Ren is going to try and keep things alive for the MAB boys as they come in and redeem themselves, and they get more kill. Just like that, 3-man down from the side of SUHAZ Esports, and just like that, MAB, they bounce back.
They are not breaking even. Either teams refuse to get even higher than this. The gold won't even get higher than this. The leads are just being passed back and forth, and another kill falls into the hands of MAB.
However, big pickup coming from AJ. He does have the Winter Trunkin, so he's going to be able to bait out Alif a little bit more. So MAB Esports, they've got to be careful in this next fight. However, a big item pickup coming from X-Slash Revolve, the Demon Hunter Sword. Meanwhile, Black Dragon on the bottom side. AJ will force the Black through. X-Slash once again in a very, very unfavorable position. He's using himself as bait, but this time, is it worth it? He's going to die eventually. However, HY will be caught in the brunt of it all. He's going to die, but from behind, Eve comes in to save the day. He goes in for the kick. Zach needs to run for his life. However, he's only a mage, and just like that, they get completely swamped in. Ren is here to save the day, but Alif, his only DPS from the side of MAB was to capitalize on the situation, and he could not do too much as Box shuts him down. Ren now has to do something, but he's only a tank, but he will eventually get chunked out as SUHAZ Esports takes a team wipe in their favor.
Whoa! What a fight that was, and now SUHAZ continue to capitalize on this by breaking the tier 2. Members of MAB Esports are spawning, but SUHAZ have done more than enough damage to their economy. They're going to go straight into the jungle, straight in towards top side, get that purple buff, reward yourself, Box, before they start setting up for the Lord in about 30 seconds.
That is huge, but nevertheless here, you know, it worked the first time coming from X-Splash. Second time, not really. I don't think SUHAZ Esports would let X-Slash off the hook just like that, you know. It worked because they were diving turrets, right? But there was no turrets there. And I was surprised MAB Esports, they were just pushing it by having X-Slash go so far out of their defense.
Yeah, and you can see them opening up that map, right? And this is where it gets a little risky for either side. SUHAZ getting very close to that 42k where their main cores will have their items, and MAB, they're wary of this. However, they don't know where HY is, who has been the biggest thorn in their side since at least the 9th minute of the game. He has continuously survived some unsurvivable situations and just out-sustaining. But now the fight begins. Ren goes into split form. He sees Eevee and wants to get a piece of the pie here as the perfect execution comes on out. Eevee is going to get locked right in place by X-Slash.
Yeah, but this time without the split, MAB, they might actually lose out in terms of overall functionness here. HY forces the Black Dragon. The Lord is down towards half HP. It looks like they are going to force the issue. Box taking a little bit too much damage. He does have the OK Shadow Kill, so it's going to be fine. But here comes the real Ration to try and isolate the fight. And SUHAZ Esports, once again, they overcommit. It's all up to HY. He gets the kill on X-Slash, but he will pay with his life. And that's going to be a 2v4 situation as MAB has perfect control of the Lord, and there's nothing the A's can do about this.
Yep, the tides have turned once again in favor of MAB Esports. They haven't taken the lead so far, but Nova is going to keep the team topped off. Box is not going to be a part of it, so they have to coin flip in about 9 more seconds. Alif can actually use his retribution, so that's why they're playing it a little slower than usual.
Yep, it seems like it here. Suicide, they are going to try and solve it, but Eve, he goes in for the stop. He syncs up with the lockdown. He gets the kill on towards Alif, and they get the Lord as well. Oh my goodness, they've done the impossible. SUHAZ Esports, they capitalize on the mistake from MLBB, and just like that, they swing it around. Oh my goodness, SUHAZ. What a performance! Oh my goodness.
Oh, what an advantage being developed coming in from SUHAZ. It's this back and forth constantly. Oh, it's brutal. It's so brutal for MLBB. Every time they get a silver lining, they're just unable to abuse the opportunity.
Oh my goodness, the Lord Storm caught on towards Alif was what opened things up for SUHAZ Esports to be able to take that kill. Oh my god, the moment you take Alif out, it's anyone's game for the Lord take, and SUHAZ Esports, they played it to the best of they can. But the game is not over yet, even though it's a big victory here coming from SUHAZ Esports. But the crystal still remains. MLBB Esports, they've got to go full defense, and seems like there is nothing much they can do. Alif has reviewed his positions, but here comes the split coming from Red, and the Black Dragon coming for HY.
Yep, here we go. As the Black Dragon form is already crashing in, two inhibitors are already down, and the Luminous Lord is gone as well. SUHAZ is going to take the option. His box jumps deep into enemy lines. Quad Channel is not going to be enough. Wall manipulation! Mistake from Box is going to get punished as MLBB Esports is going to be chasing down Eevee. Here comes Alif, perfect execution, and Thorn Rose as well. Eevee trying his best to be a slippery snake, but not enough to escape the clutches of MLBB Esports.
Oh, this is what they needed coming from MLBB Esports. We were expecting bloody fights all the way through. We are getting every one of it today here in MPL. My goodness, the second week on the first day. What a banger, ladies and gentlemen. However, now, bottom side, it seems like MLBB Esports, they are having a little bit of breathing room, but they've lost 2 of the inhibitors. It's not that bad, but I think it's still very much recoverable, because this is the late game where X-Slash will shine the most, because he is the only marksman in this game.
Yep, I mean, X-Slash is skilled very, very well, and the fact that his emblems is going to add on to the amount of extra damage, attack damage he already naturally has, it's going to be brutal to deal with. So, SUHAZ have to be extremely careful for these upcoming fights, because it has been a back and forth, and they can't seem to just hold on to their leads.
Yep, SUHAZ, all they gotta do is focus on the cores, and currently Alif is gonna get ejected out. Alif is gonna be in some trouble. He's got the immortality. The Black Dragon has been forced out, but look at this, Alif, the great escape. He escapes it all, and SUHAZ Esports, they might be in a very awkward position. Some style points coming from Alif to escape it all.
Yep, really good play so far, and man, Alif, woo! Finally, he's feeling it. He's feeling it. After missing a couple of Thorn Roses, he's like, oh man, I really got to stop missing here. I'm missing out such crucial damage for the team. But it's time for this Luminous Lord. Once again, SUHAZ, they're going to have to contest it. They've got pushing waves. They can play the macro game, but MLBB need to make a choice.
Yep, they definitely need to here. But seems like MLBB, they want to force SUHAZ to actually come in and take a bait, possibly go for a pickoff. But as of yet, as you can see on the top side as well, Alif is expecting a potential rat as well. He's actually setting himself in that position. It looks like this Lord is going to be something that MLBB Esports doesn't exactly want to full commit. It's weird. It's weird. Look at the movements up top as well. It seems like SUHAZ Esports, they really want to go in for the rat strategy.
That's the thing. That's the thing. MLBB, they kind of recognize this. They kind of recognize that, like, not all the members of SUHAZ is actually there.
Yeah.
So, no, but it's this push and pull. Somebody is eventually going to push a little too fast or pull a little too slow, and that's when the attacks are going to commence. Who's going to launch the first missile first? Don't know, but let's see. As they play Peacekeepers along their borders, they're holding on strong as MLBB Esports, realizing that they don't have the security of the rest of the inhibitor turrets. But SUHAZ Esports, they do, and they are just abusing MLBB Esports.
Yeah, I like how patiently SUHAZ is playing as well. They have the lanes push out in, for them as well. So as long as that's happening, MLBB Esports can... They have a very small window to take action. In this case, SUHAZ Esports, they'll finally use that window right now to try and take the Lord. But seems like it is going to be a bait. But behind here, Eevee is going to force the kick. Seems like he is going to miss out on the kick as well, as the rest of SUHAZ Esports is going to commit to the fight. And the rest of MLBB Esports is going to back out in the process as well. Do they get kills? Absolutely not. However, HY and AJ taking a little bit too much damage. Here comes the stun coming in, but Alif is still alive and healthy. They do take down the immortalities, but SUHAZ Esports, they're scrambling in pieces. They don't know what's up, but MAB, they've got a Rafaela that heals them all the way through. But eventually, they finally take down Box, and that is going to be an important kill in the hands of MAB Esports.
Yep, SUHAZ Esports back away. MAB Esports completely outscale SUHAZ at this stage of the game, and it's really going to come down to who gets the better engage. And unfortunately for HY, he got completely shut down by the Holy Baptism, the I'm Angry, and then even the knock-up from X-Slash that made all the difference here. So that should be a free Lord in favor of MAB Esports, unless SUHAZ has something to say about it.
They don't have the damage there. They just don't have the damage. Like, X-Slash damage is just not enough to chunk the Lord. They need Alif in this position for the retribution. This might be another opportunity for SUHAZ to play the play as well. The Storm is not coming in, but this time, can they get it? Here comes the Ejector Stun. Who's going to get the Lord? Looks like it's going to be Alif finally for MAB, but here comes the scramble. The Way of the Dragon comes in, but AJ will be chunked down. They don't have the damage. EV as well is going to pay the price. HY is going to be the next, and just like that, this might be it for SUHAZ Esports' game 2. EV tries to buy time, but the damage from X-Slash is just too strong. A triple kill for X-Slash.
Yup, that's going to be a triple kill up on screen here for X-Slash, but that does mean that MAB Esports are back in it to win it against SUHAZ Esports. And unfortunately for SUHAZ, they made a very poor choice there, throwing their members without the fact that Box wasn't there. Trying to risk throwing your life in there really doesn't make a difference, especially since MAB Esports had all their ultimates and SUHAZ Esports only had 4 members. So, I don't know. Wasn't the smartest choice in the world, but good enough for me. MAB Esports now, Box isn't there for the Lord.
I
They're
think
just gonna let
it's
it
over.
in. Yeah, it's over.
I think it's over. MAB, they know they've got it. SUHAZ's only way was to rat their way through, but they were able to respond. And this is the bounce back from MAB Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into game number 3.
Yep, game number 3 it is. 1-1 between these teams. Woo! This has been an absolute rough one from either side. Nobody is giving each other ground. And more importantly, the gold lead, it's never the same. Somebody will get it first. Somebody will achieve it later on.
That was a very, very difficult game for SUHAZ as well as MAB Esports. But MAB, they were able to prevail. What a game indeed. I'm not going to lie that the patience has definitely paid off for them.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, man! It's I wouldn't say it's the most entertaining game to watch, but it's really tactical from either side. Both don't want to give up the ground, but more importantly so, both teams just refuse to be consistent with their plays. They decide, oh, we need to play for our win condition. Then eventually something changes and they become responsive to play the opposite side of the map when it's not necessary. So I don't know. Personally, I feel that wasn't exactly the best showing for either side, but it's good that it builds confidence for the side of MAB.
Yeah, definitely here as well. I feel like SUHAZ Esports, they took a very risky gamble to actually play a non-marksman composition, and for a fact, we know HY is a very, very known XP laner. For them to pick a final pick Yu Zhong for a fighter, what were they thinking? Like, they had the AoE, they had a CC, but they just don't have the finisher in case things didn't go according to plan.
Well, I think they were just confident. They were confident in HY's capabilities to actually engage for the team. And the important thing is that they had nobody else to really do that other than Ace. And unfortunately, the moment the Ace is gone, you have nothing else to go back in. So they doubled down to allow HY to help go for that backline. Because MAB, their only win condition at this point in time was Zac QT and X-Slash. And if they can take both of them out, the rest of them will eventually fall.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And not to mention as well, SUHAZ, they mistimed their timings really well, much as well. Like, they had the initial lead, they were playing really, really well. But a little bit of overextension and mistake pretty much cost them the game. They know for a fact that they need to close this game by 10 minutes, by 15 minutes if they want to get a clear victory. But the moment you drag it on by, unless X-Slash and also Zac QT makes a really terrible mistake, things are not going to go in their favor. And so far, they've only made one, which was I don't think it's much of a mistake. It's more like the Lord Storm kind of messes them up.
Yeah, that it really did. It really slowed down the pace, especially for MLBB Esports, because once they hit the late game, SUHAZ Esports basically had no real way of winning the game unless they could actually get that massive engage, which HY was capable of doing it one time. Afterwards, it was just too difficult.
Yeah, they needed retribution in the box, and even though Hayabusa is a great assassin and is extremely annoying, it does not have enough damage to actually chunk down multiple heroes, especially with the whole Gate Shadow kill, as compared to maybe a Lancelot who does have a little bit more room to work with in terms of AoE damage. But nevertheless here, a great play coming from MLBB Esports, man. Guess what? You know, Nova playing Rafaela was the best call because he's got 1 death and 22 assists.
Yeah, I mean, he's been really helping out the team, and you know, it's no surprise of how he's been playing the Rafaela even since his debut with Team SMG. But let's look at the MVP of this game. Coming in from MLBB Esports is going to be Aleph with the 7-6 and 12 KDA with the 70% match KP. He was feeling a little bit, struggling a little bit during the mid-game, but once he picked up the pace, he was back in action.
You know, this is the Aleph that I really miss from back in the days as well. Game 1, it was a little bit slow for him. Game 2, still kind of slow, but when they hit to this late game, you saw some great escapes coming from him, and that was pretty stick style points as well, because he was getting dived from the rest of SUHAZ Esports. He survived, and he managed to bait out big ultimates coming from SUHAZ, so that was huge coming from Aleph.
Yeah, it was coming. It was really big from Aleph, and especially since he is going to be the executioner for the team, it's very important that he creates that space and, more importantly, dodge the right abilities with the Thorn Rose, which he was able to achieve later in the game, especially for the hyper late game stages where basically everything one-shots him as an assassin. He manages to pull it off well.
All right, and I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. However, SUHAZ Esports is back to the drawing board once again. Do they still want to play the same thing or not? But before that, in case you missed out in game number 2, here are the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series about that game for MLBB Esports as well as SUHAZ Esports. Seeing how this match here, we could perfectly see that SUHAZ Esports, they were having full control of the early stage of the game, but constantly, time and time again, they were very overconfident in just going towards MLBB Esports territory and hoping they do not get punished. And that's crazy considering that they should not be able to get away multiple times, and somehow they do get it away.
Well, I mean, what can you really say about that, right? Did they play better? Did they play worse? The fact is, the results is what matters at the end of the day. If they're able to pull it off, they pull it off, and that's what happened. I can't really say too much about it, except hopefully for the next upcoming game, they can really start polishing their lines of play, because you can see that there is a little bit more confidence in MAB, but SUHAZ Esports, unfortunately, this is as good as it gets. They're just limited by their draft.
I guess, yeah. This was a big catch coming from EVA as well. Like, as soon as MLBB Esports got stopped, he immediately capitalized the situation, got the kill. They even conceded the Lord. And I thought this was a comeback, but yeah, this style points coming from Valve, completely dodging everything. That was huge coming from him. That was like, what, 7 strikes? 8 strikes actually dodging his way through back to the base. Like, how often can you get past that?
Well, I mean, thanks to the changes, it becomes a lot easier. You don't just like trigger all of the punctures in just one go. So it works out. It works out. With that being said, the score is 1-1. Only one of these teams will be able to ensure that 2 points. Any final words for this game, and hopefully some maybe advice or adaptations for the upcoming game 3?
Keep up with the current momentum. I feel like MLB, they've got it. They've got the morale down right now. They've got the confidence, especially for game 2. Hopefully, they will maintain it into his game number 3.
Well, hopefully that's going to be more than enough. But SUHAZ, it's not an easy opponent. They're steady. They like being steady. With that being said, guys, we're going to go on a short break. Both these teams are going to re-strategize and recalculate their draft. And when we come back, it's going to be more Mobile Legends action right after this break.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Time and tide wait for no man nor girl. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku.
And the battle continues here at the MPL MY Season 9 with me getting Q in as well as Terrence Icy Baby 1-2. We got a quick shout out here to all of our sponsors who have made this event possible, and especially with this exciting games here between both of these powerhouse teams, MAB as well as SUHAZ Esports. Remember guys that this entire competition, oh boy, Official Gaming Chair, Secret Lab, and as well as our partners in esports, TikTok, Esports Charts, EGG, as well as our co-organizers ESI for making all of this happen and having this beautiful stage right behind us that the players are playing right up on. So with that being said here, 1-1. This has been the longest Friday we've had this week in the past 2 weeks so far, and both teams don't seem to be giving each other a lot of leeway. It's pretty 50-50 amongst them.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty happy. If you think about it here, two different series, two teams coming from the qualifiers, stepping in up for once in MPL MY, going neck and neck against the pros.
I think it's really, really impressive that either team are not giving each other, and especially since one is a veteran and one just got into the MPL. So that does kind of give you a standard between both of these teams. Let's have a recap pulled up here on screen for those of you who are wondering what exactly happened last game. With a 1-1, just look at that. Just look at the damage coming out from Zach QT. 90,000 overall. He is an effective mage, and same goes for AJ, but it feels like both of their hero pools are rather limited.
Yeah, I feel like Zach QT, he has been very trigger finger with his real manipulation, but he gets the job done as a mage, right? If you think about it here, game 1, game 2 as a Lunox, he did go for it. They kind of lacked a little bit of confidence game 1, but game 2, it seems like everyone is back on action, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not game 3 they are going to be at that performance. I know Nova is going to be there all the time. He's been doing fantastically well, but what really surprised me was how Ren was a little bit more confident from game number 1 when he was playing on the Esmeralda. He was kind of a little bit slow. He was afraid to actually open up maps and to help the team to gather information, etc. But when he's glue, he was able to do it really, really well on top of it all.
Yeah, really, really well. Not to mention the X-Slash has been performing pretty well on when he has, you know, that support coming in with Nova to help him build that confidence and really start taking these plays. And with them together, Nova and X-Slash really work nicely as a pair.
On top of it all, 2 games in a row, 2 glue wins.
Woo!
Still meta? I kind of feel so. Or is it not enough data yet?
No, I think Glue is, honestly, for the most part of it, Glue is always going to be meta. I think what sets him apart from so many other tanks is the fact that his passive is still effective. Yes, he doesn't do as much damage as before, but he still stays just as long to get that damage out. If it's not over 30 seconds, he'll do it over 60 seconds. At the end of the day, he's so difficult to kill.
Well, it might be a contest between both these teams here, especially for SUHAZ as well as MAB. Glue might be the pick here, or is it going to be back in towards the ban phase? And I don't know, it seems like this is going to be the way to go, but we are going to be jumping straight into the drafts for the final game for today, and that is going to be game 3 between SUHAZ Esports as well as MAB, with SUHAZ Esports on the blue side and first pick.
Yep, let's look at the bans now, with SUHAZ immediately going to get rid of the Matilda. MAB respond quickly with the Fanny. I wouldn't be too surprised if Valentina's also going to be on the chopping block for MAB. SUHAZ, on the other hand, the question still remains. What should be banned at this point of time? I feel like Nova is a little difficult to kind of ban out in general, so they really should be looking towards the mages, but instead they know that Aleph is comfortable on this Lancelot, and that is a bad sign, so get rid of it.
Yeah, I feel like game number 2, they kind of targeted on towards Nova's hero pool. Kind of felt like a wrong decision because Nova has too many heroes to ban. So in this case, they kind of gave up of it. And I agree, focusing on Aleph is going to be the smart play to go. Game 1, he didn't do too well. Game 2, his Lancelot was popping off. And not to mention as well, we did talk about it as well, that Aleph has experience playing his Lancelot previously from multiple teams as well. When he was playing with SMG, he was playing with X-Assassin. You know, he goes by the name of Fakers previously, which I have no idea why he changed his name, but yeah.
You mean Fakes, but yes, that is correct. MEB did get rid of Valentina this time as predicted. SUHAZ now with their final ban for the blue side here. Let's see what else do they get rid of at this point in time. Arguably, I think getting rid of Roth might not be too bad, and then looking to first pick Cho.
Yeah, if they want to go for the Roth ban, it's great, but that's the thing, right? Do they want to let the glue slide? Do they want to let the P-Trick slide? Or do they want to let the a lot of other heroes to actually slide off, but seems like Selena is going to be the way to go. SUHAZ will not risk it instead. So, surprise, actually. But at the same time, I think Nova did play a support Selena before, but it didn't exactly stood out for me.
Nothing too crazy, but I mean, he gets the job done at the end of the day. He still has that pressure. He still has that level of threat that you would expect out of a support to help you open up that map. MLBB, on the other hand, their final ban here literally could be anything at this point in time. They could ban out the Beatrix straight away or pick it up for themselves. I don't mind if they pick it up for themselves this time round to deny, but they better be able to ban out the Popo or Kupao. No, they ban out the glue instead.
They just don't want to take the risk. Like, we know SUHAZ is very comfortable with that, and on top of it all, if I feel like MLBB, they're not comfortable playing the Beatrix. If you think about it, maybe if SUHAZ Esports goes for the glue next pick, later on, and maybe they don't pick the Beatrix, they're just gonna get the Beatrix from SUHAZ again, and we're back to game 1 all over again. So I think denying that opportunity is a smart play. However, we did kind of see a Franco ban in one of the drafts as well, coming from MLBB, which was kind of... No, was it SUHAZ that banned the Franco?
Yes.
Yeah, it was SUHAZ was banned. So maybe they could consider the Franco this game, perhaps?
I don't know. I feel like Franco is in a position where it's not exactly that good or that great. It really depends on how accurate you are with those hooks.
Yep.
It's a pretty bad hitbox, man. Like, most hooks would be like, you know, I would hope that they increase the hitbox of that hook, but for the time being, it's just way too narrow. MLBB instantly going with the Lilia as well as the Edith here.
You know what would be really nice?
What would be really nice?
Like, the hook is shorter range, but instead of needing to aim, it's like an instant lock.
Yeah, no. No, what?
Kind of
Why
like
would you want that?
Like kind of like a Kaja Divine Judgment.
Why would you want that?
That
Why
would be
would
broken.
you ever want that? Why? Huh?
You need to give more love to Franco, man.
No, that's just taking away the skill portion of this game and being like, here, let me dumb it down for you apes. Come on, that's too much. We're sophisticated human beings. We can land a hook when we want to. Increasing the hitbox, I get, but that's just too much. Now, it's going to be the Phoveus as well as the Roger getting picked up for the side of SUHAZ, while MLBB, they decide to pick up the Aulus.
We're back to game 1 for MLBB. It seems like these are the wombo combo strategies that they're going to go for. Alif going to be forced to play the Aulus once again. They have Nova playing the Edith. These are comfort picks again. Game 1 looks really, really solid. But the downside from that game was the glue kind of messed them up. So maybe they want to test out their drafts again against SUHAZ Esports. This time without the glue, without the Beatrix, perhaps.
Well, the fact is, it's Esmeralda and Phoveus in lane. I don't know. If SUHAZ don't ban out Popo and Kupa or people who are just going to abuse this Phoveus, I don't know what to tell you, man. MLBB, I think it's really clear that Popo and Kupa is going to be number 1 on their list. Beatrix isn't too bad. But I would prefer the Popo and Kupa just to say, like, you know, arguably even Clint. Just bully this Phoveus out of lane or this Esmeralda. Doesn't matter which one. They shouldn't be able to touch the wave.
Yeah, I feel like the Popo Kupa will be nice. It's a good setup for the Aulus as well as the EDF as well if they want to go for it. And on top of it all, SUHAZ Esports, they kind of the Phoveus can't exactly capitalize too much considering that, okay, aside from Edith, who has a lot of escape mechanics, I don't think EVE can actually go crazy with this. Or in this case, maybe HY is going to be playing the Phoveus in that regard. So I'm surprised that this time they are going to force the jungle marksman-ish combo from SUHAZ Esports, and Box is going to play the soul marksman. I feel like it's going to be the case right now.
Me too. Here we go. It's going to be high loss.
Oh, this is good.
The natural counter for Esmeralda up inside the EXP lane. First shown off in Indonesia and then being translated all over the world here. Very, very nice picks coming in from MLBB Esports. I like it so far. SUHAZ, on the other hand, they should know. They need to start getting rid of counter picks for this Phoveus. Anything that has range, whether it be Brody, I mean, literally anything. Just get rid of it as soon as possible. It's going to be Ruby, or at the very least, get me a counter. Lunox? Okay. I guess it's Lunox. I guess this is the world we live in.
This is weird. Like, SUHAZ is they're just putting all their eggs in the baskets for physical damage coming in from Box, and I'm worried considering that Roger doesn't have the strongest of soul physical damage unless you know, Ruby is like hybrid, maybe.
No, Ruby's definitely going into the support position. I think Roger, he's going to play in the back line and just wait until Lunox and Phoveus get the job done and just shred the entire side of MAB before anything happens. Yep, Beatrix is going to be the pickup. I don't know how HY is going to play in lane. I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, they're going to give the Esmeralda over this time to HY, and Eevee is going to be the one playing Phoveus. So that means Esmeralda is going to go into the gold lane.
I still have no idea how they're going to be able to lane this properly. Like, they're so tanky from SUHAZ Esports, but hopefully things are going to be for the better, because this is going to be an all-out brawl between MAB and SUHAZ Esports based on this draft.
I totally agree, and it's really going to come down to these side lane matchups and the supports really duking it out. I don't think the mid lane is going to affect too much at the end of the day, and the jungles at this point most likely are going to be playing for their gold laners. So let's see how this goes as we walk down the hallway one more time here before, and look at the compositions of both SUHAZ and MAB. From SUHAZ, they've got a really greedy lineup here, a lot of melee, but they can jump straight into the back line. They've got plenty of CC, and most importantly, they're executing for Roger. On the other hand, we're having one of the tankier lineups we've seen from MAB. High sustain, high decent mobility, and most importantly, enough CC to hit and nuke an entire country. Let's jump right into the land of Dawn.
Yep, I definitely got the reference, but yeah, it seems like that's gonna be the case here, and I definitely like MAB's draft a little bit more. However, the game is not as set yet, as we are going to be going towards the decider match. MAB needs this match if they want to score some points, but SUHAZ Esports as well, so who's going to take it all? But as of yet, HY is going to be on the goal lane with the Esmeralda going up against X-Slash.
Yep, I mean, man, this is going to be interesting. Personally, I do believe that how MAB want to be playing the gold lane is the fact they want to hard push that lane and then just harass Esmeralda under it with the Renner and just get some early gold. The fact that I'm not seeing that happen and Esmeralda is somehow getting this push off is already a bad sign.
Yep, and as of now, AJ going to be solo, left alone in the middle side, as MAB, they're going to rotate and make sure that Aleph gets his farm once again. Kind of repetitive from game number 1, but the high loss on the other side of the map on the XP lane seems to be the trend here coming from MAB Esports.
Yep, you can see that Ren is just taking his time with the rest of the members. Zach QT as well as Olive's almost there. Olive, he's going to be hitting his level 4 right after this beetle, which is going to be really good, because Ren is about to get dove right under turret here. He could get the disengage coming in from Olive, but he's just going to sit back, relax, and let Hylos just retreat. There's nothing much they can do here, and neither does Eevee have enough damage to even chunk out the energy shield.
Yeah, that was a good flicker as well coming from Ren. I was expecting maybe a little bit more sustains with the Revitalize, but considering that it is an XP lane, I feel like Ren made the right call for that. That if he had Revitalize, he would have just died then and there. But SUHAZ Esports, they're looking for more kills. Aleph is going to be farming pretty okay. MAB just making sure that he's getting the farm. Nova going to be scouting out the vicinities, but looks like he's all by himself, and I'm surprised SUHAZ Esports, they're not diving onto him. Here he comes, the pullback comes in, Eevee going to be completely swamped in, Eevee taking too much damage, and Aleph joining the fight a little bit early, and here comes the Glorious Pathway as well, as SUHAZ Esports, they want to re-engage. AJ, however, gets a fat swipe onto his MAB, but it's not enough damage to chunk them down.
Nicely done from Ren. He ran straight in. He had his target priority. As soon as AJ comes through, he turns his direction on top of AJ to force him into the brilliance to stop the darkening. Well played coming in from MAB Esports.
Yeah, very nicely done. However, Turtle completely ignored as of yet, but AJ getting pulled back, no follow-up whatsoever again. Here comes another stun coming in, and this tank is getting extremely annoying here. The Ace tries to make a play, but they've not hit the level 4 yet. However, Nova will hit it first, so that's huge for Nova.
Yeah, really, really huge. X-Slash, I mean, this is, I don't get it. X-Slash should be absolutely just dominating HY. HY should not be able to touch this wave, but X-Slash has just been giving him way too much leniency here, and now HY is just even against X-Slash for no reason.
That's the difference, right? Like, I think X-Slash is just clearing the minions so quickly to a point that HY is like, I don't care. As long as I'm hugging the tower, I'm going to get XP. So that might be the case. But in terms of momentum-wise, it seems like SUHAZ Esports, they are going to be forcing a turtle again. They've got it done, but look at this. The cat comes in, coming from MLBB Esports. The amount of slows. What is this? The Glorious Pathway with the Aulus ultimate completely zoning them out. My goodness.
Yep, really nicely placed. ult coming in from Aleph there. It's just, what can you really do? I'm looking at Eevee, I'm realizing he doesn't have the flicker. He only has a Purify. Box now getting the Windtalker for himself as Aleph completes his boots. This is a pretty rough matchup so far. Eevee, he still needs time and effort here. Oh no, but they find the initial catch on towards Box's side. He can't get out, and MAB are now getting extremely confident here as they now run up towards the top side of the map and will look to shove Phoveus out of lane.
This is huge for MAB, and I like this confidence coming from them, and hopefully things are going to be a little bit better, but as of yet, they're a little bit too low. They need to back off and respect this as the Ace is looking to make a play, but looks like they will back off. Once again, SUHAZ Esports in a very difficult spot. Box is one death on the Roger, and that's not a good sign for SUHAZ Esports at all.
Yeah, Xlash now has the wave right exactly where he wants it here. However, HYHY is patiently still able to absorb the EXP, and unfortunately, Xlash is not able to develop a snowball, even though this lane is definitely within his grasp. Like HYHY, confidently, he takes Avarice on top of everything else. He knows he can get on top of Xlash, and I think Xlash, he should have just taken Weakness Finder at this point in time.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for Xlash, but that's the thing, right? Like, I feel like currently trading 50-50s is MAB's go-to plan. Like SUHAZ Esports, they're not going to benefit a lot towards later stage game, especially from Marksman. But when it comes to tankiness, yes, that is going to be in their forte. So I think MAB Esports, they're trying to slow down the economy as much as they can. But at the same time, it's very difficult to do so, considering that they need to make sure that Aleph gets his farm alongside with Xlash.
I mean, Aleph just has to farm. That's all he has to do. If the lanes are independent, it's going to be okay. Here we go. The Berserker Spirit is already down as the Ace is trying to get on out of there. The Unyielding Fury once again doing good amount of work as Box is able to take the turtle. In the meantime, they back away. MLBB Esports lose a neutral objective, but at the very least, SUHAZ Esports don't lose any of their members in the process.
If you think about it, right, the amount of slows that MLBB Esports have. You have slows from Lilia, you have slows from the Olos ultimate, you have slows from the Hylos ultimate. How do you escape this without a Rafaela or anything that boosts your movement speed?
That's the thing, you just got to go head first. You have to be the aggressors in this situation, but it's tough, and I think, you know, honestly, Eevee is just walking through the... He is lost all his health. He's going to get dove under, but AJ is here to try and protect him. Is that QT? He's already used the Black Shoes. They've run out of minions at this point in the dive. Has been delayed with the help of their mage. Well done to AJ to buy Eevee that time.
Oh, do they want to fight it? Oh, okay, no, Aleph is just too fast.
There's no way, there's no way. He's not going to do anything too crazy here as they set up this play coming in from the mid lane. The Ace is trying to get on out of there. Earth Shatter as well as Nova commits to Divine Retribution. He's gone. He doesn't even stand a chance. What can the Ace do?
Oh, it's not over yet. ZyQT is going to be A-okay. The Black Shield has been expanded. HYHY, nothing much he can do. They don't exactly have the lockdown to set up for AJ yet. Box looking for the right moment to strike. Unfortunately, MLBB Esports just a little bit more disciplined than their usual games. However, Radiant Armor is already up on red. That means everyone from SUHAZ Esports is going to have a significant drop in terms of damage. And now HYHY going to be zoned out. Can he go for the push? The Renner comes in, chunks half of his health. ZyQT taking it too much, but Black Shoe is there. SUHAZ Esports in a very awkward position. But MAB, they don't want to overcommit to this fight.
Wow. I mean... that dive could have been done better. Xlash should have been switched over to...
maybe a sniper, maybe
No, the bombs for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Bennett's rage would have been more than useful, but there we go. Xlash able to waste this flicker to get on top and manages to get the shotgun shots off just in time. Man, this is really rough. This is really rough from SUHAZ Esports. They are not going to be able to breathe, and this is mainly because of their draft. They have no options to get away from MAB, and MAB are just rolling over them from every single angle, taking every single tier 1s, and now even, breaking that mid-tier 1, they're going to go straight for the jungle economy.
Yeah, not to mention as well, Nova is also a hybrid marksman, which kind of hurts without marksman items, so it's kind of scary, considering that MAB is where they're just giving away SUHAZ Esports, they're just giving it all away and hope to pray that late game they are going to be able to capitalize. And currently, I don't see anything of happen. They've gotten 0 kills thus far. Box has been struggling to get farm, and he's not gonna. He hasn't snowballed at all in this game.
Box is dependent on his team. He needs HY and Eevee to really get some work done for him here. He's only got so much damage, and yes, he wants to kill someone like ZaQT, but with the black shoes, it's basically a get out of jail card for free.
Yeah.
And Box cannot do much about it. Any of the squishier targets, X-Slash and ZaQT, are his main and primary ones. But unless he can find the ace to catch them out, there's no guaranteed way for him to jump in safely and get the kills and roll out with the support of Nova and as well as Ren, and even the disengage from the Unyielding Fury from Aulus on Aleph on Aulus. It's just, there is just no option.
Wow.
Look at that, the ace dead instantaneously. Immortality doesn't stand a chance as HY jumps in towards that backline to hopefully open it up. Where's
Aleph?
Eevee, he doesn't take it as well as the rest of the team goes on down, and Aleph with the Berserker's Fury does too much damage. SUHAZ gets wiped here from the side of MAB. HY tries his best to sustain, but that's gonna be a game over as MAB crack open an inhibitor. They're so far ahead in this game.
Oh, HY is still alive. He's trying to juke his way through. He's gonna try and cut up the creep waves, but there's nothing much he can do. But SUHAZ Esports there is crumbling. They're chasing, and no way, they found him. Ren is still giving chase, and HY is still not returned home yet. And there's, I don't know, do they even bother about HY? It seems like they just completely ignoring him.
Nope, they do. They just keep chasing him at this point of time, but now he's already restored at least half 50%, and the rest of his team members are back up. Next objective, look at how quickly this goes. 1.981k damage from Aleph. He's way too strong, and you can hear how excited the players are up on stage. They know they've got this in the bag. They know they've got the perfect game here with a perfect draft. 0 to 10 score right now. MLBB Esports with an 808. They are going to be absolutely dominating the rest of this game.
They got so much wombo combo coming from MLBB Esports right now. Like the Aulus, the Hylos, the amount of slows, the AoEs coming from Noah. It's just huge so far. And SUHAZ Esports, they've got to find a way to burst their way through, but it seems like they can't. It's so difficult to do so right now.
No, I think it's too late. I think right now, MLBB Esports, they've got the nuts right now, and there's literally nothing better than their draft at this point of time, and SUHAZ just has no option unless they had a snowball earlier in the game, and that time has passed. No matter how hard SUHAZ gets in on this, unless MLBB make a huge mistake. Look at that. HY is literally dying to the Unyielding Fury alone, and he only took like, what, 4 ticks? Aleph gets pulled on backwards, but it really doesn't matter here, as you can tell, as the rest of the team just cover him, and boom, already they find 2 kills for nothing in favor of MLBB Esports. Lord is going to be walking on through, and you can hear how excited MLBB is in the background as they crack open the next inhibitor. Box doesn't have enough damage to take this out by himself, and AJ using the darkening as well to try his very best. GG, well played. MLBB Esports take it 2-1.
They made it happen. Their victory here has been defined. They finally outplayed the SUHAZ Esports 2 games in a row. Who would have thought that SUHAZ Esports would drop that ball in that final game? As, oh my goodness, this is a big morale booster for MLBB.
Look at that. Look at the excited boys. Well-deserved victory. Well-played draft. Oh my goodness, GG, well played to them. Let's go check out the mic check of MLBB. You guys might want to listen to this. Most exciting one yet.
Tengok aku. Alright.
Alun dah kira tu.
Walu.
Nak dapat 2 cok.
Dapat Aulus cok. Eevee dapat Aulus. Tarik kat sini.
Boleh pun tak?
Nice.
Bring it on!
Dah. Go one. Aku kacau ni.
Bawa.
Aku dengan Iwan N.
Alright.
Aku dengan Iwan N.
Go.
Aku tak dah ni Iwan. N.
Hidup flicker? Boleh tak?
Nice.
Nice. Kau nak lagi, Alex? Tak ada.
Aku tak ada tu, tak ada skill.
Kau boleh keren? Sekejap aku cuba. Oh ni aku tak ada lagi lah. Wah hai ni. Tak flicker.
5 second eh. Boleh. Sumpah boleh. Dia flicker dah aku. Tengoklah.
Tak boleh. Nice. Dah.
Mantap.
Tutup mati. Dah.
Mati semua. Kejap kau. Mati. Jom belakang. Ni satu. Mantap. Betul. Wow. Bangkit. Bangkit.
Kemas, teratur dan berdisiplin. Itu yang boleh saya rumuskan game terakhir di antara pasukan SUHAZ Esports menentang pasukan MLBB Esports. Anda sekarang bersama saya Sid selaku stage host. Tahniah diucapkan kepada pasukan MLBB Esports berjaya menewaskan pasukan SUHAZ dengan kemenangan 2-1. Dan bersama saya dekat sini di atas pentas ini tak lain tak bukan ZQT. Satu perlawanan yang cukup sengit. Tetapi apa yang sebenarnya berlaku dekat dalam game yang pertama yang menyebabkan kenapa pasukan MLB agak sedikit meredup?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Dan game first tu kita kalah draft lah kata. Sebab dia dah semua dah snowball. But kita try buat late game tapi tak boleh terjadi juga.
Ya, sebab itu yang juga berlaku ketika bertemu dengan Homeboys. Tapi masuk game kedua, lepas tu masuk dengan game yang ketiga, kita nampak pasukan MLB lebih tenang dan nampak tahu apa yang nak kena lakukan, dan nampak mungkin ada sedikit kelemahan daripada pasukan SUHAZ yang boleh diambil daripada pasukan MLB sendiri. Dan apa yang berlaku sebenarnya game yang kedua dan game yang ketiga menyebabkan pasukan MLB sangat-sangat berbeza?
Lepas game first tu, yang kena kalah tu, kita terus reset, fikir balik apa nak buat sikit game ni. Okay, just alhamdulillah dapat.
Dan nampaknya kemenangan tanpa sebarang kill diberikan kepada pasukan SUHAZ di game yang ketiga, game yang cukup penting. Adakah ZQT sendiri menjangkakan perkara ini akan berlaku? Terutamanya game yang ketiga tadi.
Tak.
Langsung tak menjangkakan.
Langsung.
Tapi kalau melihat daripada draft sendiri, apa yang membuatkan kelainan untuk pasukan MLB, terutama di game yang ketiga? Draft apa yang ataupun hero apa yang menyebabkan kemenangan kepada pasukan MLB?
Yang ketiga tu saya rasa menang draft lah. Sebab kita menang semua lain menang.
Ya, itu pun yang kita boleh nampak dan itu menyebabkan kenapa pasukan MLB sangat kuat. Dan soalan terakhir, terutamanya kepada penyokong-penyokong MLB dekat luar sana, apakah kata-kata daripada ZQT sendiri terhadap penyokong yang sentiasa menyokong pasukan MLB?
Kepada penyokong MLB Sport, tetap support kita orang, menang atau kalah. Terima kasih.
Bringing on. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada ZQT. Penutup untuk hari ketiga, ya, hari pertama di minggu yang kedua cukup baik. Jadi kita akan terus saja pergi kepada Lafel, Jasazuran dan juga Gideon.
Terima kasih Sif. Selamat kembali bersama dengan saya Abeja dan kita ada Gideon dan juga Lafel. Abang nak cakap something, boleh tak?
Cakap.
MLB punya performance tadi, boleh tak saya nak cakap itu perlawanan yang luar biasa?
Sangat luar biasa, and apa yang I suka ialah mereka tukar drastic daripada game 2 dengan game ketiga. Dan yang paling bagus, kita nampak SUHAZ dengan MLB, diorang support each other. Bila SUHAZ menang, bring it on. Bila MLB menang, SUHAZ bangkit. Diorang memang support sama sendiri. Bagus kan, Gideon?
Yeah, it's true. It's really interesting to see how these teams are really evolving into their own person. More importantly so, just the way that they're doing everything.
Yeah.
Baik, saya nak bagi tahu tadi kan masa mic check dia kan ada keluar gambar saya tadi kan.
Ya, betul.
Kan saya macam ni. Saya bukan TAP dengan MLB, saya cuma cakap luar biasa. Saya salah faham.
Memang
luar biasa. Saya cakap luar biasa. Jadi saya nak tanya, apa yang menyebabkan SUHAZ macam tak boleh nak perform sebentar tadi?
Dua benda saja. Nombor satu, AJ menggunakan Lunox yang perlukan farm, jadi rotation slow. Dan nombor kedua ialah pasukan MLB, Nova Escobar dah dapat baca box punya rotation.
That's a good one. I think it's just purely the draft, and honestly, we can see it in the item build here. I don't think there's much to be talked about because how cleanly MLB Esports thrashed SUHAZ at this point of time. But I think it's just draft diff at this point.
Dekat sini kita boleh nampak yang SUHAZ mereka punya idea dah ada dekat situ, di mana mereka cuba menang draft, cakap okay, Fovius and Esmeralda counter sama sendiri, sama juga dengan Ruby counter sama sendiri. So nampak diorang punya draft, I nampak diorang punya logic dekat situ. Yang kelemahan dekat sini adalah macam mana kita cerita awal-awal tadi, kita tengok AJ yang menggunakan Lunox, dah ada Clock of Destiny dan juga Lightning Transhan. kalau awal-awal item tu dah siap, damage dia ada. Tapi bila damage dia tak ada, dia rotate atas ke bawah ke, tak ada perubahan. Jadi SUHAZ Esports mereka punya rotation slow, and Nova Escobar kita tengok ketiga-tiga game initiation yang bagus. Bila dia dah tahu, okay, box dia punya gerak macam ni, korang ikut je aku. And then bila diorang ikut je, berjaya untuk tangkap box. So macam mana Gideon cakap, perbezaan draft nampak macam MLBB Esports menang, tapi juga boleh katakan mereka punya cepat diorang belajar. Itu yang penting.
I suppose, yes. I do think that, especially for Nova, he's really good at picking up on behaviors. But if this was I don't know, if X/, was, let's say, MAB picked up O-Head from Blacklist International on that Beatrix, HY would not be able to play that lane. This is such a terrible matchup, and I don't know why that they put such priority on Phovius Esmeralda to be the pairings, especially since the gold lane is so revolved around these oppressive style of gold laners. And it feels like SUHAZ Esports just felt like, you know what, we're bringing back an old draft, a previous meta draft, and hopefully that's going to be enough.
Jadi sekarang jom kita tengok post game stats kita sebentar tadi. Wow, untuk pasukan SUHAZ. Kita mula dengan MLB dulu lah saya rasa.
Ya, kita akan tengok Rich Guy dan juga The Carry akan diberikan kepada Alif. Tanya juga berjaya untuk dapatkan Maniac tadi dengan 892 gol per minit dan 37,000 damage yang dia berjaya untuk keluarkan. Sandbag dekat sini diberikan kepada DS, 54,000 damage yang dia absorb. Dan Forgotten One, Nova Escobar, 8 total assist. Dan kita tengok untuk side SUHAZ, mereka punya damage lebih kurang sama. Tapi itu adalah benda yang tak bagus sebab semua damage agak kurang, Gideon.
Yeah, no, overall it's just really difficult. It's really difficult to get in on it. I mean, half of the lanes are being countered. Every single time they want Box to get ahead, there's only two primary targets they can really find, which is ZachQT, who has black shoes to get out of tough situations, or even X/, which half the time you're seeing Nova and as well as Aleph hovering around his side of the map to make sure, and even ZachQT to make sure that they don't give away that one or maybe two important kills to Box.
Ya, kita tengok kita berbual pasal lane matchup dan macam mana MLB diorang punya hero dah counter semua hero SUHAZ. 0 damage to tower. SUHAZ bukan setakat kill, sentuh tower pun tak berjaya dekat sini. So MLB Esports mereka punya evolve is pada pendapat saya sangat-sangat impressive. Lagi Alif kat sini, Aulus late game hero not really. Awal-awal dia dah keluarkan damage yang besar.
Betul. Tadi Abja tengok juga macam Nova tadi kan. Dia boleh tak je nak puji macam Nova punya setup ni semua menjadi tadi.
Memang cantik. Memang sangat-sangat cantik. Yep. Dan ini yang bagus sebab Nova pernah main dekat dalam MPL sebelum ni. Jadi saya memang expect yang Nova akan lagi cepat selesakan diri kat atas stage, dan kita nampak memang sangat cantik.
Baik, sekarang jom kita tengok untuk MVP kita game yang ketiga tadi. Itu dia Alif 605 kill participation, 92% gol per minit, 892.
Macam mana kita nak cakap? Dia dapat Maniac. Yeah. Apa lagi sebab dia akan jadi MVP dekat sini?
I mean, he's an absolute gangster. What can I say? You can hear it in the comms. When he's feeling himself, he's feeling himself. He's telling him to get pumped up. His item build says it all. He's so far ahead of the curve. 892 GPM. The moment you're getting into the 900s when it comes down to gold per minute, that's when you start to get worried, because it's not just the amount of jungle farm you're getting. You're just getting fed kills. You're just eating players as food.
Yeah, and kita tengok macam mana pasukan MLB bermain dekat dalam game ini. I akan tegur balik. Kira kat sini bahagian hypercritical kepada bahagian SUHAZ, di mana ini pun dah jadi trend. Game pertama diorang akan menang. Game kedua dengan game ketiga diorang dah start nampak macam hilang fokus. Ini apa yang saya nak hypercritical. Bila kita tengok pada highlight sekejap saja lagi, nampak seperti diorang blur-blur sikit. Apa yang diorang nak lakukan? Apa the next step? Kita akan tengok highlight dekat sini macam mana pertama kali dalam sepanjang MPL, MLB Esports mereka yang proaktif dalam mereka punya rotation, bukan mereka yang reaktif kepada apa yang pasukan SUHAZ Esports lakukan.
That's where I want to talk about MAB Esports changing that playstyle, realizing that they have a lot of confidence. For some reason, the draft gave them so much confidence that they decided to stop playing responsive and wanted to be proactive on the map. And you can see that SUHAZ Esports, they don't have a choice. They have no control over their lane, so they have to play reactive to do MAB Esports. Given that sort of leeway, they basically take full control. Even when Aleph is in trouble, and this could be the one turning point for them, it's too late. They've already got 4 members who are able to brick wall the rest of the members.
Yeah, and if we... dah nak cakap English. Ini nak 100% Malay kali ni. Kita tengok macam mana SUHAZ Esports, sebab Gideon, you sini cakap berbual pasal draft. mereka prioritas untuk bankan kepada Claude, walaupun X-Lash dah lama tak pakai Claude. Itu signature hero yang dulu. Dan sekarang kalau kita tengok pada standings, saya tak sangka, tapi screenshot cepat-cepat, MLBB Esports nombor 1 kat Group A. Wow,
Ini kejutan.
Oh, sangat.
Bukanlah kejutan kan?
Sangat kejutan.
Sebab rasa MLB memberikan satu kejutan untuk semua lah. Even kita tadi pun dah menggelupur tadi kan. Perlawanan yang cukup menarik. Dan itu kita tengok MLB dengan 5 points.
To be fair, SMG baru main sekali, so
Okay.
To be fair lah.
To be fair. Alright, Gideon?
Honestly, in the words of my favorite BM caster, let's go! He must be extremely ecstatic that MLB Esports is sitting up on top. But yes, we must take it with a pinch of salt. There are plenty of other teams who haven't gotten to play their full amount of games just yet. So keep an eye. Team SMG probably gonna knock it out of the park.
Tapi yang kita kena bincangkan, SUHAZ dengan Orange, dua-dua pasukan kat sini langsung tak terima apa-apa kemenangan lagi teruk untuk Orange. Dalam semua yang diorang kalah, semua 2-0.
Yelah, tak sempat menang 2-1 pun tak pernah lagi. So, rasa Orange kena letakkan orang cakap apa, effort ni lebih untuk orang cakap apa, konsisten lah. Bagi nampak cantik sikit kita punya standing.
Jangan konsisten kalah, konsisten menang.
Konsisten menang.
Konsisten dia ada dua jenis bagi konsisten.
Jadi, speaking of MLB Esports tadi. Tak, good lah. Saya je nak usik tadi. So, MLB kalau dia konsisten buat apa orang cakap, effort dia macam ni, perlawanan yang macam ni, saya rasa tak mustahil.
Ya, saya rasa untuk MLB, diorang dalam situasi yang lain di mana bukan setakat konsisten, tapi diorang dalam phase yang diorang baru masuk dalam MPL, ada banyak yang diorang nak belajar. So saya nak tengok diorang terus belajar, so nak tengok diorang terus improve.
Adjustment period. An adjustment period for teams to kind of not only feel themselves but understand the level of which they are expected to play as. Because for a lot of times, and especially when we were playing online, a lot of teams felt very comfortable being at home, being comfortable taking a loss. It's like not that big of a deal. But now, once we're at a big stage, a live event with an arena that potentially you guys at home could be able to watch soon enough, I think that's really adding on to that pressure and really like realizing, yes, I am a professional player here in Malaysia.
Baik, jadi sekarang apa je nak tanya, sebab kita kan ada patch baru kan. So, bagi pendapat Gideon sendirilah, rasanya sini hero mana yang paling kuat lah rasanya, yang patut kita masukkan dekat ni?
Paling kuat? It's tough to say which is the strongest hero, but I'm excited to see the two heroes in particular. Number one is Diggy. I'm really excited to see Diggy a lot more often. And the other one is Yin, which, it inevitably got banned in game number 2, but not in game number 3. I'm excited to see whether this week teams want to utilize the Yin jungle.
Untuk saya nak tengok Harif. Sama ada mana-mana team yang akan pick up Harif. Pada bahagian mid game, dia nampak sangat kuat. Ini pun Ciku menggunakan hampir berjaya untuk dapatkan Savage. So, antara banyak hero, Harif antara hero. Sebab dah lama kita tak nampak Harif.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Harif?
Ya.
Zaman Force kan?
Ya, zaman betul. Avenger.
Okey, sekarang jom kita tengok balik kita punya key to success untuk pasukan MLB.
Ya, dekat sini terus terang saya nak cakap. Pasukan MLB, diorang tak cuba pun lakukan apa-apa key to success dekat sini. Mereka main diorang punya own playstyle dalam game kedua, game pertama diorang pergi kepada late game, dan game ketiga tadi diorang just naikkan diorang punya tempo. So pada pendapat saya, diorang create diorang punya key to success sendiri.
Yeah, I feel that too. I totally agree with you, Lafel, that it's like, I think it's really impressive that MLB Esports, they could have followed the traditional, use objectives as bait, which I thought was going to be like the biggest key to success up against SUHAZ, because they're so textbook. But instead, MLB Esports, they stuck to their own guns, stuck to their own playstyle, and as you mentioned it, just kept up the pace and increased it again and again and again.
So maknanya kalau kita tak ikut kita sukses kat sini, tapi kita ada plan yang sendiri pun boleh juga. Tapi pastikan kita punya plan tu kena power dan strong lah, macam MLBB punya performance tadi.
Ya, pada pendapat saya, key to success adalah professional punya view apa yang diorang kena lakukan. Tapi diorang sebagai pasukan, diorang sendiri yang berlatih, diorang lebih arif dengan apa yang diorang cuba lakukan. So, key to success sebenar untuk mana-mana team, apa plan yang mereka dah ada, teruskan. Jangan hilang fokus diorang punya own key to success.
Okay, Abang nak tanya personal opinion.
Okay,
untuk pasukan SUHAZ Esports yang kalah tadi kan. Bagi pendapat Gideon, apa yang diorang perlu buat untuk membuktikan sesuatu? Kat mana diorang kena fix? Adakah daripada segi draft ke, rotasi ke, macam mana?
I think at this point, it's becoming
it's becoming extremely difficult to tell because SUHAZ, we want them to evolve. We have seen them play very clean games, but for some reason they seem to be continuously distracted every single week, and it's just not as clean as it needs to be. They know their own standards, so there's nothing much I really need to say.
Okay, faham. So makna kata nak tak nak diorang kena buktikan sesuatu lah. Jadi Abeja pun tak sabar nak tengok. Sebab bagi pendapat Abeja sendiri, SUHAZ bukannya tak kuat. Cuma mungkin ada 1-2 mistake yang dilakukan.
Pada pendapat saya, diorang kena fokus properly. Macam mana Gideon cakap, tengah-tengah game nampak diorang distracted, hilang fokus, and diorang tak boleh nak lakukan diorang punya original game plan.
Alright. Jadi kita dah selesai match kita yang kedua pada hari ini. Jom kita tengok untuk perlawanan di esok hari. Jom. Caracal menentang Red, manakala Todak menentang GEEK FAM dan Homeboys menentang SMG. Okey, Abang nak tanya kat sini, dekat mana perlawanan yang paling seru kat sini?
Terus terang untuk saya akan pilih dua, memang Caracal Red dan juga Homeboys lawan dengan SMG, sebab Homeboys SMG dua pasukan ni belum kalah. Caracal Red menang atau kalah, I memang suka tengok orang punya playstyle. Sangat, macam don't suka gaduh. I suka tengok.
So dia rancak lah kat situ.
Rancak betul.
Mana kata walaupun menang 2-1 tapi still kita ada benda, dia fun untuk kita tengok.
Exactly, betul.
Dalam banyak-banyak ketiga-tiga match ni, boleh tak kita katakan Homeboys dengan SMG ni susah kita nak predict?
I personally think it is difficult to predict because Homeboys, they're looking so good, and even Team SMG and Homeboys, SMG didn't get too far during the C qualifiers, and Homeboys went almost all the way through. So I personally think there are weaknesses that Team SMG have been trying to fix, and maybe by this weekend, tomorrow, it's going to be more than enough to beat Homeboys, which is looking very clean, very polished, and they are not willing to drop a single game.
Nak tak nak, Homeboys kena menang esok supaya boleh reset the point. Kan? Right, so bila reset the point, so okey lah kan, makna kata selesai. Jadi kita tengok untuk lucky draw kita punya pemenang pada hari ini. Okey, itulah dia, 1000 share lucky winner lah, Fel.
Ya, again, inilah yang akan terjadi setiap kali dah hit 1000 share. Gideon, kita dah hari ketiga straight yang kita dapat 1000 share.
That's true.
Tapi yang paling fast hand kita punya penonton punya jagi rasanya hari ni kot.
Itulah first game, baru first match dah 1000 share. Gila.
Jadi tahniah buat penonton kita. Jadi Abja rasa kita akan tengok kita punya perlawanan pada hari esok. Terima kasih kepada anda semua. Terima kasih Lefel, terima kasih Gideon yang teman Abja kat sini. MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery bersama dengan telefon pintar rasmi Samsung dan diraikan bersama dengan Nescafe. Kita tengok esok punya perlawanan. Apakah kejutan-kejutan yang bakal menanti anda semua, bersama-sama kita nantikan. Apa tadi saya lost tadi?
Awak nak ensure dah.
Itulah saya cakap. Jadi kita jumpa hari esok, guys. Kita tengok apa kejutan yang bakal menanti anda semua. Terima kasih dan jumpa lagi.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang.